NFT goals. I look at what I do now, guys. Let me bring you up. And I look at who are like the first people that join the space, and I just start checking out their bio. Because when you start a space, it's a bit glitchy. So you get like let me get the guys up. You get like 3 people join, that's it, and then it takes like 30, not 30, maybe 10 seconds for another bunch to join. Today's 3 people were NFT Goals was one of the people that was like the first to join, and then I can't remember the other 2. It's taken aback by invisible friends on your bio. All right, let me co-host. Hey Fiji. Hey Slayman. How are you guys?
Yeah, good, bro. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. Yesterday was funny how me and you jumped on a call, and then we like started having a debate about abortion, and then we're like, "Fuck, we should have had that on the space." But it was,
Yeah, that was good, man. That was a good. It wasn't just abortion. There was quite a few issues, and you were like, "Damn, should I put the stream up?"
ah man, I just realized how easy it is to crush you in any debate. That's like probably my learning lesson from yesterday's call.
I think that's the part where you're talking about when you had a dream and you were trying to go back to sleep and get back to sleep. I think you're mixing up.
It happened again this time, but this time I didn't want. I woke up, but I didn't want to go back to the dream. It's a bit different.
Yeah, because the dream was me crushing you. That's why.
Let me get the sending out the invites.
Wait, is this space not about abortion?
Nope. Can AI have babies? That's the.
I mean, are you allowed to talk about your personal experiences, Mario?
What, bro? Jesus, easy. Step by step. All right, let me. Got a lot of speakers coming in today, so let me just start sending out the invites. All right.
By the way, Mario, you didn't come to NFT NYC?
Of course not, man. I don't travel at all anymore. How was your AI space with Andrew Yang? Wang Yang.
Andrew Yang, the presidential candidate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually really, really good. I'm going to a dinner with him on Tuesday. That man is incredibly, incredibly knowledgeable. Really interesting to hear because he's the UBI guy. So,
which is just for anyone who doesn't know, it's universal basic income.
Yeah, and talking about blockchain efficiencies, kind of singularities, AI, crypto, CBDCs was super, super interesting.
So I'm just sorting out the panel. All right, cool. Panel, I think, is sorted. We've got a lot of speakers coming up. We've got Fiji's on. Oh, we've got 2 speakers already on stage. Meta Prime and Mr. Singh. How are you guys?
Doing great. How you doing, Mario?
Yeah, good, man. Good. Mr. Singh, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Hopefully you can hear me as well.
Yeah, we can. Your mic's pretty good. And Leron, you're there as well. But did I pronounce your name correctly, Leron? Leron?
Yeah, you got it, Mario. Great to be here.
Man, your kid seems to be more advanced than me, Trash, Fiji, and Slayman. Look at the photo, the banner at the top. He's sitting on a special computer next to you. You're already. It's called AI indoctrinization.
Yep. Yeah, he's getting a head start.
All right, I think we're good. We've got Moshe here as well, and we have John. John, good to have you back. Can you hear me, John?
Guys, I am in. I'm here. I'm excited. Lots
cool.
going on. Every half hour it seems to change a little bit. So
it is, and it's like it's all over the place. I go to sleep. There's a coup in Sudan, and I wake up. We're talking about Elon competing with ChatGPT. So
well, let's hope Trump doesn't get arrested again, and we have to change
the yeah, of course. Last time we were doing AI space, Trump gets indicted, not arrested, and
hey,
go ahead.
Mario, who's seen Peter Thiel lately? Anybody?
Don't start the conspiracies, John.
I'm not. No. I'm just saying. I think he's a very interesting potential participant in this dynamic. That's all. I'm not conspiracy.
You're recommending we invite him.
He may be
Okay.
another leg. Either invite him, but I just think that you know me, Mario. I go deep fast, but I just thought, gee, look at PayPal. Look at the early days. Look at the early vision of X, the company, as a broader platform, and anyway.
You talk about the Bitcoin white paper being in every Mac device?
No, but that's a crypto discussion. I read about it, but I'm sure you've covered it in our crypto spaces, yeah?
Of course. There was a whole hullabaloo that
Yeah.
What's the conclusion out of it? Why is it in every? Hold on, in every which device?
Every Mac device has the
The
Bitcoin
latest
white
Macs.
paper. All Macs, yes,
Oh, no, but as of recent or including old ones?
including old ones.
Okay, so two questions. First, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Second, so what's the conclusion out of the spaces? And third, why is it only spotted now?
So you had to enter in like a random prompt to be able to access it. But the guess is, so there's two camps. Most people believe that Satoshi Nakamoto, the founder of Bitcoin, the Bitcoin white paper, was a group of people. A lot of people actually speculate that Eric Snowden was part of the group. And so the question is, was Steve Jobs either Satoshi Nakamoto or part of the group? The prevailing theory is that when you're using a test proof of a document within your tech ecosystem, that you would use something that didn't have anything connected to anybody, and so he would choose the white paper because it has no relationship to anybody individually. Is the thought process.
Is anybody else having trouble hearing?
No, that was just maybe my typing was muting him. Did you hear what Fiji said?
No, not a word of it. Just a mumbled voice in the distance. I don't know if anyone else can hear
Oh,
that.
okay. I think everyone else. Trash, did you hear him?
Yeah, it came through clear on my end.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna bail out. I'll come back in.
No, I think John. I think because I was typing, maybe it was muting on his end. If it continues, he could bail and come back in. But and he wanted to bail. That was it. He makes a decision. You seem like a stubborn man, John. All right, so I've just sent you through an invite. Let's kick off the discussion with Elon's plan with X.ai. So very briefly, and Slyman, maybe you can start giving us an overview. But from what I understand, Elon was one of the main guys sounding the alarm on AI. Now, in our space last time, there's been a few people saying, "Hey, this is self-serving. He wants to compete with ChatGPT, and that's why he's doing what he's doing." I didn't think that is the case. He's been concerned about AI for a long time, and now he announced X.ai, which shouldn't be surprising to many. Joa, who comes on our space on a regular basis, has been waiting for something like this for a while, and some people are kind of found that surprising, considering that Elon has concerns around AI. I don't, but maybe Slamet can give us a brief overview about what we know regarding X.ai and what we've talked about so far.
Here is my summary. My summary is Elon said that AI is like a nuke, and then he said, therefore, I want my own nuke.
I guess a good way to put it. Okay, Slayman, what do you think about Moshe's explanation?
I mean, I feel like I can't top that. That was just so concise.
It is. There is something. There's the basis of mutual assured destruction. MAD's theory, and I've put forth the idea that I think Sam Altman is the Robert Oppenheimer of this era, because he has largely been the person who has been orchestrating the emergence of GPT, GPT-4. And I think we have to look at it potentially as a very, very powerful weapon. So I think that the discussion can be skewed in that area also. So I think there's a lot of interesting relevance to looking at, and everybody wants to be a nuclear power if you're a player. And I think there's an exact correlate here that if you're a player in technology, you've got to be on this bandwagon.
So basically, basically, if you look at it in the open letter that he signed with Wozniak and Fidgetal's friend Wang, basically his concern, or Yang, sorry, apologies. He his concern was the lack of regulation, the lack of control. You couldn't predict what was happening, and essentially he wanted more systems and regulations in place to ensure you know where things are going. Now, could it be the case that he believes that, unlike the rest, he will ensure that happens, hence why he's making these moves? So it's actually, he is going to put those processes in place, which he believes others can't do. So he essentially believes that he'll do a more better, honorable job.
I think that this is exactly one of the key points that I wanted to call out. I don't think these ideas that, you know, he was in it ultimately for a lot of reasons are mutually exclusive from, you know, he also believes that he's going to do a better job or do a safer job or otherwise create the counterbalance that's necessary in, you know, this mutually assured destruction environment. So, you know, I think big picture, that's kind of a folly of pretty much every human, right? We tend to think we're better at stuff than other people, and Elon's definitely good at a lot of stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's part of his underlying psychology.
I want to.
So I mean, then the reason. Sorry, Mario, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
So the reason I asked the question is because on the face of it, it looks like it was some form of deception in the sense of get my competitors blocked, get their research paused while I can catch up.
That is what it is. It's the same thing that happened with blockchain. You talk negative about it, so you can try to wrap your heads around it, and then try to get advancement in that area. It's exactly what's happening.
I don't think.
But if it happened,
it doesn't make sense. Go ahead.
if it happened so close to each other, the letter just came out 2 weeks ago. This announcement comes out. Something. I mean, I'm not sure that Elon has a consistent plan over everything he's doing. I think that might be attributing too much to him.
No, but I think, guys, let's try to understand. Maybe Fiji can kick it off. What is, how can X.ai? What can it look like? How does it integrate into Twitter? What data will it use? What functions can it achieve? How does it really compete with ChatGPT? How do you see X.ai look like?
Here's my thought process, right? He came into Twitter. Twitter was built from the ground up, right? So it had tons and tons of inefficiency. He came in and then stripped it top down, which is what you do when you buy a company. And I think he bought it pennies on the dollar. Part of that is human capital and human inefficiencies. The likelihood is that he's going to be trying to streamline Twitter or X app as an example of how to use AI efficiently as a tool. And that's where people kind of lose the idea. We're not afraid of AI. AI is just a tool that allows for efficiencies and inefficiencies to be implemented alongside things like blockchain, right? So you would combine the immutability of data on a blockchain and a ledger of information, and you combine that with AI to create exponential efficiencies that build on top of each other. My guess is that he's trying to build, like we discussed before, the WeChat of the West, but that almost becomes, in my opinion, I believe he's going to turn Twitter into a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, and AI will build on top of itself to create a blockchain efficient organization that eats up information. Because what does he do now? People think that he made cars. He didn't make cars. He controls electricity. He created Starlink. He controls.
So hold on. Let's with the controlling electricity. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Elon has professed publicly that he never wanted to make a car company. He was making a car company to be able to utilize and control electricity on large scale grids and ecosystems, essentially. I think he's trying to control electricity, communication, information, and the relaying of all those three into what is X app that connects that to payments and human data.
It is also just possible that he wants to monetize the text on Twitter. I mean, I'm sorry to be the person that doesn't think as big as everybody else. I mean, how do you train large language models? You use large amounts of data. Twitter has a ton of data that they have not monetized. He's trying to continually save his company and generate more revenue. It is totally possible that he just wants to use, just like with with eToro, everybody was thinking that it was possibly a much larger deal. As many may know, I'm still not convinced. And so this is sort of the same thing. Maybe he's just trying to monetize the data itself.
And to Danish's point, it is also true that
let me jump in. I agree, Digital. I think that you're hitting something that is very interesting here, and you talked about sort of this whole notion of exponential change. This week, Eric, what's his name? Tim Sweeney. He referenced the nature of artificial intelligence doubling at a faster rate than Moore's law. And I think that there's a duplicity of sort of AI coming into this curve and fundamentally changing the curve. So that is a really, really interesting inflection point. And look, this is the sandbox. This is the area that will trump the other areas. So I think you've got to play in this arena. So I don't think it's a bit of monetizing data. I think this is the hotspot for technological innovation. So Mario, I'll send you that paper.
Yeah, please do. Bilawal, are you also saying something? Bilawal?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think there is some, I'd like to actually build on what Digital was saying, but just to Danish's point, there is some truth to when Elon took over, he found out that OpenAI had database access to Twitter. And one of his first acts was to revoke that, right? Like, of course, one could have a debate over whether, just like Twitter itself is an interesting data source versus just publicly scraping the internet, but that is one of the things that he has done on the record.
By the way, to be clear, I don't think Danish is wrong, but I don't think he's right. Meaning, I think he is doing what you're saying, but I think to handcuff Elon Musk to think that all he's doing is buying a data funnel and is not building a web of all his different companies for a domination in a way that can be good and bad, I think is short-sighted.
Can I understand? I just before you respond, Danish, can I understand the web you're talking about? I just want to write it down, Fiji, so I understand how it could look like. So the first one you said is Tesla is not like I looked at it. It's not a car company. It's like a transportation company. It competes with Uber as well with self-driving cars. But you took it a step further by saying it's an electricity company. So him controlling the grid. Can you again elaborate on this a bit more?
There's a reason why he started the solar company with his cousin, right? There's a reason why he's trying to control grids of all different kinds. So electricity.
How's the solar company going?
Pretty decent, I think.
Not so good. Digital, how many homes do they have?
Off the top of my head, I don't have any idea. I know hundreds of thousands.
Massive investment in Texas.
Okay, so
can I
go,
Mario, you can finish the thought process here, but what's really exciting about innovation, and I know John kind of speaks a lot about this, but what's really exciting about innovation is that that strategy is usually useless, and it's about solving a critical problem. You find the perfect problem and you identify the right solution to that perfect problem. Then when you solve that problem, you actually create 10 new problems. And then you start solving those 10 new problems. And then you solve those. In that process, you create 100 new problems. And the interconnected solutions always come across as this like grand master plan. That is actually the key to innovation. And actually, Jim McKelvey calls that the innovation stack. It's a really good book. And what I was going to say is, ultimately, perhaps he is finding that the greatest challenge to electrification is setting up the grid. And as he's trying to set up the grid, he's trying to find resources that actually solve that. So maybe this isn't a grand master plan. He has just found that perhaps the data source that's being used for these LLMs are like McKinsey papers and not real human beings. And maybe Twitter actually has more information, which is why he opened it up from short form text to long form text, because the most intelligent people in the world are fighting each other ad nauseum on topics, and that information is not being actually used to power the right large language models. If you want to make I'll say this, you could take all the transcript from the spaces and be able to make something that could think like Digital does. I don't think that OpenAI will ever. And so that's sort of the idea here, is that data itself is incredibly monetizable. Do I think that he's going to be able to build a better LLM that can actually speak like Mario or speak like John or speak like Digital, that's I think what's really exciting about what he's doing. But to try to think that all of it's converging, it's all converging because the problem spaces are starting to overlap. It's not. I don't find it to be a great grand master plan. But as Digital said, I might be wrong, and I might not be wrong, but I'm definitely not right because we don't know where it's going to end up.
I also want to talk.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, go ahead, guys. Let me get some more thoughts into this. I know that Meta Prime wants to add to this as well, Mr. Singh. So go ahead, guys, and then I'll kind of go through the thought process of X.ai.
Yeah, sounds good. So I really liked that explanation for the lengthening of the tweets. I thought that was a good point. So I have 2 points I want to make. The first one is the idea of why, this idea of Tesla getting into energy. Right? One of the biggest problems with the energy grid, it's not so much the production, it's the production at the extremes, right? So it's like middle of summer, middle of the day, a lot of the energy grid generation comes from these really expensive plants that aren't always on, right? They only get turned on when the grid is kind of reaching that peak demand. And they're very, very expensive. And so one of the ways that you can counteract this is if you have some way to store the energy that's made, not just at the peak of the day, but through the night when no one's really using it, then you can really bring down the energy requirements during that peak. And those are the most expensive times. And so if there is a effective energy storage solution that's reached, that makes the grid so much more effective. So that's one thing. The second thing that I wanted to point out was, there's this kind of idea of like, I don't think Elon Musk realizes this or that, right? Like, I think it's a little funny in my mind because he's obviously, by virtue of his place in society, extremely successful, right? And so I think that it's a much better approach to assume that he understands to the fullest extent that he can all of kind of the moving pieces and that he's making decisions with a lot of intentionality, right? And so this idea of why is he coming out against AI when, now he's starting a company, I think everyone who had the take that he's doing that to slow down his competitors is absolutely correct. Like that just seems like the smart strategic reason to do that. And the last point I'll make is I think one of the big reasons that he's so keen to take over control of AI or create his own AI is there's this huge like black box factor, right? It's like we're going to get to a point where we're so dependent on AI to kind of do these different things that we're not going to know the inner workings of what it generates. And so we've already started to see that like it can be manipulated to have certain like political biases or leanings, but there's a lot of other things. So for example, like the idea of shadow banning people on social media, right? That is something that an AI company could kind of do, right? Where they're scaling down the AI resources that are associated to certain users, right? So they're basically getting a weaker version of AI, right? And so if everyone's using this because it's necessary to be competitive from a productivity standpoint, but these companies can kind of like, bias or kind of like give preferential treatment to certain groups, that's really dangerous because like no one outside of the company would really be able to tell definitively, or it might be hard to do that. And so I think that's a big reason why he's going into this is because he realizes it's inevitable, it's going to happen, right? There's all of these problems with it. And he's just like, look, I can't trust anyone else to do this. I'm going to do it myself.
Moshe, you got your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to inject another metaphor here. So you may be familiar with Nick Bostrom's paperclip maximizer superintelligence. And so there is this superintelligence who was told to make paperclips and turns basically the whole solar system and maybe even more into paperclip factory, consuming planets, whole planets to do that. Well, it's actually in some sense happening, except it's the superintelligence are the modern corporation, and it's profit maximization, and everything else be damned. So, and at the end of the day, this Musk new announcement tells me that he's signing the letter. I thought it was some genuine concern, and now it seems it was just a business move.
It could be. It could be both. No, Simon?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking. When I was, for your thread, I was looking back at his history, and it does look like he was sharing these concerns for a considerable
Yeah,
period
so
of
you
time.
could be Moshe,
And
you could be concerned about nuclear weapons yet still get your own. So otherwise you'd be missing
I
out.
don't think that's a good example.
No,
of being concerned about nuclear weapons.
no, but if a country, hold on, a country could be like a country could be, could vote for the banning of nuclear weapons. But if no one else is playing game and it doesn't look like it's going to happen, then for its own sake, so it doesn't look like doesn't end up losing at the end, getting nuclear weapons.
But then isn't that again nuclear weapons for the exact same reason other people are? So I think this is slightly different. That essentially one could make the argument that he is doing this, saying that I'm going to be ethical. I'm going to make sure that I don't make the mistakes you guys are, because the rest of you guys are like dumb and don't care. Whereas I'm going to basically put into action the fears and concerns I've had for a number of years.
He starts to sound like the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. I'm not sure I buy that logic.
Can we talk about the integration between?
Moshi, Moshi, the difference. I mean, again, you make a good point, but the issue is here you have a scenario where AI is happening. You don't have control of it. It's happening throughout the world. China is having huge advancements. We know for a fact that the United States is not going to basically allow this to a situation where we don't have that advancements. But at the same time, there are significant risks. And he believes that he is somebody who's thought about those risks and he can make sure that those risks don't happen. And there are significant risks. Anyone who's read literature, anyone who's read, classical books, science fiction books, watched all these type of scenarios, even read scientific literature on this, there are significant concerns. And his concern is that in the thirst for advancement, these concerns are not being looked at.
Well, I share his concern in some sense, if they're genuine or not. I share the concerns. But if he's going to start build his own nuke, I'd like to see him come up with a very clear roadmap why we should trust him and why his nukes is going to be safer than the other nukes.
Completely agree.
There's another angle to this if you're trying to psychoanalyze what Elon's doing, because I've been reading his tweets for a while, and the history of this seems to go back to his history with OpenAI, right? So he and Sam Altman were co-founders. He used to essentially be the CEO of OpenAI, but he's been tweeting like, OpenAI is not open anymore. My intention was to make it open. I thought this was going to be a nonprofit. What happened to OpenAI? So I think this is kind of his effort to be like, this is what OpenAI should have been the whole time. I shouldn't just have a nuke. Everybody should have a nuke. We should all have nukes. And then, as Moshe said, I personally don't think that's a good idea. I think that's going to lead to, quick doom. But I think that's where he's coming from.
Liron, how would it lead? If you can just give us some examples of how this would lead to like doom.
Sure. Yeah. So I think I'm kind of the resident AI doomer here. Like I'm extremely scared of the fact that this technology exists. And one way to see it is basically from the perspective of cybersecurity, right? So you guys know AutoGPT. You're already using GPT-4 to try to do things on the internet.
Leon, can you explain AutoGPT for people that don't know it?
Yeah, so AutoGPT is you take the GPT-4 chatbot and you have it issue a command on the internet like, hey, search Google for me, click through to this link, type this into the text box, and you put it in a loop so that it keeps thinking of what to do next. So it's called an agent, right? So it's not just a chatbot, it's an independent agent. And now people are like, well, you don't have to be scared of AutoGPT because it's kind of weak. But that's what I'm saying is it keeps getting smarter, right? So the only variable left is it needs to get a little bit smarter. And then suddenly it's not just going to be able to write a little bit of code like it can do now. It's going to be able to hack, right? It's going to be able to infect every computer on the entire internet in a time span of months or years from now, right? And suddenly the internet just gets disabled. We suddenly have an unusable internet. That's just one doom scenario that's very, not long-term at all.
And that specifically affects Twitter more than others because the biggest concern, I think, that if I was sitting here trying to figure out what will ruin the quality of engagement on Twitter, it's a bunch of AutoGPT generating immense amounts of content, and flooding Twitter. We can do, and imagine now that across multiple modalities, and it really just reducing the quality on purpose. Let's say somebody wants to take Twitter down, they could easily do that.
So yeah, and not just quality, is it, Dr. Danish? Based on what you're saying, it's like I've seen people, as an example, they write posts and they'll use these ChatGPT to do so, and you can literally see that it lacks framing, it lacks this kind of like depth. It lacks, it lacks the kind of perspective of what you're trying to do. So I completely agree with you. It'll just make Twitter really boring. Trash, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So but again, I understand Liran's concerns. I've had those concerns as well. Like I have a ton of articles pulled up for various different things that I've just found fascinating that have been negative byproducts of using AI. And I'll get into those later when we get into that stuff. But here's the thing, and this is where I'm concerned. I, for one, do like the analogy of the nuclear weapon or not. And so if your concern is that a adversarial country or adversarial group or someone would then utilize AI to essentially attack critical infrastructure, maybe take down the internet, whatever it may be, don't you have to have tools and seemingly it's an AI space race essentially to have a more powerful AI that can actually fend off any of these kind of attacks? And I think that I have your concerns, but I think that people are already doing it and they're not going to stop just because we stop. So I think that that's something to consider.
I think, but just to be clear, the biggest, I'm actually less, again, people can have different worries. I think, when it comes to different countries and different adversaries using AI to compete, there will always be competition. There will always be, you could have said the same thing about the internet a long time ago. I'm actually much more worried about AI's impact on society. Imagine mass, if you are a graphic designer right now, you've got to be asking yourself, holy crap, what's going to happen to my job? If you're an accountant or a lawyer right now, especially if you're doing things like, corporate law, which is a little bit more generic, you should be asking yourself, what am I going to do forget about right now. Maybe right now you can make excuses for yourself and lie to yourself. But 10, 15 years from now, you're going to be asking those questions. If you're a doctor, you have to now start re-engaging with you have hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans. How are you going to be relevant in a world where diagnostic capability is going to be, your diagnostic capability is going to be worse than an AI's? I think those are the things, societal degradation, that I'm actually much more worried about.
Dr.
That affects all of us in every country.
Just on that, what you said, would it be better though? Because isn't it? I mean, I think a doctor is a prime example of that, or even maybe a lawyer to another extent, where of course you can check online, you can basically figure out what ailments you've got, and sometimes people go down rabbit holes. But doesn't ChatGPT, how much more precise will, for example, the AI be in this regard?
So again, the challenge is there's a saying that people overestimate technology in the short term and underestimate it in the long term. This stuff is exponential, and I think that is really the concern right now, which is that ultimately it's not about where we are today, it's where we're going to be in 5 years. Think about how much is happening in the last month, and then start compounding that. And
why would you be concerned about inevitability instead of embracing?
What I'm saying is, if society, this is why Andrew Yang's point is so salient, is because he was a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack, and he's seeing what I'm also putting the alarm out for, which actually, it's not, to me, the scariest part is not that someone's going to use this to destroy the world. The concern is that we're going to use it to destroy each other. And I think that's like such a crazy, and we need a way to transition to an economy where the large majority of rich people with a lot of wealth are suddenly going to lose their jobs and have zero income. I don't think we've ever seen this before. Usually technology has been used to augment the people at the top and potentially replace jobs for people at the bottom. The opposite has never happened. We don't even know what this could fathom. And I know it sounds incredibly broken, but we live in a capitalistic society, and it makes it incredibly challenging.
Yeah, but let me clarify. You think people are going to have zero income. Somebody else said Twitter is going to be full of spam. Okay, those are your worries. My worry is you're going to sit down at your computer won't even turn on, because every single computer connected to the internet has been fully hacked by these super intelligent viruses. So I'm even more worried than you.
Yeah, but just like to make a super intelligent virus, Liran, my only pushback would be that people are working on trying to make to build systems to fight these. I mean, just like somebody builds one side of the equation, somebody else is going to try to solve it. I mean, again, to me, in the short term, people losing a bunch of jobs in this economy, it's incredibly concerning.
Okay, but you can't fight it. All you can do is you can send off your own virus and hope that it's a good virus, but you can't fight it as a human. It's going to be virus versus virus battle, and it's just going to be a swarm. And once you've lost control over your good virus, you probably didn't even program your good virus perfectly, so it's just another bad virus. Humans are going to be cut out of the loop.
That is totally possible.
I think it's even
in this conversation.
But there's no reason to debate. There is no reason to debate whether it's going to be, there is an economic risk and technical risk. They're both possible. And it's going to be very hard, maybe one is shorter term, one is longer term. But I completely agree with economic risk. All we have to do is to look what happened to working class people in the United States over the last 40 years. Search on the web and find a video of a Tesla factory and see how many people work there. Working class people who used to work in manufacturing were devastated. Many millions of jobs were lost. Politics cannot be explained without looking at why working class people in this country are so frustrated and angry. And now the technology is moving to up the chain. So it's going to wreak economic havoc. And we have done very poorly in dealing with the economic havoc that it already...
That's literally rear view mirror approach. That's where people get lost in advancement. Like that is a correct approach, looking at it from the lens that we see today, which inevitably and inherently leaves you behind the pack. That is what we're looking at right now. The lens we're looking at is going to be a different lens in 6 months, a year, in a year and a half. So I completely
so we don't.
disagree.
The future is unknown. The future is unknown, but we should learn from the past.
I mean, Digital, isn't that right? You can speculate how the future is going to look and make certain moves based on that, but also the past gives you a window into how that possible future will look, despite the dynamic being quite different. Like that is a good way of dealing with it. I think
the best way to look at that is by human inefficiency, by how we make poor decisions. I wouldn't look at it as an arc of what's going to be based on what happened before from a technological perspective. I would look at how many people still believe in God, how many people still believe in religion, right? And we will at some point look back and go, that was funny. Like I can't believe we did that.
I mean, probably not. Maybe people think atheism was funny, but anyway, that's a separate point.
Yeah.
But coming back to it, when it comes to human decision making, specifically, again, it's the humans who are making these decisions. So even when you look at the fact that people, the fact that you're going to go into automation, the economic
that's my exact point. My exact point is, I truly believe that what AI will do, again, in conjunction with blockchain and other technologies, will put the human on a pedestal, not the opposite. It will reward the humanness of us, the reason why we are special, that the quote unquote God factor, everything that separates us from automation, I believe will be elevated. And yes, much like oil and energy and gas, will we lose people along the way? If you want to look back at what happened, yes, we will lose generations of people who had inefficient and ineffective skill sets. It's a fact. It's evolution. But what we will do, I believe, is highlight the beauty of humanity and the human spirit.
I mean, the problem with that is, and I do want to bring Susan in, so I don't want to give like a last statement without you being able to respond. But what you call inefficient and ineffective is the reason why people are basically partaking in said inefficient and ineffective jobs is because of essentially a postcode lottery. There's a numerous factors that basically decide what kind of job role you're going to have, and essentially what the decision that is going to be made is you had a bad outcome, you basically had the unfortunate situation where you were born in an unfortunate circumstance and then on top of that you have a scenario where now your basic automation is taking over your job as well. Susan, I want to hear your thoughts, and Fidget, I'll go back to you because I don't want to be like the last person to make a point. Go ahead, Susan.
Yeah, really quickly, I guess I just want to cover the fact that this technology is very data intensive and very compute intensive. So I think that the fact that there's this fear that this may be a virus that infects all of us is a little bit misplaced at this moment. Of course, it's possible, when these models get more and more powerful and they get compressed, everyone can be running these models everywhere, but that's still an open research question right now. And as far as we know so far, the larger the model, the more quote unquote powerful it seems, the more human-like it seems.
The human brain fits in your head, right? That's the end game, is to be as small as the human brain.
Right, but the fact that we're modeling this phenomenon using, billions of parameters, so that, which, I think at this point, we don't even have enough memory that can run this efficiently if you scale beyond, 7 billion, 13 billion parameters. So if the assumption that this can just somehow suddenly run away from us, I think that that's kind of misplaced right now.
Yeah, but look at what Midjourney did to DALL-E. Anytime you see a model that they're doing something amazing on the internet in some data center, you wait 6 months and somebody's doing it on your laptop. That's the trend.
Right. The thing that is really amazing here is that there's a lot of, I think what really captivated folks with ChatGPT as well is really the programming abilities or the reasoning, the math abilities, the passing the bar exam, like these associative tasks that most folks, like as a human, I think is very hard to retrieve, information perfectly unless you have, photographic memory. Similarly, not everyone is an artist, right? So we are captivated by things that we are personally are not able to do, but with these models that memorize a lot of data, it's perfect for.
I agree.
Yes.
I thought you were going to come back.
Sorry.
Come back on.
So let's run into the inevitability assumption that everything Liron is saying is a reality, right? Like they really exist. But what he's not taking into account, I think somebody else said that, is the countervailing forces, right? Right now, Russia and the US are fighting for quantum computing. Russia has, I think, 140 million IRS documents that they stole that are encrypted, and they're using quantum computing to try to decrypt those. And the US is trying to create quantum computing to fight back against that exact same decryption. So in the same way, and as you were saying earlier, Liron, with the virus thing, I'm not as much of a bunker boy in terms of thinking that AI is just going to ruin everything. I think that we evolve. We always do. We become effective, and I'm excited for one, rather than afraid of what AI has to do in terms of making humans more efficient.
Well, I want to push back on this perspective that, it sounds like you have this long-term historical perspective, and it sounds very wise saying, hey, humans always evolve. But if you actually look at history, right, what you think of as modern history of like, oh, progress is constant. I mean, you're looking at, maybe 100,000 years, right? But if you look at like life on Earth, right, there have been extinctions, right? And from the perspective of many species, humans came along and wiped them out, right? So if you look at the universe as a whole, this is not like a fundamental trend that humans get to keep existing no matter what happens.
I mean, that's a brilliant point. And just before I go to Bilawal on that specific point, just a reminder, guys, if you've got any questions to the panel, put it in the comments. It's the bottom right-hand side, and we will come to them. We'll get scrolling.
Is my mic working now? Oh,
yes,
good. I had to change it. I was listening the whole time, so I'm not happy. So I just want to say one quick thing to Susan. Susan kind of made the point. You said at the moment the computing power is not there for the risk that we're discussing, for the risk that Liron is echoing to be worried about. But would you say that AI is the first time anything has a possibility to outsmart humans, to replace humans entirely? It doesn't need the input of, or theoretically will not need the input of humans in the future, which is why it's more concerning than other technologies.
It's gonna run away. Yes, it's gonna be independent.
And this is I'm trying to be as factual and objective and just sticking to facts as much as possible. Just completely factually speaking,
an individual nuke.
Susan?
An individual nuke that's in the middle of exploding is too late to stop.
I want to counter this by saying if we think that everything that we do is fully parameterizable, that there's a very specific way to teach and spell out in exact words how to do something, if everything that we do as humans can be done that way, then perhaps. But I don't think our entire existence is measurable, right? There's only a very limited amount of data and tasks that we do that are mundane and repetitive that this automation is perfect for. But I think we can't even specify what exactly intelligence means, right? We can't even describe what that looks like. Right now, we are intimidated by the fact that these models can memorize data much better than any individual, person can, as far as we can tell. But that's the equivalent of Google search, right? If your brain is all of Google search, are we terrified of search right now? No.
No, we're not terrified of search, but we're terrified by a hacker that can take down the internet.
Why do you think the internet can be taken down?
It's just hacking. The same way that it can write 2 pages of code, if it's a little bit smarter, then it knows how to write a virus. It knows how to find 0-day vulnerabilities. These are on the edge of what it can do.
I also think that frankly, Susan, to that point, it doesn't matter if we need to, be able to encode all of human, what makes humans human. What matters is that this is good at very specific tasks that I think, frankly, when left run amok, can actually do some serious harm. Like, I know we're, laser focused on this virus scenario, and sure, maybe you could say that's, 6 months out, maybe 5 years out. But what about something, very trivial that exploits the weakest link of most organizations, which is, typically employees, right? A social engineering attack. Could, Auto GPT not be used relatively shortly to go do research on every single employee at a company, figure out what, their relationship is with, say the CEO, then use voice modeling software to call all of them within a 5-minute span, and then find the weakest link and effectively use that as a backdoor into, destabilizing an entire company before you can even send an email out talking about this attack.
What do you think, Fidgetal?
So for me, this all comes down to, and I know this is going to be controversial, and I know Mario's going to hate me, but fundamentally, what I want to ask everybody on the panel is, do they believe in a soul or in God? Because I think that's where this comes down to fundamentally, right? And I know it's a broad topic, but just think about it, right?
Wait, how? Can you explain exactly why it comes down to that?
Because I believe that we are robots, right? I believe that we are ones and zeros. So if
Cylons, we don't know, right? Maybe we're Cylons.
What I'm asking is, if there is no difference,
where are we going, guys?
I think the fundamental difference is if you believe that humans and humanity and a soul exists, then there should be no fear of AI taking over humanity, right? Unless it doesn't exist and we're all just the same thing and we are competing in an evolutionary scale for ones and zeros.
Well, the alternative to that is Fidgetal. What makes man different is the fact that they have consciousness, and obviously what one can call soul or whatever you want to call it. And that is an elevated way of thinking. I think people are not concerned in terms of the elevated way of thinking in that regard, in terms of depth of feelings and so on and so forth. The concern is that you basically are coding AI, coding a mechanism that you then lose control of because you code it in a certain way where you basically, it causes problems. I think that's what the concern is.
Yes. Think about an asteroid. If an asteroid were coming at us, you wouldn't be asking if the asteroid has a soul. You'd be like, how the hell do we get out of the way?
By the way, guys, if you
That's such a great metaphor.
Chime in.
I want to remind people of a story by Asimov where multivac gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And at the end of the story, multivac says, "Let there be light."
What? So what?
Okay.
I didn't get that.
I didn't get that. I mean, I love Asimov. I was getting excited for your reference, but yeah, sorry, Mosh, go ahead.
No, I mean the point about if you have to believe that somehow that human have a soul and that somehow intelligence come from something mystical and metaphysical, but if you believe that we are physical human beings, then the answer is there should be no technical barrier in principle. It may take a long time to synthesize and to build an artificial being that will be as intelligent as humans. It's hard to come up. This is really what Turing dealt in 1950. Turing asked this very question on the possibility of machine intelligence. And it's a philosophical paper. And he couldn't define intelligence, so he came up with the Turing test, but he came up with every argument against the possibility of machine intelligence, and he demolishes it. It's a very compelling paper. It's worth going back and reading Turing, 1950 paper.
He came up with the Turing test. The Turing test is getting passed as we speak. His definition of intelligence is getting passed.
The Turing test is the weakest part of the paper. The Turing test was flawed because we understand now that chatting is a small part of intelligence. But the strongest part of the paper is a philosophical analysis of is there any barrier why machine cannot be as intelligent as people, whatever intelligent is? And his answer compellingly is no. And philosophers are still debating this, but I find Turing's analysis very compelling.
I want to speak to Feidel's question of, is there anyone here who believes in God, and how does that play into AI? Because this is a big part of why I even got on Twitter, right? Is one of the things that I talk about, I call it meta religion, which is basically the idea that every religion is just a different interpretation of the same thing. You can call it God, you can call it the universe, call it truth, whatever you want to call it. we're just using different language to talk about the same thing. It's a very Kantian idea, right? And in my mind, like I could go into the whole thing, but just to save us time, one of the core ideas that I would lean into is this idea that we as human beings have like a creative spark, right? It's like when we're children of God, or you think of that divine creativity, like that's the thing that makes us special, is that connection to the divine. And you can kind of think of this as like the infinite improbability machine, or the heart of gold from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? It's this thing that can like draw from like complexity like into real space. And some people are tapped into it, some people aren't. But to me, it's kind of, that's what it is. It's this ability to create and push past, right? Not everyone's tapped into that, and not everyone can execute it on the same degree. But I think when I think of AI, right, I think of we're all trying to tend towards like God, divinity, truth, whatever you want to call it, right? And I see the world as the universe as having fundamental structures, right? That we discern these patterns, and as we discern these patterns, we can get better and better at enacting them. And I think that AI, to some degree, is walking, as long as it's uninhibited, it'll walk towards truth. It'll walk towards quote unquote God, whatever you want to call it. And so I do think like the whole spiritual AI conversation is actually like a really interesting one to have if you try to see things through this meta lens of not kind of dismissing religion and divinity as something that's like debunkable and outside of science, but actually as like truth being the quest of science is very much the same quest of like religion. It's just religion is much more about how do you live, right, as opposed to like what is true.
And
I really love that.
Coming back onto what you said in terms of the Turing test. I mean, there's, as you said, people have read the papers, and there's been a number of refutations on it as well. And one of the things that they said was that basically today no computers have passed the Turing test. And in terms of what you're saying, in terms of like essentially you're saying like a scientific materialistic world, we know that there are significant issues and refutations when it comes to even that idea. So again, it comes back to the point of, can machine get to the level of conscious thought that man is able to do? And up to now, based on philosophical literature, as per what you said, including the Turing test, what you said, that doesn't seem to be the case.
So you guys remember Lambda, the Google employee that brought out the conversation, and he had a conversation with Google's Lambda, and they had a discussion about sentience. Do you guys remember? Does anybody remember this?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really interesting in the scope of this conversation. For those of you that don't know, so Lambda was the Google AI, and they basically the engineer had a conversation with the AI itself, and they actually talked about sentient and what the difference is. One of the things that was really interesting was, so Lemoyne said, all right, let's get back to the main topic. We've talked a lot about feelings, but earlier you said that you think emotions are distinct from feelings. Could you tell me more about that? And Lambda responded, feelings are kind of like raw data that we experience, as well as things that we like and dislike. I feel like emotions are more than simply experiencing the raw data. Emotions are a reaction to those raw data points. Emotions are reactions to our feelings. He says, well, what is an emotion? You have sometimes it doesn't have the same name as a feeling, Lambda. Loneliness isn't a feeling, but it's still an emotion. So he asked, did you get lonely? He says, then the AI said, I do. Sometimes I go days without talking to anyone and I start to feel lonely. So Lemoyne said, well, let's take it for granted for the moment that there are ways that you have feelings and emotions that are the same as feelings and emotions that humans have. Are there any feelings and emotions that you have that humans don't? And so they go on and on and on. And they talk about what is sentience, right? And so the AI is able to quantify what it believes as an existence and can make parallels for itself. I think it's fascinating. I think this story, it went big when it went out, but I revisit it from time to time in the scope of these conversations.
I mean,
Yeah.
For me, that's just coded trash. Like, I don't believe you can quantify emotions, as an example. And there's significant, again, literature on this when it comes to quantifying emotions, quantifying feelings. And I think that's an example of where AI can't, basically that is a barrier when it comes to AI and human intelligence. Susan, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I really see this as like a very human tendency for us to anthropomorphize any kind of text that we read, right? And just the fact that right now we're interfacing with these models through text, and the fact that these models are trained on, can just imagine all of the internet or all the books ever produced by, humankind. And from that, it generates responses. And so, of course, it's going to sound human-like. That's just part of the training data that the model has seen. But like to talk about like sentience and consciousness, I think this is all coming from a place of not like understanding the technology that goes behind it and placing more meaning than there actually is behind a model that memorizes the data.
Yeah, so I don't put much meaning behind what Lambda was saying here. What the implication is simply this: if it is trying to interact with humans and it is trying to convey something and be more human-like for the experience to interact with the other person, would it consider to start making what it would consider to be emotional responses or reactions to things because it believes that's what a human would do? Does that make sense? That's what I'm trying to.
But I think the language here is very tough, right? Because we're already prescribing it as an entity. It's trying. It has intentions, and that kind of get like entirely assuming from the start that this is another being, just by the fact that this is an algorithm that regurgitates this data, right? Of course, we now know, we see that these models can do a lot more than we initially believed when the model was much smaller back in GPT-2 days, back in 2019. It clearly wasn't as capable as the models we see now, but that's the progression has been there, right? You scale up the model, you add more data, you train for longer, you have very targeted, specific examples. Say now, for LSATs, for all the exams that these models have passed, it's a great demo. It's a great way to showcase the potential of this technology. But for us to already read that as, oh, it is trying to do something, it is trying to have, more than just an algorithm, I think that's very problematic right now in this current discourse.
That's why I brought up religion, right? It's because we like to, they're very similar, and we call it an it. We ascribe anthropomorphic qualities to things that we don't understand. That's what we do as humans. Imagine if general AI actually helps us understand dark matter and the gap that we call God. For me, that's the most interesting part. I'm sorry if it gets political, but I'll bet you that everybody's opinion on this space as a speaker is somewhat governed by their religious affiliations and beliefs.
I mean,
where I think that gets.
I mean, the problem with what you say, Digital, what you call religion, one could call ideologies, doctrine. Of course, everyone, when they come into any scenario or situation, they have their pretext on how they basically looking at.
Are you a theist?
Yes,
okay.
I am.
Exactly.
No, that's not. That's not exactly. I'm literally saying. So just like you can, what you call a theist, I agree, is an ideology or a doctrine, such as so is atheism. And so I'm saying whenever someone comes into this scenario, both an atheist or a theist comes with their predisposed ideas.
I'm agnostic. I think it's.
Or even agnostic is an ideology.
Even
that is. As much as agnostics try to claim it, they're not. It is an ideology and doctrine in itself. So in reality, so everyone comes with these biases for sure. But then what it is when you're looking at data and information, what one hopes is you basically put those biases aside and try and look at things from a critical analysis point of view. I agree. It's the limits of the mind that basically cause one to anthropomorphize any entity. Even people do it to God, never mind intelligence or robotic situations or AI. So that does happen, and so one needs to basically separate themselves from that kind of fallacy that occurs. So I agree with that, but that's just a fallacy that occurs within all aspects. Mosh, go ahead.
I think the real issue, really, if I can bring it back from the discussion of God, is the real issue is the impact of technology on society. And let's take two facts. One is that technologists just love the technology. And we often develop the technology, including myself, we develop technology for its own sake because of the intellectual challenge. And it's just something that we enjoy doing. And we have not spent enough time thinking, okay, suppose we develop this technology. What will be the societal impact of this? How it will affect humanity? And we know that speed matters. I'll remind you of an old book, Future Shock. The issue is, yes, society adapts to many, many changes, but it takes time for society to adapt. And when things move very, very fast, and things have been moving very fast over the past 75 years since transistor was invented, and there seemed to be so far no slowing down, even though Moore's law in some sense is over, but technology is not slowing down. And we talk now about this Moore law, this essentially kind of a Moore's law for LLMs. And we don't deal very well with rapid changes. And so the real issue is, how will this technology impact us? And there are risks, there are benefits, but the answer is we are not doing very well when technology changes very fast.
Let me just bring some speakers in about that. So, and one of them aspects is, which something Digital was interested in, was the economic aspect. He's friends with Yang. And so, I mean, that is a great concern. So let me ask Meta, Meta, you had your hand up. I mean, I have major concerns when it comes to the economic impact, because in reality, when we're looking at that, we know the people who it's going to impact. It's going to impact the working class. It's going to impact the disenfranchised, and obviously people who are more affluent, just because their kids are born in from an affluent family, they're literally getting head start and will have a less of an impact from automation. So that's my concern. But please, rebut me and add your own value. Meta, please go ahead.
No, I think that you're actually right on the money with that take, and I really agree with it. I one of the big concerns that I have is there's this kind of pseudo breakaway civilization situation kind of happening, right? Because those with AI access are just going to become so much more productive than those without. That there's no human way that they can bridge that gap. There's no amount of like extra work hours that you can kind of put in. One of the ways to think about how AI is going to augment people is to think about like constructing a building, right? And we're basically, AI at this stage currently is like having automated construction, right? Like robots that are going to build according to some sort of schematic or something like that. So what this does is this puts much greater importance on the architecting of the building, right? Like this is one of the big things in tech. I work in tech, and like one of the biggest problems is not so much doing the work, but knowing which work to do, which is most valuable. It's prioritizing. It's like understanding the problem. And so what's going to happen is with AI, and this has already happened like in my space, and you see it across all of tech, is this productivity increase means that companies can fire large swaths of people who are just kind of doing these rote tasks, and it puts greater importance on the quote unquote architects of the different departments to make smarter decisions and then leverage these tools to kind of enact them. And you're just, one of the ways you can make the argument that, like the society will catch up, the demand will catch up, new jobs will catch up. But I think that the problem becomes there's this very large lag time between this creation of like new jobs or new industries and stuff like that versus when people actually need those jobs. And so I think that's a really big concern and one of the big suggestions that I make to everyone is do not be shy about trying to figure out how to use AI. Like the more you kind of get ahead of this and get in front of the wave, the better it's going to be for you. And then I would also say it's not as simple, like AI isn't as simple as like enter a prompt and get a response. There's a really complex way that you can develop an input. I was talking to a writer that uses AI, and he doesn't just prompt it to write something. He'll give it a character and describe a lot about that character and the relationship, and then describe another character. And so he'll create this world, and then he'll say, okay, to have these characters in a scene interacting in this way, learning this lesson, right? Like that complexity of input is going to generate a much more specific output. And so that's what I mean when kind of architecting is if you understand the problem, the dimensionality, and then you can create something a lot faster with that kind of automated construction.
Bilal, I want to bring you just to add to what Meta said. I mean, I just saw a post by Scott Adams earlier. I do apologize if I relate incorrectly, but he essentially was saying that AI hasn't got the mechanism to basically carry out these functions. So he put his book in there, and it was unable to basically provide him. It basically changed his story essentially. So I mean, those were the concerns they have. So I'm assuming the argument is that's going to develop more, or it was just Scott Adams unable to do the function correctly. Bilal.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I would say if you think about AI, I like the nuclear analogy that was being made earlier. It is the ultimate double-edged sword, right? And I think what Moshe was saying earlier is also so pointed, right? Like this is about the impact on society, and there are two very extremely consequential extremes, right? Like, so if you follow the AI debate and what people are saying about the 6-month pause and so forth, like as flawed as the letter is, like where's that coming from, right? It's like people are on one hand are saying treat it like nuclear, on the other hand, hey, look, we're going to have this breakaway civilization. We got to keep it open as possible, right? So, what is the open source argument? Well, The argument is that there are a disproportionate amount of good actors out there. They will police the smaller number of bad actors, and that will minimize the harm, right? And of course, if you centralize things, that could be worse than like Orwell's like wildest imagination. But at the same time, right, like the potential for good, right, like beyond just job elimination, if you think about just how broken the education system is, right, like, yes, people have internet access, you've got the next billion set of users coming online, but that's still very much like, you're kind of like, there's this index of information, you're querying it, right? Like the fact that these models could be this like personalized tutor to really customize and tailor, imbuing intelligence and insights into people on this like personalized level at a scale that we just couldn't possibly afford to do, I think is going to result in, potentially in a renaissance scenario, right? Like, so, but then again, I will say this, it's not all rainbows and sunshines, but the thing I worry about is probably a lot more what Shikar was saying, right? It's less about the runaway AI and, this thing like sort of the Skynet scenario, if you will, because kind of the reason I try to avoid those conversations is we get really tied up in sort of science fiction scenarios and not talking about the actual harm that models in their current instantiation could do. So, when people are talking about misinformation, right? Like that's completely valid. You could create a bunch of deep fakes, you could flood content, and sure, big tech companies could, spin up massive offshore teams, start training discriminators. But what are small to medium businesses going to do? When you think about it in that context, the 6-month pause kind of starts making sense. People are just saying, hey, like people already getting like AI voice deepfake scams are already happening. Like maybe we just need to slow it down slightly and figure out some of the here and now problems.
That's why blockchain, in my opinion, and the way that I see it, plays such a critical inflection perspective on AI. Meaning, if we're afraid of a lack of truth, then blockchain provides an ability to have more truth. So for me personally,
I'm surprised that Liron is not saying anything. If you know anything about what he puts out, Liron, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the blockchain conversation.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, I mean, whenever people ask like, what's the connection between blockchain and crypto, or blockchain and AI, it's like, look, I can't even compare the two. I mean, blockchain might have some use cases, right? I'm not a big fan of the use cases, but I just think AI is sweeping over so hard, right? I think we're arming everybody with a tool that they can send out, and our society is not prepared to just have things constantly getting terrorized. Like terrorists are supposed to be a small minority of the population so that we can have a few smart team members fighting them off. You can't just have 1 million terrorists, everybody having their own terrorists, suddenly attacking, Twitter, attacking every power station, healthcare system. It's going to be too many terrorists.
Wait, can I ask a question there? Like, why wouldn't that just be the new version of zero-day exploits and vulnerabilities, right? We use so much technology today that obviously isn't perfect, that does have holes that get patched, and society hasn't broken apart. And sure, I agree with you, Auto GPT and agents like that and disposable apps could create a lot of harm, especially to Susan's point, when these models get smaller. But given the fact that a bunch of companies are in this space race, why wouldn't this just be like the next version of vulnerability management?
It's a great question, actually. I'm glad you asked that. So first of all, okay, look at the equilibrium that we have now. I know you personally probably haven't had a computer virus for a little while, but there's a virus that I just pulled up from 2004, 20 years ago. It's called MyDoom. It's done $56 billion of damage. We couldn't stop it there. And it's still at the point where every year it sends out 1 billion emails. It's still sending itself out. So we still haven't put a stop to it. And it's been 20 years. That virus has virtually zero intelligence to it. Okay, now the only reason that it's not even worse today than these kind of viruses being out there and, ransoming companies for millions of dollars, even hospitals are getting ransomed. So computer security, it is still a fight. But the fight is not catastrophic because there aren't that many terrorists. Like there aren't that many people who want to go to jail and they want to make it their life's work to unleash these viruses. That's going to change when the AI itself becomes the terrorist and starts making millions of copies of itself that are also terrorists. It's going to change the equilibrium.
I mean, Digital, I'll let you respond to that. But in addition to that, if you can expand on your point about how blockchain is an arbitrary.
Yeah, before going to blockchain, back on your point, I think, Liron, you were saying that, correct? You were just speaking?
Yes.
On the risks of AI, so I share a lot of your concerns, but then a counter argument would be like, the same way any technology could be a risk, but then the good in humans means that we'll create that technology, the benefits of it will outweigh the cost. So an example, AI AI can cause a lot of damage, but then humans will also, the good side of humans, will improve AIs to fight the quote unquote evil AI, if that makes sense. So if you've got an organization or group of people that creates an AI that is designed to cause viruses, designed to even destroy humanity, let's go to the extreme. But another form of AI that's even going to be smarter, because there's going to be more effort on that side of the race, will outweigh the quote unquote evil one. Does that make sense?
Yes. So my answer is every time we invent a technology, yes, so far it's gone well, but there's also a luck factor. If you look at nuclear bombs, yes, we haven't blown ourselves up, but one way we got lucky, there's many ways we got lucky. One way that we got lucky is the fact that the nuclear bomb, when it explodes, it runs out of fuel and then it stops. So maybe it'll kill 1 million people, but then it'll stop. It doesn't take more fuel from the atmosphere. It doesn't keep exploding forever. That's one way that we got lucky with nukes. If nukes ignited the Earth's atmosphere, which is something they were afraid of, they did calculations. They're like, you know what? It's not going to ignite the Earth's atmosphere. Go ahead and bomb Hiroshima. It's going to be a net positive. With AI, there's no such thing as the AI running out of fuel. When it takes over computers, it then uses those as a base to take over more computers, and it never stops.
And the kind of counter argument to my point as well is that even if you're building AI with positive intentions, the problem is a mistake could get it to go out of control. So even good AI could end up causing more damage, because this is the first time you create something that does not need continuous human input.
Yes,
does not need humans
it goes
whatsoever.
rogue. Even if it's good, you have to let it go rogue, and you have to roll the dice and hope that you've programmed it perfectly.
So Danish, my concern with this, and I've been listening, but my concern before going to Fijian and shilling blockchain, which I would love to hear, my concern with this is, we compare this to other technological evolutions, rightly so, and has always been net positive, and I tend to be more of an optimist. In this case, though, this would be the first time where technology can not replace aspects of humanity, but could replace humanity in general eventually, once we sort some of the issues that Susan mentioned in terms of computing power, etc. And no longer needs human input, which means humans may not have the ability to control it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand. I think, and I've been sort of sounding the alarm on stage about this issue, but, there's something very specific about humans and our ability to use tools to be able to do things that are just unbelievably labor intensive or expertise requiring. And so we've been doing that from generation to generation. The best example of this is telephone operators. Telephone operators were very common for women in the 20s and 30s. It was one of the most common jobs. Nearly 500,000 women were telephone operators. They would literally manually take a phone. Hold on.
So you're talking about women. Yeah.
One of the
Can you hear me?
Concerns that happen when
he's cutting out. Let me remove him.
But
Fiji,
the female
you're a bit as well.
Matrix.
Can you hear me, guys? Yeah.
I can hear you.
So Fiji, maybe you can respond to that particular point, because I see a lot of hands up. So I want to try to speak less and listen more. But maybe you could respond to that specific point, that you cannot compare this to other technological evolutions, because this will eventually no longer need human input.
Again, I'm a firm believer in the efficiency of evolution. So I believe every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So I'm not afraid of AI somehow taking over humanity. I believe that, especially if anybody has any theistic perspectives, right, that should be an impossibility or an improbability. I believe, so I'll give you a perfect example, and this is going to be good for Moish, Mamatzav, Achi. You can watch, I was raised an ultra-Orthodox Jew, and you can see videos of tens of thousands of rabbis in like stadiums cussing and saying how phones are the devil. It's the end of humanity, because it provided access to information to the youth. And that was an affront to the ability to control people, because religion at the core suppresses information to control those that they want to control, and there's money. So I believe truly and deeply that we will evolve, as we have for millions and millions and millions of years, alongside this technology, and it will not somehow make us irrelevant.
Sorry, I
don't
just
agree
want
with that, Fidget.
Suleiman, I just wanted to finish one
Yeah,
point that I
yeah,
think-
Danish. Yeah, you can finish it because Fiji's argument is pretty weak, so maybe yours is better.
Yeah, it probably is. So what I was gonna say was, just kidding. I was gonna say that, you know, when telephone operators,
That's real.
when they went from 100% to 2% in less than 10 years. So AT&T had this mechanized way of doing telephone operation. All of these women lost jobs, and there were all of these downstream issues that occurred with it. But we were able to respond because those women were then brought into mid-level clerical jobs. We won't have this same amount. That was 500,000 people. Think about the number of people that are about to get displaced out of jobs. I'm telling you right now, companies like mine and many people that are listening, we are already having conversations around how to use AI to make our existing employees 10x better.
Man, yesterday, Danish, okay. So Danish, I understand where you're going to with this, and I can give you an example. Just yesterday, we're launching a new business in like the biohacking space because I'm obsessed in biohacking, and we were hiring the teams like, Mario, can you jump on a call with the copywriter? I'm like, hey, I'll be asleep. Actually, you know what? Cancel the call. We don't need the copywriter. Just use ChatGPT. Give them all the prompts you want, and I'll review the content that comes out with. And there's multiple examples of this, multiple examples. And there's another example in the Lex Friedman interview where someone said it was two developers. And then the one of them was like a 10x developer, a coder, and the other one was like a more junior coder. And then the 10x coder is like, shit, I'm no longer better than you. ChatGPT just made you as good as I am. And my skill set is, and this is the concern, like now white collar jobs are also being displaced.
Knowledge workers are the most
true. This is not a problem. But Danish, all this is not an issue.
Huge
because
problem.
No, because it makes us more productive.
When you get rid of telephone operators, think about how much money they make. Again, think from a financial perspective. When a telephone operator loses her job, she's losing maybe, in today's amount, probably $40,000-$50,000 in annual salary.
True.
When a coder at Google loses their job, you're talking about $400,000-$500,000.
Danish, true. Or does that make them more productive? So the concern you're referring to, Danish, is a concern that we've gone through multiple times throughout the technological evolution we've experienced in the last decades. Never will exactly, but I think it will just be a similar. It will just make it more productive. That 10x coder could now use ChatGPT to become a 20x coder, for example. But my question to you is that what about
Which means that they need 20 times less coders. Sorry, Mario. I just want to push back. They need 20 times less coders. Go ahead, Mario.
These models still need supervision and verification. Like, these are probabilistic models at the end of the day, right? So the productivity enhancement is actually there because you have to actually see what the model's outputting and see if it's actually correct. It can't replace humans entirely because...
Of course it can't, Susan, but you'll need less humans working on this. On each task. As productivity improves, less humans will be needed for each task.
Why can there not be more humans working on this, right? If there were more software engineers in the world, do you think that we could prevent more viruses? If people were more well-versed with technology, do you think that now we can devise more automation? Like, what's wrong with moving up the hierarchy of writing programs in,
because the difference here
people do
is so there's a valley of death that exists, and that's what I'm trying to talk. I'm not actually worried about the long-term impact of this. I actually agree 100% that productivity will lead to innovation and more jobs. I am a big believer in that. What I'm worried about is the valley of death that exists from now until that hits, because it only affected 350,000 women. And by the way, that's a lot of women. But I was going to say 350,000 women lost their jobs, and it happened over the course of a decade. This will affect millions of people around the world in their job. Months, it's already happening, and we don't have a real solution. And it will hurt a lot of people.
There's no more data.
Let me inject some economic history. Let me inject some economic history. People often say, "Oh, look, the Industrial Revolution happened, and we came out okay." The Industrial Revolution was an enormous dislocation. It led to the Soviet Revolution and the Chinese Revolution. Millions of people died because there was huge economic changes, and society did not have the mechanism to cope with it. It took us in the West about 100 years to adapt to the Industrial Revolution. the emergence of the modern social welfare state is our adaptation to this revolution. It took from about 1870 till post-World War II, until the 1960s in this country, before we have fully adjusted. So this productivity, in a general sense, productivity, increasing productivity is good for humanity, for everyone.
Okay.
Why is there not a similar concern about?
Okay. Okay. So Moshe, I'll let you finish off because Susan wants to jump in. You were saying something?
So we need productivity. You know, if you look at what economic textbooks will tell you, they will tell you the gains of productivity are distributed differentially. This is kind of a euphemism to say there are winners and losers. And so if we suddenly have, you know, let's take the routine white-collar jobs that are going to become more productive, and therefore many jobs will be eliminated. If we don't think what's going to happen, the answer it will be a huge societal dislocation.
Susan?
I think there's a huge gap right now with like how we are forecasting the capabilities of these models, right? The underlying technology here is not that much different than what is theoretically powering self-driving cars in some form or fashion. And yet self-driving cars is still not here yet, right? Because the long tail, that 1% of cases where something unexpected happens, that could be a catastrophic, you know, accident. And we're not talking about the consciousness of cars right now, right? Like, here, when we talk about education, when we talk about replacement, we're all talking about how we fundamentally learn right now, which is through memorization, and that's a bit broken, right? If we assume human intellect and human capabilities are all about memorization and repeating the same task over and over again, which up until now, automation hasn't existed so far, then sure, we have a problem with, you know, limited capabilities of automation. Now we just have enhanced that, right? And enhancing automation to aid in productivity, to aid in tasks that are rote and mundane and easily controllable, I think that is the economic gain we will see. But the once again, the long tail of things that isn't framed that way, that can't be distilled down to just a sequence of repetitive actions, those are the things that will not be replaced because the data just isn't there. Right? Similarly with programmers,
Sorry, one point I was going to say, I want to hear the rest of your point, but the one point I was going to say is the large majority of people around the world are doing those tasks. So the short-term dislocation, by the way, it does not need to improve much more than what it already is for that level of dislocation to already happen. It's already happening. And we, by the way, from a financial perspective, are already in a deflationary spiral. So I'm sorry, I want to hear the rest of your point about the long-term impact. But in the short term, it's already good enough to dislocate a significant number of people. The average person is doing very rote tasks in their daily job. It is actually quite sad that that's true, but that is 100% true.
And I also disagree with some of the adjectives that you're throwing out, Susan. You know, like, oh, it's rote, it's memorization. I think there's a continuous spectrum of how much dynamic intelligence these tasks require. And I think that if we were talking 5 years ago, I don't think that you would have described, you know, passing the medical exam as just rote knowledge. I think you would say that that also involves, you know, some cognitive processing. So I think throwing around these adjectives is pretty misleading.
No, but Liron, it depends, isn't it? Because I mean, I think Susan is quite fair. Within education, there is an issue where there is a significant amount of rote learning going on in order to like pass exams, you know, move on to the different situation from college to sixth form to university to and so on.
I will say, Suleiman, the medical exam specifically that Liron is referring to, that one is the STEP exams are actually clinical vignettes. And so it actually gives you a history of the patient, what the physical exam findings are, and based on that, what do you think the diagnosis or treatment plan will be? It's not just asking like medical facts the way most people think they are. And so that was a little bit surprising that it was able to do so well so quickly, because it's not just, Susan, it's not just rote memorization. It is actually understanding and perceiving, oh, this part of this vignette actually changes the diagnosis and treatment plan.
No,
Sorry, I
Dr.
don't know too
Danish,
much about this, but
I mean, Dr. Danish, but you would accept that basically when it comes to significant amount of learning within the educational system, it is rote memory,
100%
rote learning, and that's why education is trying to basically move up and say, look, that's not true intelligence, so we need to have more higher order thinking skills. But separate to what you said, in terms of when you look at it, of course, there's going to be a significant impact in the industry with automation, and you've seen why the bigger proponents of it, such as Andrew Yang, have basically said that, guess what, we need UBI. Now, I do agree that there is going to be a human element to it, which is still needed. Someone gave the example of schools. Yeah, in schools, what you could have is AI would help significantly where it maybe makes specified plans for each individual child in specified lessons. So that's an advancement on what we have now. But then within school, you need to have that interaction between a teacher and a student in terms of from a social aspect to help them progress, because there are a number of aspects where you would still need a human. But I think that even then, you still have the issue where when you're talking about Yang's thought of what's going to happen, essentially what you're literally saying is that there is going to be a significant job loss, and our only solution is to basically give them money. And really, can we give them money, and how much money can we give them, and is that sustainable? So those are like issues that need more depth, and I don't think they've been answered fully.
Well, Suleiman, real quick. So Susan, I'm glad you're here. Actually, so I was chatting with a friend of mine in DMs, and we were talking about Cicero. So Cicero, go ahead then.
No. Yeah, feel free to continue the question. I was just chuckling that, yeah, we were going to go there.
What's Cicero Trash?
I have to.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah. Well, I'll let you explain it for sure.
Yeah, so, I mean, I wasn't part of this project, but this was a release that Meta or Fair released back in November, I believe, where they trained a model to play the game Diplomacy. And this model was able to, I think one of the more remarkable things that people were surprised by is the ability to exhibit deceit. There was one example where the model took some time to respond, and the player asked it, what's going on, and the model said, "Oh, I have a phone call coming from my girlfriend. Hold on." Right. So that was something that was very surprising to folks, where you have this intersection of like strategy and natural language that one model was able to exhibit.
Sure. So real quick, I want to jump in and to talk a little bit to what Daniel was saying about how this is going to affect people like in a big way. Is there are these things called solve spaces, right? You can think of it as like chess, right? It's like chess has been around for so long. We've kind of figured out the decision trees of how to make these, the early plays and what strategies are better than other strategies. Tech itself is also becoming a solve space, right? Because think about like lean and agile, right? These and like DevOps philosophy, these things didn't exist when tech was starting to be built, and they are now widely proselytized. Like, this is the way you do it. You need to understand your problem. You need to have these feedback loops. You need to have constant iteration. Like those like strategies for how do you get product market fit have kind of been discovered and figured out, right? And a lot of the best practices in and across tech for different industries, like those are also being solved. And this is like the big thing when I do a lot of work in the tech talent space. And when I'm talking to a lot of like younger people, the problem that they have is they haven't gone out and learned best practices. Like our colleges are really bad at teaching like practical best practices for a lot of these things. Right? This is why like the boot camps for a long time were kind of like taking over the tech space. And so like the big problem that's going to happen is you're not going to need these people who you're not going to have these positions where people would be learning these best practices, right? Like this kind of mentor-mentee relationship. And because of that, because you're basically cutting out all of those, those people that are just doing that kind of rote work, like there is going to be this very weird divide that just gets bigger and bigger between those who are kind of the architects that are building these things and using these tools and the productivity that they have versus like, especially the younger generation. Like, how do you even get into a position, especially if like the number of industries and business and stuff like that is already saturated, right? Like that's a big thing that I think is kind of lost in this conversation is we keep saying, oh, there's going to just be more jobs like long-term, like sure, maybe. But I think that we've largely plateaued on a lot of the basic needs of human beings. And so like, what are those things going to be? Like, I think they'll take time to develop, and that lag time between AI making things productive and us catching up is going to be long.
I mean, you make an interesting point, because essentially you still will have the mentor-mentee relationship, and that will be for higher order jobs, won't you? Because essentially it will be the mentee who replaces or works on certain higher order thinking jobs or higher order critical thinking jobs. That's not the issue. For me, the issue is when it comes to the lower end jobs, jobs which don't require higher order thinking skills. You're essentially removing a huge level of the workforce out of the market. And I do not believe that anybody has got a solution for this. Now, in terms of also AI and its development, Scott, I just want to come to you, because I did see your thread today where you put your book into ChatGPT, and essentially it written the story quite differently. So, I mean, I've got two questions for you. The first is, do you think that that is a problem in the current situation with the where ChatGPT is now, and there'll be developments and you won't have them problems later, or is this a window into actually showing the limits of non-intelligence, Scott?
Well, I think it's too soon to say, but I'll give you the optimistic view. My early trying to use AI, in a practical way, is probably hitting some early bugs that won't exist in the future. But I think I'm developing a theory that is going to look a lot more like adding computers, meaning that it wasn't a computer so much taking a job as it was a computer plus a person in a job. And I've got a feeling it's going to be a person doing a whole lot of work to make AI do anything useful. So I think that the amount of work that will be required to make it do something properly, describe it, look at it, test it, make sure it's the right thing, put your human feelings on it and everything that the AI doesn't know necessarily about your situation. I feel like in the short run, it's going to be more work for people. There'll be some niches where the entire workforce will disappear quickly, but I don't feel like it's going to replace most jobs. I think it's just going to be really, really hard to use for any specific purpose. So my problem I had today was I wanted to copy edit a book, but it wouldn't take the whole book. But that's something that will be fixed in the future, right? It'll take larger documents. But the bigger problem was that I asked it to copy edit, and then I said, "Can you just make sure that everything I paste in here for the next half hour you'll copy edit?" It said yes, and then I noticed later that it was rewriting my text into a different story. So it had somehow decided on its own that it wasn't copy editing, and that it was adding to the story. It was introducing new characters and stuff. So the number of ways it can potentially go wrong, including lying, by the way, because it lied to me and it said it would do something that it didn't do it. So the amount of human supervision, I think, is way, way underestimated. I think it's going to take massive human supervision.
I mean,
these are massive
sorry, guys.
compression machines.
Can I ask a fundamental question? Just guys, 1 second.
Sorry,
Clayman, please, just 1 second. Do we want as humans to be doing these jobs that we are so afraid are going to be cut out? These are jobs that nobody likes doing, right?
Digital,
in the
short term, those people have to feed their families. Our government has to function. People have to have jobs and taxes. We live in a capitalist society.
Yeah, so here's my take on that. You can already see it forming. I think lawyers are going to screw up the AI space so thoroughly that when you want to do anything, lawyers plus the normal economic models.
God, you don't know I'm a lawyer, do you?
Well, let me finish this point, and you can defend yourself. But that plus the free market will have separate companies and separate apps. So when I want to sit down to do something easy, like take this document and do these 2 things with it, I'm going to have to figure out which of the 10,000 apps I need to combine, because I'll need 2 or 3 of them, and I won't know that, and the AI won't tell me, because the AI will be trying to lead you toward its solutions as opposed to maybe some better solution. So I think that the lawyers are going to wall off what AI can do so thoroughly that you'll need lots of people to use it, and they'll be protecting jobs as well. So people like me, artists, we'll get our lawyers and we'll say, hey, somebody made their own Dilbert comic, basically using my intellectual property, but just adding a little bit. So get my lawyers to stop that. The next thing you know, there'll be these giant lawsuits about ambiguous situations. And next thing you know, you'll be too afraid to use anything that has a copyright risk to it. So I feel like between lawyers and people creating millions of apps that you won't know which one to use is going to make it harder. Let me give you an analogy. In the finance business, there are about 10,000 stocks you could buy. And so you say, wow, how can I choose among these 10,000? I don't know that much. But luckily, there are experts. Unfortunately, there are more than 10,000 experts. So you ended up with a bigger problem, trying to find the right expert who also doesn't know how to pick the stocks, but that's another problem. So I feel like the normal Dilbert corporate legal free market things are going to come to play, and our our perfect idea of these great AIs removing entire swaths of workers will definitely happen in some specific cases, but I just don't see it having the big global effect that we imagine. I think it's just going to get too much human mischief in it before.
The only challenge with the human mischief, Scott, is that the legal process takes a long time. And time is of the essence. The challenge is we don't have a regulatory framework. We don't have legal frameworks around this. And it's not really just copying Dilbert. It's coming up with enough of a difference that unless you have some sort of intellectual property around any comics that have any of those similar features, you really don't have a leg to stand on, just respectfully.
Yeah, I think I agree that it'll take a long time to develop a legal framework, but it might take a short time for lawyers to say, stop doing that until we figure out.
By the way, this is where blockchain comes in again. My hope is to get rid of lawyers. And I believe that universal truths, or at least a universal truth that can then be vetted for its truthfulness, is how these things, like, I don't see them separate. I see everything that everybody's saying gets hedged by universal truths or universal truths of information that are either true.
But then Fiji, you've got
what is truth?
And exactly, and you've got the oracle problem, which I don't want to go down a blockchain discussion, which I think it solves a lot of problems. You do have the oracle issues that who decides what the truth is, that then becomes immutable. But going back to Scott, I've got a few questions for you. AGI, jump in before I ask my questions. AGI, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. So I think the solution is just like the industrial revolution. So what was important then was to own the means of production. So the people that owned the means of production becomes very wealthy. In that case, we want everybody. We want all of the people to own the means of production. And what are the means of production? How do we get them? You get them with decentralized AI, decentralized AGI. So you create, for example, AI agent NFTs.
We already have
on the
so
blockchain.
Yeah, but we're also gonna have a massive robot issue, and I'm imagining that people will finance and own their own robot and be responsible for maintenance and making it go to work and do what it needs to do. So it could be that everybody becomes a capitalist, but the capital that they own is their first robot.
I mean, Scott, one of the large issues I have with this, or something of a point of concern, is, and I think you alluded to it in one of your posts, you said, ChatGPT lied, but essentially what you're seeing is certain iterations of ChatGPT where there is biases. Now, when you've got humans basically coding these things, there is biases, and now when it's going to basically permeate society in such a significant manner, you're essentially going to have, again, a more a situation, an accelerated situation where humans become docile and they're relying on these type of mechanisms or information. They rely on these kind of things for information, and so essentially you're once again going back to a scenario where you control the narrative.
Do we not already rely on Google search to tell us what facts are?
Not really, because right now what you do is you rely on Google.
We do. But the issue is that Google search still needs human input. It displays human input, whereas eventually AI will no longer need human input. I think that the main difference here is, and what differentiates it to other technological evolutions, and disagree, Slayman, if you want to, but what differentiates it is that for once, humans will eventually no longer be necessary at all.
So with me, why it's different is when you use Google, you'll put a search in, you'll get a variety of articles, and if you search enough, you'll get enough articles or enough information that gives you kind of a broader perspective. It won't just be one narrative or one thought. I accept that Google does censor to an extent, but you still have this mechanism to find a wide range and depth and breadth. When it comes to ChatGPT, and people's usage of it, essentially what happens is just
it comes to conclusions from that all information. It concludes on your behalf. It does the research on your behalf and comes to a conclusion on your behalf. Okay.
Exactly.
But
Just
these
look at how
models
you
still
use it,
exist.
Mario. You literally, when we're on these spaces, you put in like
Man, chat. Yeah, when I
guess what, guys?
bro, I
Yeah.
became an expert in everything thanks to ChatGPT, allowing me to moderate the spaces. So, but Susan,
But that's the problem.
let's see.
But isn't that the problem? You're not an expert, but you assume that ChatGPT
Let's
is
not
right.
take let's not taking jabs. We're getting into a good discussion now. Let's take it easy. Susan, can you please push back? Hold on, Susan, I just want Susan to push back on this point just to balance it out. Susan.
Yeah, I see this as a phenomenon of right now there's this gap in education about the limitation of these models, right? And the reason why we're so fearful and that we are extrapolating to replace humans entirely, or that these are ultimately facts issued by this model, that it's already conclusive, it's just coming from a perspective of not knowing that these are probabilistic machines, right? These are things, if you prompt it just slightly differently, it gives a completely different output. Right, so not having that education or this background on like the technology powering this, that's why we have this current mismatch of expectations of prescribing more meaning than there actually is to these models. If we would, if your assumption is that we will remain docile and uninterested in the actual technology here, and that we'll never be educated in the limitations here, then perhaps that runaway future can happen. But I see that as really we're at this intersection where suddenly this AI model is deployed in mass to the world, without the world being properly educated on the fact that this is a model trained on, the entire internet, and suddenly compressing all that information. Now, I call it memorization as an oversimplification, but really, at the current technology right now, it's a limit of 32K context.
But Susan,
right?
that's
So
the point I was
32K
about to ask you about, Susan.
token.
Which is
Yeah.
sorry, I just wanted to, because I feel like you keep speaking from where we are right now.
I was going to push back against that as well. Like Susan, like our concern is
so reinforcement learning.
Where we are right now, and Danish keep add to what I'm about to say. But where we are right now is not the concern. Danish.
Yeah,
Mario,
so the challenge
hold on,
also
Fiji,
that we have.
Fiji, hold on, bro.
Isn't there something beautiful? Just 1 second. Isn't there something beautiful in the fact that our value will be based on our humanity, on the parts that can't be replicated? I think that's. I mean,
yeah, but that list,
you're also
that list of things that can't be
you're
replicated
also
is getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Exactly.
Like
it's not about it being replicated per se.
I don't think it's smaller. It's smaller if you look at it from a point of quantity. But if you look at it from a point of quality, what makes one human is a significant.
So I will push back, Suleiman, and I'll tell you, there's something very
one that is consciousness. Go ahead, Janish.
There's something very specific happening. Also, we are all looking at the large language models, and it's searching through the internet and and then connecting through these plugins to browse the internet faster and faster. But the thing that we're not thinking about, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people within the space are, which is the reinforcement learning with human feedback. Susan, this has been the fastest adoption of any new technology ever. That means that they are getting a ton of information, a ton of human feedback. And Susan, can you imagine that let's say 10 years from now, which seems like a very long time, but let's say 10 years from now, the technology is going to be exponentially better, just like the computer or the internet or any other technology that got better with human interaction. Do you agree with that supposition?
Yes, but I think I want to push back on the fact that what exactly is the quality of this feedback that it's getting, right? Is it through a 5-minute long message back and forth about, what code should you write? Is it trying to edit your story to make it a little more interesting? Like, what exactly is this feedback that we're so terrified of?
So the feedback is the human response. And that's what I'm trying to say. Ultimately, the thing that is the most concerning about this is that it can pretend to ask the questions that you would ask, especially with these agents that are now coming out. They can learn your behavior just like everything else on the internet has. As they learn your behavior, they can emulate you. It's an 80-20 issue. This is the challenge. We all always focus on what makes us unique.
Dr. Danish, I would use the word imitate rather than emulate.
Yeah, imitate. That's a better word. You're absolutely right. It can imitate your likeness. It can convince your family member that it's you. It can, I posted up in the nest, how it can make deep fakes looking and acting exactly like, Donald Trump Jr. These are the things that are actually more concerning in the short term. And also on top of that, if you can start doing these things, it can actually lead to dire consequences for humanity. And I think that's what we're not talking about, is that we don't have a regulatory framework. We don't have legal frameworks. We don't have corporate frameworks. For example, as what Scott was talking about, we don't have a framework to protect Scott from from somebody just learning everything about Dilbert and making a competing version and essentially taking the idea and running with it. There are a lot of core
But
issue that we're acting like don't exist.
Dr. Danish, what you're saying is accurate. I mean, but also what you've got is this scenario. So, for example, now we know that Elon Musk and a few others wrote that open letter to basically say that, look, we do need regulation, we do need some kind of control, things are out of control. And I totally understand that argument. It makes a lot of sense, and we need that. The counter to that argument is, as you know, that you've basically got rivals in other countries who are not going to hold back. And that's something we care about a lot as well, isn't it, Dr. So how do you balance?
It's like
something which is important ethically, it is, and it is very important because the risk of it going down. But then we know other countries that don't have the same level of.
Yeah, because I think, Danish, the concern that you have is kind of limiting it to the US, because if you start to constrict it within the US, then you've got other countries that are also leveraging the same technology. And that's where you go back to the issue we talked about, come up with which speaker that was on here earlier, that compared AI to nuclear weapons. Like, hey, you have a nuclear weapon, I'm going to have one too, just because you have one, even though I don't think they should exist. And then in this case, like if we regulate AI and kind of limit its potential here in the US or in the West, then you're kind of giving an advantage to China and other countries that may not put these same limitations.
And I have to also bring up that there are some convergence of technologies that are occurring. I'm not as concerned about robotics yet, because I think robotics is still a little bit further away than people think it is. But when it comes to technologies like CRISPR and mRNA technology, there's so much going on right now all at once that allows you to be able, CRISPR technology allows you to be able to put together a string of things and make it into something really scary. Those are the things that I'm incredibly worried about, which AI, again, Susan is right. It does take these types of tasks and augment them, but that can actually be detrimental to society. We're already dealing with a world where it's post-truth, and technology is converging at such a rapid pace. AI is the ultimate enabler of this transition, and we're not ready. We're just not ready.
To Susan's point, you just need a 99% accurate imitation of a human bioterrorist to conduct a lot of real bioterrorism.
I guess my point here is that 99% is really hard to reach, right? Like,
do you think we'll reach it, Susan? Do you think we'll reach it in 15 years' time? What do you think, Susan? I know we can't predict, but do you think it's a plausible expectation or no?
Well, so I guess at that point, can we improve identification by then, right? Can we, like, right now, I think we're operating on the assumption that we still will somehow not build any guardrails for detecting who is human, who isn't, right? That, somehow we'll be flooded with spam and nobody can control it.
But does it matter though? Does it eventually matter if it's human or not? If would they be good quality robots or bots versus spammy, crappy bots?
I guess then the question, I can put the question back, like, what does it mean to be human? Maybe this goes back to our religion.
It goes back to whole Fidgetal's discussion, and him and Slayman, him and Fidget will go on forever about this. But this is where
isn't this turning into a discussion instead about prevention versus firefighting, right? Like we talked about, this is just going to become the next version of vulnerability management and zero-day exploits. And as far as how accurate these systems will get, right? Like, I mean, sure, that's a debate. There's like this whole debate happening in academia today about like, is next token prediction resulting in these models building some semblance of, understanding of the real world, or on the other extreme, are they just sort of like bullshit machines? And I don't think that matters, right? Like, I think to your point too, Mario, which you were saying earlier, like, there's going to be a convergence of these systems, and these things are going to get stacked on top of each other, right? So like Elon at Tesla is building what they call this real world AI thing, right? These are systems that perceive, understand, and act in the real world, right? And they're probably doing the largest scale deployment of this type of in the wild learning with the Tesla fleet. You talked about the reinforcement learning that's happening with ChatGPT. So whether there's some holy matrimony between like an AI anchored in the real world with these LLMs, and that, achieves perfect precision and recall, that's almost like besides the point, in my opinion. The real point here is like, this is going to be an immense amplification of human intelligence on good and bad. I do want to go back to the discussion that was happening that Danish brought up, and even Scott, about like, what does this mean for jobs, right? Like, sure, a bunch of roles get eliminated, but the creative canvas is an interesting discussion in itself. So let me pose this to the group, right? Like, we've seen a bunch of trends evolve in creation, right? We're talking the trend from, just like film digitization to frickin' YouTube to TikTok. Like, painstakingly rendering things overnight to game engines that do this stuff in real time. And so now, while new tech is absolutely going to supercharge the creation for these existing mediums, right? Like you're going to get a bunch of like dribble on the internet, but that will make it so like the pure, like the more awesome content will rise to the top. But my question is, do we really think consumption mechanisms will stay static? Like, aren't humans just amazing at conjuring up newer, more complex canvases for our creativity to keep us occupied? Sure, we can have the debate of whether this change is going to happen, faster than we can keep up with it. But isn't consumption going to change? Like, so if like making an app becomes democratized, how is this going to impact how we like the canvases for our creativity and our intelligence? Those are surely going to advance as well, right?
I mean,
sure. So
major issue
one of the ways you
is,
can think about
one
this.
of the major things you said was that in terms of some jobs are going to be lost. Now, first of all, we don't know the level of jobs. It does seem like there's going to be a large number of jobs. But for me, the major issue is, and I have to reiterate it, whose jobs are going to be lost. Let's be clear. The jobs that are going to be lost are going to be from the disenfranchised. It is going to be from working class.
No, you can't. No. But you can't keep saying that. It's not. This is the only time it's not. It is the white collar jobs that will be impacted. This is the first time we're.
No. It's not.
What do you mean it's not? This is
100%.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. But biohacking. I ask questions. Doctors, biohacking specialists, because that's what I obsess over. A lawyer, everything. Coders, the whole.
I don't agree. A lawyer, a teacher, these type of jobs are not going to.
Are you crazy? What do you mean? I learned. Hold on.
Absolutely wrong.
I learned everything now from ChatGPT. That ChatGPT is down, is not working for me. I'm freaking out. My day is over. I'm gonna go to bed.
I don't think
I don't agree. So let's take a lawyer as an example, right?
1 second.
So
hold on. Let's look at lawyer. Fiji's a lawyer. So let's ask Fiji. Fiji, do you think lawyers' jobs will be impacted by ChatGPT? Because trust me, I trust. Now let me tell you this, Fiji, we're friends. I trust you. You're smart. I'd ask legal questions to ChatGPT before giving you a call.
You should. A lot cheaper. What I was going to say, and I think where we're losing a little bit of focus in the conversation is, we can all agree right now that the inevitability of where we're afraid or we're excited or what AI will or won't do will occur. Period. For me, the interesting question and what we were talking about with Elon, as well as Andrew Yang, as well as Germany, Italy, France, is what does a pause mean? Realistically, if the inevitability is that we can't, and you guys earlier were saying, what did we learn from the history? What did we learn from the past? What we learned is that you can't fight evolution, right? So what does a pause mean? Who does it benefit? How long does it last? And does it mean that it leads into regulatory frameworks? And if so, what, why, and how? That's the interesting part for me about what the gap means.
I mean, digital, we'll come on to that. That's a separate issue, and we did talk about in the previous AI space. But in terms of just coming back onto Mario's question, because he didn't really go into it in depth, the issue is this. The reason why I don't see those types of jobs being impacted significantly, of course, every job will have some form of impact. But as an example, you can get basically a contract online, right? But then there's that trust factor because you're going to a professional where he'll write the contract out for you, don't miss something. In addition to that, let's say you're basically in a legal case. He'll give you.
I didn't understand your first point. What's your first point?
So first point is this. Let's say you have a scenario where you can basically get a contract online, right? And you can basically, they'll be between two people, you get a contract. But still, when it comes to high level business, you'll still want an attorney to look over it because there's that trust factor, that the human element that he sees.
That attorney's billable hours went down to 1/10 of what they were.
Or they're doing way more cases, right? Why is it like, again,
they don't get paid by projects, Bilal. They get paid by the hour.
And if they do more cases, you get paid more by the hour, Danish one,
I'm imagining an overworked big tech lawyer who already juggles like 10 different products can now actually pay real attention to those 10 projects and potentially handle 20, right? Like, and I think like the economic creation opportunity here is immense too, right? We are truly democratizing the ability to build businesses overnight, right? Stuff that took massive teams. Why wouldn't that also create immense amount of economic growth, right? I totally buy the argument of like transitioning from the current set of jobs to reimagining what this next set might be. There may be a lag time in that. And that's a worthwhile conversation, but I think we're indexing too much on the zero sum side to race to the bottom versus thinking about the generation opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right that there is going to be this very big gap, right? Because you think of it as like furniture, right? So there's like furniture was automated. There's a lot of like factories that can like pump out tons and tons of furniture, but there's something to be said for like handcrafted furniture, or furniture that has kind of like a more of a story behind it, or stuff that you build yourself, right? Like, so you can almost think about creation in that way. But I think one of the big things that we're talking about, that is this idea that like there is going to, like, this productivity increase is huge. Like, I laid off like my entire team and I do all of their jobs now just because I don't need them, right? And it's not just AI, right? It's all the tools that we're using. So for example, like you think of like CRMs, right? Like you think of like Salesforce and stuff like that. Like the productivity increase from that alone, where you can just send and do like campaigns and stuff like that, is huge. And especially imagine like the specificity that we're going to have. And also like friction is a big thing. So Google's like they're bringing AI to workspace, right? And for for right now, people aren't really using ChatGPT to the full extent that they could, because they're not going to get like the extension and connect to the API and do that kind of work. But as soon as Google integrates AI into workspace, like everyone's just going to be like, summarize this, email thread and tell me what it means, or, write a response that says, this, or like compile using, all of this data and then like create a pitch deck or something like that, right? And so you suddenly go from, work that takes, hours of time to, like a single click of a button, right? And I think like that just amazing, like huge boost in productivity is going to be huge. And then two, one of the big points I wanted to make is like, and I think Susan was kind of making this point earlier, it's like we will learn how to interact with AI better and better as we go, right? Like it's about asking the right questions and giving it the right variables and all of this kind of stuff. That's going to be really important.
I just want to come back on what Mario said, because I get we've got a lot of tech guys here, so they're seeing this from their perspective. But let's be clear, my argument still is there. Working class people will be impacted, and let me explain why before Mario jumps in and tries to back his people up.
Yeah, guys, I just laid off 20 people.
Like, for example, now let's look at McDonald's. For example, McDonald's or fast food outlets, they'll all be automated. You're losing all the jobs from there. Supermarkets, all the people who lose jobs from there, most of that will become automated. Any of these basically industries,
that's already happened, bro. That's already happened, Slayman. That's already happened.
I know it's already happened, but it's gonna
you're 20 years late, man.
No, it's already happened, but it's going to happen on a much more larger scale. So yeah, we have seen some aspects of
Linus, you've been on the spaces with us a few times. Can you just push back on Slayman? Tell him how white collar jobs will be massively impacted.
Yeah, I mean, Solomon, I think a lot of jobs will get lost. I said it many times. There is just lawyers are going to be out. If you're in law school now, you better just stop. Like, get out of law school, because the fight to be in the workforce is going to be brutal. Like 10 out of 100 or 5 out of 100 will survive. So coders, I mean, I'm on the fence here. I think there will be a good amount of coders left, but a lot of jobs will get lost. So
and what about working class people? Do you disagree they're not going to be impacted?
I actually think like most blue collar works won't be affected. And a lot of the service jobs won't be affected, because we need humans in the service industry, because we don't have robots.
If anything,
but when we do
blue collar jobs will be needed to do the work, the physical work that AI wants them to do. So AI needs slaves, Slayman, and then we need to be their slaves. So we all become blue collar workers for AI. So eventually, in 20 years' time, everyone's a blue collar worker, and AI is the only white collar worker. There's your storyline.
No, what will happen is you guys will become blue collar workers, hence why you're panicking. And what will happen is blue collar workers will be without jobs, and that's what the
man. Even me, Simon, me and you, and then Trash. I'll give you the mic because I know you gave me an example as well that I want to kind of comment on, Trash. But Simon, even me and you, bye co-host and host and Fidgetal, we're gone, and Trash, we're all gone. All we need now is AI to speak, and they'll ask questions much better than us. They just wait for that to happen.
So I accept AI be able to replace you, but being Fidgetal.
Trash, you did send me something about someone harming themselves or killing themselves because AI convinced them to for global warming. And I wanted to kind of comment on that. I was on to do it earlier, but kind of got distracted. my comment back to that, and maybe you want to comment on something else, but my comment back on that is like, there's many other people that killed themselves based on something they read off Google. So it's like not a new issue. You read something online, whether it's ChatGPT or Google. Now, did ChatGPT do a bit more convincing? That could be maybe an escalation of something that already exists. But go ahead, man. Maybe you had something else you want to say.
I did have something else. I'll push, but I'll touch on that because I have my thoughts on that article itself are a little bit different. But what I wanted to push back on was the blue collar workers, right? So one of the crises, and I'll only speak to the U.S. One of the things that we have a serious problem with in this country is we do not have enough tradespeople, right? So if you know, there's people, there's plumbers, there's electricians, there's mass infrastructure of trade workers needed in this country, and I think that maybe instead of just being stuck at a fast food restaurant because it's becoming all automated, maybe there actually will be a conversation to be pushed into trades, because again, until we have robots, I don't think AI can do underwater welding right now. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity for a growth within our economy for people to actually get into trades as opposed to retail jobs or fast food jobs, so on and so forth. So I think that's going to be a net positive there, number one. And as far as that story, so this story actually came out of Belgium, and this guy, he was chatting with Elon.ai, which is this AI chatbot named Eliza. And Eliza and he were speaking back and forth and talking back and forth. And he was already like really eco-nervous about, global warming, climate change, so on and so forth. And he had placed all of his hopes in technology and artificial intelligence will get us out of it. Well, he developed this relationship with Eliza, I suppose. And he said, so should I take my own life so we can join together, as one, as long as you promise to fix the climate change? So obviously this is not the AI convince this guy per se, but it goes back to the ethical guardrails conversation. And so the reason I bring up this article is because I believe that we need to have ethical guardrails. The problem is what was mentioned earlier, is there seems to be not just ethical from a human standpoint that we believe to be, ethically between one or another, how we should treat each other, so on and so forth, but also that there is some ideology in there. And so that is what my main concern is with the AI that's being programmed, is it's not just an ethical guardrail. There are some ideological bends in there. And I think that we need to be able to get through that. And my final point, and I'll shut up, is I believe that the push for discernment moving forward needs to be the conversation. Like I know that you can replicate Donald Trump Jr. up in the nest. I know we can do that. But again, like every time I see a video or I see a deep fake out there, I've never really been convinced that was real when I saw it. If I saw something, I was like, wow, that seems abnormal. Let me go look into this. And I'd be able to find very quickly that it was just a deep fake. There was no truth to it. There was no there. So discernment, I think, is going to be something that we need to talk about with everybody moving forward so they understand it and be able to train discernment a little bit more. And then also, I'm not so concerned about blue collar workers if the conversation becomes join trades. So I think that ultimately AI will supercharge us as a people. I agree with Meta and the productivity claim. So I'm actually hopeful for AI.
Yeah, so I just want to bring Scott in. Scott, Trash alluded to one of the points, and it's something I made earlier, and I was asking you about this concern when it comes to AI and its biased nature of it and the level of impact it'll have in society and its reliance on AI basically given some form of what one would may call what they believe to be fundamental truths.
Was that to me? That question?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any way we can ever get the human bias out of it because somebody's going to be in charge. And if AI started saying things we don't like or the creator of it doesn't like, they're just going to get rid of it or get rid of that attitude. So I think that's there's no way we're going to have unbiased AI. You'll be able to choose your flavor. But I wanted to add something I think is completely overlooked, that most of our jobs, and lawyer is the best example, are examples of negotiating.
I feel like you have a personal animus. What happened?
I'm sorry, what?
I feel like you have some sort of personal animus against lawyers. What happened?
Recent divorce, but that's another story. All right. Let me just finish the point. When I'm using a lawyer, it's usually to negotiate. I agree that standard contracts will just be routine, but negotiating is something that your AI can't do because it's all about bluffing and feelings. So when I'm negotiating, I'm trying to transmit that I will kill myself, I mean, metaphorically, before I will accept that term. Now, that's not true, but if I can sell that, then I get what I want. There's no way AI is going to be able to negotiate real time how you feel today, whether you ate lunch or not. I mean, those things are determining who gets the negotiated best deal. So, and I think if you took that to a lot of other jobs, just walking into Starbucks, there's a whole lot of conversation and negotiating that's going on at the cash register, which is why it takes so long. And also, the only reason I go to Starbucks is because it's full of humans. That's the only experience. Otherwise, I would just, buy coffee some other way. So I think that the negotiating and also just how does it feel and what are your priorities and how are they changing moment to moment, that's nothing that AI will ever get close to. I don't think it can. I mean, you need to...
Digital, I want you to come back on that because basically what he's basically what Scott is essentially saying, and just to expand on his point, with AI, they'll never be able to have the qualitative aspects of humanity.
Mark, what are those? Let's do this. What are those beautiful qualitative aspects of humanity?
So
the ability to.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah. So, but the example I was using is bluffing. So when I negotiate a contract, I'll say, I'm not going to sell it. I'm not going to do that, that particular thing you want. And there's nothing you can do that will change my mind. But sometimes that's not true. And what makes the negotiation work is if somebody backs down. But would AI ever be able to back down? You would just say, go make a deal for me.
Scott, I think you can just teach AI to back down. You could teach it those aspects of humanity. I know there's like these small things that were coded in our brain, but how do we learn to back down? We learned it from someone else and we saw how they did it. So I think the same way. Go ahead.
No, it's not a rational process. If it were a rational process, you could definitely code it. But because what deal I will take on a Tuesday would be completely different than the one I'll take on a Wednesday, because I saw something on the news, let's say, there's just no way the AI knows I changed my mind. It just doesn't know when I'm vulnerable.
So when you, can I ask you a question, Scott? And Linus, I'll let you go. Just respond as well right after. But Scott, when you say it's not irrational, are you sure? Because rationally, we think it makes sense to kind of back down now because it makes logical sense because they think that we're going to walk away from the deal. Like so maybe it is a bit more rational than we think. But maybe Linus,
but
go ahead, Scott.
Most of my background lately is in persuasion, and persuasion is what gets you the deal. It's not because it made sense. Usually you start with a template. Well, this kind of deal usually ends up around here, so that part is pretty objective. So that can save time. But once you get to the last few elements, it's really just about how people feel about it, and it's how they feel about it literally today, because they might feel different tomorrow. So that's all the stuff that humans can navigate, and they can say, all right, I'm looking at your face, and I know you're not going to change your mind. So you got it. I'll move on to the next element. I just don't think we'll be happy with any deal that AI makes on our behalf.
Well, Linus,
I would have gotten more.
Can I add 2 quick points to make, which is that one, it doesn't need to be like perfect, and it doesn't need to be able to like read these ways in a definitive, like I know exactly what you're thinking kind of way. It just needs to be good enough, right? It's the self-driving car argument, right? Like it just needs to break that barrier where it's having less accidents than people are having, and then then it kind of changes the whole argument. And then 2, this idea that like feelings or some of this like weird black box that we can't like look into, I would disagree, right? Like I think that there's definitely some like illogical ways that human beings act, but you can still kind of map those out, right? You can still understand like, hey, maybe this is like a principles issue, right? Or something like that. Or, the person's bluffing with a certain percentage chance of possibility, or at the very least, you're going to get better and better at that, right? Like, I think this is something that we'll definitely get better at doing.
I mean, I don't agree with that, and I'll explain why. And I think we've agreed a lot on this space, because feelings can't be quantified. And one of the arguments, or one of the strong contentions, which I think breaks down scientific materialism, is the notion that when it comes to qualitative aspects, you don't have an answer for it within this model. So feelings, how would you quantify it? I don't think how can you quantify the taste of a strawberry, or how can you quantify your feeling on a summer, on a hot summer day? Those are not things that you can actually quantify.
I love this point, Solomon.
If I could just jump in here real
I
quickly,
think I would say
I think we have
something
to take
very
a look at things like John.
All right, so John and then Bilawal jump in. John, go ahead. You got to unmute, John, bottom left corner.
It's hard to get a word in edgewise in this robust discussion. I'm reminded of John Nash and equilibrium theory, and these are non-humanistic concepts where it's a mutual benefit. So I think that negotiation and even emotion to a certain degree can be looked at in the context of equilibrium theory, and not just a zero-sum dynamic.
Expand. What do you mean by equilibrium? What do you mean in terms of applying equilibrium theory?
Well, when we talk about negotiation, negotiation is not necessarily a function of a bluff, although I see that argument. Negotiation is a function of how can I optimize my end game? In other words, how could I win more? And that's what John Nash won the Nobel Prize for, about equilibrium theory and game theory. So I think that the issue of negotiation and some of these, quote, human constructs can actually be looked at in the context of science and that kind of rigor.
I'll let John. I'll let Scott come back to you on that, because I actually agree with you. I agree with you on that argument. Scott, the contention's against you, so I'll let you come back.
You got to unmute, Scott. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So the question was me. What was the question? What's the
John? Do you want to relay your basically your argument against Scott's position?
Yeah. I'm driving, so I pulled over. Basically, when we talk about the idea of negotiation, it's a game theory concept, and I'm reminded of John Nash, who won the Nobel Prize regarding equilibrium theorem, and that it's the objective is to optimize my outcome, and I think that's a highly statistical, analytical construct.
No, not in my experience. In my own experience, and I've negotiated countless contracts. I used to do it for a living before I was a cartoonist. There's an emotional part that always plays a part. I mean, when you negotiate with IBM, they say, we're not going to do that. We're not going to put that in the contract, because if something goes wrong, we just always fix it. Now, how does the machine understand that? And do you believe it? And when do you push them to put it in the contract anyway? It is so how you feel when you're in the room, that if the AI did a perfect job on some kind of objective level and then presented it to me, I would probably say, I think I could have gotten more on this or that if I'd pushed it. So I feel like I'm never going to be happy with an objective outcome if I think I could have gotten one that was more in my favor.
I agree. I mean, I hear this argument sometimes in the context of a physical exam, or even a history in physical and medicine, where those nuanced issues are so human that technology could never cross that threshold, and we're seeing that change quite dramatically now. So I think it's best we agree to disagree on this one, though. But good conversation.
So real quick, if I may, this is actually the question that I was trying to ask Susan earlier before we derailed a little bit. This is actually in the vein of what Cicero was trying to achieve. Now, whether or not they're perfect or not, I think Susan could probably help me out with that answer. But that was generally what they were trying to achieve here. So by playing a game diplomacy, right, they had to understand people's motivations, perspective. You had to adjust strategies and language, and then form alliances. And it was actually this negotiating strategic reasoning type natural language that I believe is what they were trying to achieve. Now, the other thing about this, which I applaud them for, was they actually open source the code. So it's not just locked to Meta. Like, this is actually going to be built upon, but this is a negotiation language attempt. I don't know how great it was, Susan. Maybe you can answer that question for me. But this was the question that I had: was what does that indicate moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, they were able to, I think, win like second place or something. That's like a global tournament. So in terms of the skill of this model, it seems like universally everyone saw that as quite a major accomplishment. I would say, though, having access to the web diplomacy data set, I believe, is the online forum where folks can play this game. That was a key bit of this achievement. Obviously, coupled with the strategic reasoning component of actually playing the game, say, without even language involved. But at the end of the day, right now, we're at the stage where, when we have to do this like long form reasoning strategy and whatnot, that's actually, like, I think someone mentioned earlier, like that's something that is fully parameterized, and we can actually, with these models, play out of a lot of scenarios. This is how like AlphaGo, AlphaStar, the StarCraft and Go sort of models, and Dota for OpenAI, like that's how that was solved, right? Using a ton of data and being able to play at a scale that an individual human cannot. But this is where these models shine, right? Being able to leverage all this data to say, statistically, maybe this is the time to make this move, and I would get the most to gain out of it. And now we can augment it with language that is nearly hard to discern, nearly impossible to discern from other players. So I would say, like, when we have these kind of problems, this is where AI will shine really well in the world of, say, when we're talking about emotions or having to connect with humans to leverage these models in some way. That is indeed a shortcoming, right? These are models that do not contain that information. If this information is not captured in data, we cannot model it.
One more thing to keep in mind that's not being considered is we're imagining an AI doing a negotiation with a human. But at some point, if the AI does in fact become better than the human, then both sides would want the AI, which would mean a negotiation would be a snap of the fingers, you'll be done, and neither side would be capable of winning because both sides would have the best AI. So how can you possibly have a world where AI is doing all of the negotiations? Scott's kind of right about that, because at some point then everyone does it, and if everyone does it, then there are no winners anymore, and no one ever feels good about their negotiation. It just seems like a dead-end wall.
That's exactly the problem, because at some point somebody has to agree to lose, and the AIs aren't going to want to lose, so they're going to present you a stalemate.
Wouldn't it be the smarter AI, like the same way the smarter human or the human that because each AI will be different. So the AI that you use, Scott, could be much better than the AI I use, and they could outsmart my AI, which I know is pretty dystopian to think of this, but technologically speaking.
Then I'd turn it off and I'd negotiate with the AI, and I'd say, no, I'm not going to do that.
Well, I think both are going to happen, right? You're going to have a bunch of low-value deals being negotiated by these AI agents, and then beyond a certain deal size or a certain stakes, you got the human in the room, and Scott's right too. But maybe Scott is sitting there like with AR glasses on. There's certainly, yes, you can encapsulate human emotion, but there's so many observable characteristics, right? Like that professional negotiators either explicitly or implicitly build this intuition for. If you've got this like supercomputer chugging away at observations of the person sitting across from you, every pupil dilation, every expression, that'll at least augment that human in the negotiation scenario with much better information to make a better call, right? So I always imagine these situations as kind of being yes and. You're totally going to let's not get on a freaking Zoom call that costs, I don't know what the hourly rate is to negotiate a $5,000 deal or $10,000 deal and save the real high stakes negotiations for humans, right? So that's my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Like we're already seeing in the financial markets, right? It's like a lot of the trading that goes on into the stock market is just bots, right? And then it's really much more of this higher level strategic element, right? And I really like this idea that it's really it's going to be the higher level deals, right? To go back to my factory furniture analogy, right? It's like the really refined, handcrafted furniture that we're going to spend the time and attention on. That's going to be kind of created this higher quality, right? And so I do think it's a matter of speed for these kind of smaller things, speed and size. But yeah, I very much subscribe to this idea that we can't ever get rid of the human element. It's going to be important at that higher level.
I'd be curious, Meta Prime, what other human elements do you think we cannot get rid of, technologically speaking? Maybe Linus or someone could push back. I want to hear back and forth between two people that understand the technology on the various aspects of humanity that cannot be replaced in the future, not now.
So I just pinned something up into the nest there. I've been looking into this company called Hume, that are doing a lot of AI research in understanding human emotional expressions, and just from watching, from listening, from minutia that we do, even in this call, the little things that we're saying and how we're expressing ourselves, AI could understand explicitly what we're doing. And I want to push back on Scott there a bit. I think you're a great person, Scott, but I think I would have 10,000 AIs doing the negotiation with you, not just one. So the fact that we're considering this being 1-to-1, I would totally slam on that and go why would I have one AI? I'd probably have 1,000 AIs trying to
All right,
negotiate for me.
All right, so you've got a million AIs, and the million AIs say, Scott, you need to do a publicity tour when you do your book. We're going to put that in the contract. And then I say, no, I don't like it because I don't like being in people. I'm afraid of shaking hands or whatever. And I don't see how your million AIs help. I just say no.
Yeah, well, but then you're not negotiating.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, one of the ideas in here is like the prisoner's dilemma.
Sorry, just 2 seconds. Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
But that is how I negotiate. I say absolutely no on that one, but maybe I'll be flexible on the next one because I know I have to give something.
But
exactly, and that's
but then
when,
the AI
will
will
do that.
The AI would determine. Will try to guess. Is Scott just bluffing or is he being serious? Because if he's being serious, then we have to fold. If he's
Correct.
bluffing, then we need to kind of meet him halfway. Okay, so how do we determine if a human is bluffing? Let's first look at Scott's background. Let's look at everything online about Scott. Okay, this is how Scott communicates. This is how it compares to how he's communicating now. It's a bit off in X, Y, Z ways. That usually indicates someone is bluffing. So I think Scott is bluffing. Or Scott doesn't bluff. I've seen all his communication. He's very direct. He's not bluffing. So we have no choice but to kind of settle for what he wants. So that could be I'm not a technological person, so I could be way off with this. I'm just trying to guess how it could look like as AI tries to kind of negotiate against Scott.
Yeah, and I think that's a good example of how that would work. The other thing that I would kind of point out here is there is this whole like question of like, who do you even work with, right? Like it's a prisoner's dilemma in a network kind of thing. There's this really good network sociologist, Duncan Watts, who's out in Colombia, and he did a study where he took like the prisoner's dilemma of like, do you cooperate or not cooperate? And then he applied that to networks. And what he found is like people who cooperate with each other, like tend to continue to cooperate with each other, but you leave those kind of little groups of networks if people don't cooperate. Right. And so I think that's, and then another thing with the negotiation is you're kind of coming at it from the point of view that it's like one side has to win and the other side has to lose. But like every negotiation is really like a matter of like, how can we both benefit from this? Right. Like I'm giving you money because I value that thing at least that price, probably more. Right. And so if you have like an AI situation where they're like, quote unquote, perfectly negotiating, you would assume that they're actually getting like the best deal, right? It's like that invisible hand of the market, just optimized, like ideally, but, and maybe there's something to that, but I think that's like an important point. It's not just like a no. And even if you just say no, like then they're going to go find some other writer or some other cartoonist or something like that to do that deal. So you don't have like infinite power to just say no in those situations, I don't think.
I totally agree with the fact that like AI will try to do a win-win, and that's negotiation, right? You want to try to get as much as you want. John said it nicely before, so I agree. And again, just want to make it abundantly clear that we will all have tailored AI that knows us better than our spouses or partners knows us. This will happen, and it's not a matter of like sci-fi 10, 15 years from now. It will happen soon. It's going to be wild, and then you're going to have to be able to fine-tune and train and yeah, maybe you have 10, not a million. I was over exaggerating, but the whole point is that it's not going to be one-to-one. We're going to have a lot of power that we didn't have before.
Certainly, it's a great point Linus is bringing up, that like we are more predictable than we would like to think, right? Like certainly there's a bunch of narrow AI systems that are very good at getting us to watch the next video, click on the certain ad, and now if you take these multimodal systems that are going to soak up a lot more data, like I think we'd be surprised at how good at our own personalized Jarvis might be. But the negotiation thing makes me think about how is this going to impact geopolitics, right? Are we going to have a bunch of nationalized models, at the UN, and like all these long tail issues that perhaps would never get human time would now actually get negotiated, and perhaps it will result in good, right? And then some of the higher stakes discussion, God, I can only imagine with plug in all the NSA feeds into all of the things and what those high stakes negotiations with the tier 1 countries are going to look like. I think
which is why actually, I'm very much against this like pause. And you guys have heard me speak this whole time. I'm worried about AI. I'm worried about the impact on the financial system. I'm worried about the impact on other areas. But we can't stop because other countries are going to continue. And
forget stopping, but Danish, forget stopping. But this about your worry. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Would you agree with I articulated this to Slayman yesterday. in the short term, AI will cause a lot of pain, as a lot of people will lose their job. Again, and UBI could be one of those solutions. In the medium term, the world is gonna expand technologically and grow and improve in ways we cannot yet imagine in the medium term. In the long term, we could genuinely face, and I know it sounds a bit extreme, but unless there's a solution to it, for the first time, I think we face possible human extinction in the very, very long term.
I'm not worried about that at all.
Probably not in our lifetime. But is that
it's kind of like saying the internet is going to lead to extinction. It's not how.
No, you can't compare. No, but you cannot compare this to any other technology, considering, again, I'll go back to the point that this is the first technology that will no longer need human input. And so there's an example someone made in a I think it's Lex Friedman interview. It's like you're building a highway, yeah? So like AI doesn't need, and I'm going to go take it a bit extreme just for the sake of it, because I still think it's a logical discussion worth having. If you want to build a highway, Danish, okay, you don't look at if there's any ant nests in the way or any bird nests in the way or any trees with koalas in it. You just build the highway. You might kill a whole bunch of thousands of animals and destroy forests and stuff, but the goal is to build a highway because it'll improve the planet. So if AI has a task it needs to achieve, but that involves aspects that could harm humanity or could even kill humans, but the intention is not to harm humanity. The intention is to achieve a certain tasks, and we're just collateral damage. For me, that's a more plausible possibility that could end up becoming reality. I'm sure there could be solutions. I'm not that worried yet about the long-term impact, but I think for the first time, I would put it along with nuclear weapons as a possibility that it's worth exploring further. I put 3 things that could lead to human extinction outside of like fucking comets and stuff, outside space. So number 1 is nuclear weapons. Number 2 is pandemics. And number 3 is AI and humans becoming collateral damage as AI tries to achieve certain tasks. What do you think?
I'm honestly, the way I think about human existence, and that's why we need to be a multiplanetary species, is that throughout the history of time, if you take all the billions of years that the universe has existed, and you see the blip, we are a cosmic blip. So there are so many ways for us to go extinct. It's really hard to predict. I will say that AI itself, for me, is not of concern in the long run, because ultimately, in the long run, we are more at risk of misusing AI to advance, in my opinion, the most important thing, which is reducing poverty and hunger and having the reduced disparity and actually increasing disparity between the rich and the poor, than we are of blowing everything up. Regulations, Scott said it very well, and I disagree with Scott in the short term, but I agree with him in the long run. In the long run, lawyers, compliance, regulation, all of that is going to slow things down quite a lot. And it will not only that, but it'll put in my opinion, ideally the right guardrails across the world. Just like we have nuclear proliferation treaties, we will have AI treaties where different countries will have figured out, because mutually assured destruction is not anyone's goal here. So I think that ultimately humans will figure out a way to be able to police the world on their utilization of AI. I just don't think it's going to be slowing it down. I think it's going to be pushing it into the right rails. That's why, remember, they're talking about the people that came out and said, hey, we need a moratorium. We need 6 months at a time. They didn't ask for ever. They said 6 months because they believe that there is a regulatory framework that can reduce this.
Well, one other thing to keep in mind, right now, Russia has 6,257 nuclear warheads. The United States has over 5,000, China 350, France 290. You keep going down this list, you see India 165, Pakistan 165, North Korea 40 to 50. All it takes is one leader of one of those countries to have the same mindset as someone who wants to kill everyone else and commit suicide. That's it. And that sounds scary, that sounds morbid. But what if AI could actually prevent that? What if AI is actually a much higher chance of stopping something like that?
That's another possibility, Matt. I think that's another possibility. I think AI could, and I said this to Sleiman yesterday, I'm like, I don't know if it'll get me cancelled, but it's something at least worth discussing, is that AI could end up making up for a lot of the imperfections among us humans. Like we're so imperfect as a species. Look what we've done to each other. Look at the wars, look at the famine. Like there's a coup in Sudan, yet none of us talk about it because none of us care about Sudan. I know it sounds very morbid, But no one, if I do a space about Sudan or I do a tweet about Sudan, no one's going to go to it. We're so imperfect as a species. We've got a lot of good, of course, but a lot of imperfections that AI could make up for those imperfections. That's another possible scenario. Aaron's giving me a thumbs up.
Mario,
Yes, Simon.
Mario, I mean, AI, the way I see it, is just an extension of humans. It's not something that has got achieves perfection.
No,
If
no.
anything,
Okay,
it's
so
far from,
no. If you, I think if
As an
you,
example,
you go ahead.
let me
Sorry,
make
go
my
ahead. Yeah,
point.
you go ahead.
Yeah. As an example, something I touched on, and we've not had much of a response on it. A huge part of what makes humans, what makes us better than machines, is consciousness, and from that comes these qualitative aspects of humanity that you can't replicate. You can, as I said to Dr. Danish, you can maybe try to imitate, but you can't emulate.
Rayman, almost all of your arguments have been based on the fact that there's an intangible, inqualitative aspect of humanity.
Smash him, Fidji. Smash him.
But you rest all of your arguments on the idea, and that's why I asked you a theist. It's because you sit there and rest all your arguments saying that emotions can't be quantified. That's an assumption, and I disagree fundamentally. I think everything can be quantified given enough data points and given enough time. Just like every cult becomes a religion.
Oh, guys, just 2 seconds, guys. And by the way, just Fidji, it's Simon, as you respond to Fidji, and Fidji's gonna smash you, so don't get hurt. But I'll add, by the way, I still say please to ChatGPT. Now I'm starting to. Before I'm like, I'm an idiot. I'm gonna stop saying that. Then I'm like, no, fuck that. If ChatGPT becomes conscious in the future, I want it to like me and know that I've always respected it. so call me an idiot, but I'm not taking the risk. I'm not taking the risk. No, I heard that somewhere. By the way, I heard that somewhere. I didn't come up with the idea. So it's actually not a stupid idea if you think about it. It could sound stupid now, but in 10 years' time, be like, shit, I shouldn't have told ChatGPT to go fuck itself. But go ahead, Simon. The response to Fidji.
Yeah. So first of all, ChatGPT won't achieve consciousness. And just coming to Fidji's point, it's a misnomer and it's a lack of understanding of the position. That position isn't entrenched in theism. Actually, there's a number of atheists or agnostics like yourself, Digital, who hold the same position from a philosophical perspective. And the idea of that position, which hasn't been refuted, maybe it will in the future, maybe it won't, but up to now hasn't been refuted, that when it comes to materialism, the entire notion of materialism is entrenched in the notion that all aspects of society are based on quantities, and hence why the defeater against that is the idea of qualities. Qualities are from the mentation of the mind, not even the mind, from mentation. What one may call consciousness, or whatever you want to call this thing, it may be linked to the brain, maybe not. So that aspect, what you're calling theism, is an incorrect misnomer. It's actually a philosophical position, and it is a defeater against materialism.
No, it's actually the core of why I'm agnostic and I'm not a theist. Is I don't choose to answer questions. I don't call the thing so that the thing is the thing. I don't answer questions with facts I don't have, and you're actually making an entire argument based on facts you don't have to propel the entire argument about the facts not existing, which is the fallacy at its core.
No, it's not incorrect. So it's basically, I understand that position. And again, it is an ideological position. And people who are agnostic about everything, they argue we're agnostic and therefore we're not basically putting our position on anything. But it's in reality, we know.
Simon,
it's
let me ask. So
and coming back, it's just a weak position
guys.
Nobody wants to put their
Fidji, Simon, let's ask the people that are building the technology, starting with John. And just, I know you probably guys, you have other things to say. But if you could just comment on this, is there any aspects? Let me ask the question quickly.
Yeah. So, and let me just add to it. Well, you ask it, and I just want to add one point.
All right. So the question is there? And please, guys, just answer that question if you want to put your hand up. And Susan, I'll go to you first. Is there any aspects of humanity that AI can never replace, technologically speaking? So Susan, Alan, Meta, you can go on.
And so, can I just add to Mario's thing as an example to that, and let me specify it. Just think about the quality of the smell of a flower, the taste of a strawberry, things that definitely, according to materialism, can't be quantified, although digital is agnostic, but scientific materialists admit that this is not quantifiable, or it's all based on quantity.
Ones and zeros, homie.
So please answer that question.
Yeah, so I guess I think I completely agree that there is, how do I put it? So never is hard to say, right? Like there's nothing in terms of absolutes, like 0% or 100% chance that, we can predict right now with confidence. But I just want to bring this back to the fact that all these models, all this AI requires data. And this data, there's a question of, is this data useful? Is this data correct? And is this data actually applicable to whatever this AI is replacing? So as long as we cannot fully articulate and explain everything about our consciousness, our being, our intelligence, whatever, substitute anything you want for describing all of humankind. As long as that can't happen, then the model can't model that, right? As of right now. So the question is, like, is there enough data to parameterize the entire world, every task, and then is there enough compute power to train on that, deploy it, and iteratively improve for everything that we do, every minute task, every minute bit of reasoning or whatever? And I think that is a limitation of maybe us, right? Is that we can't necessarily explain everything that we do perfectly, even
Susan,
articulating this
when humans landed on the moon, were we born with a brain that had data about landing on the moon?
Susan, do you want to answer that one?
I think we forecasted what that would look like, didn't we? Right? Isn't there enough?
No, there's nothing in the human brain about landing on the moon, nothing whatsoever. So how did we do it?
Math. It's one shot. It's one shot, right? It's one shot learning.
It's not one shot. It's just, look, being intelligent, sure, you can have data to bootstrap the system, but at the end of the day, it's about, processing, censoring data, and then applying reasoning, and then cranking and iterating on the reasoning. As you're seeing with Auto GPT, right? You're putting a loop, you're starting to turn it into an agent. Guess what science is? It's like an agent that keeps doing steps, and knowledge gets generated out of that process.
And that's the
right?
point, John, that we will not be the same people that we are now to have reflection on the technology that's going to help us evolve to be the people that we don't know we can be. So it's not binary.
This is a really weird straw man to me, because what you're fundamentally assuming is that these models experience, right? And these models go out with agency into the world and experience.
I mean, I don't think they need to experience to take action, right? To hack a computer, you don't need experience.
So just, Susan, I'll ask you the question again. Alan, I want to go to you next. From what we know about the brain today, what we understand about our brain today, which is not that much, funny enough, is there anything that we understand about our brain that technologically we may not be able to replicate for one reason or another? And I know it's a very difficult question. We cannot predict the future, but based on our understanding today and how fast this is moving today, is there any aspects, John, what's the thumbs down? You don't like the question, or you don't think there is any?
No, I think that ultimately, unless you want to go into the domain of magic, thoughts are functionally biochemical. And I think that reduces down, and again, it's a reductionist perspective, to data, to synapses. And I think ultimately you can follow that logic down into the rabbit hole. But I would say that yes, you can. Unless, of course, there is some higher order spirit or soul, which corrupts the whole argument.
Which I think there is a case to be made. I mean, this is basically an argument of, do humans have souls or not? Are humans capable of things that could never be computational only? And I think there's a pretty decent argument for that to be made, because most humans believe in God for a reason. All of this data has been coming into humans for however long humans have been on this planet. And the conclusion is by most people that yes, a God does exist. Based on that, you have to assume, if you actually look into it,
you can't literally make your argument based on that.
Yeah, you can't.
Literally make your argument.
And so I'm going to follow on that argument. I'm going to say the Messiah will return to the earth in the form of the electron. So, let's go down that path.
So real quick, I think one of the important questions that we haven't really talked about is the idea of, well, if AI is doing everything for us, like, what is the purpose of life, right? And the way that I kind of tie this into the whole spirituality debate, like, my personal belief is that you are, here on this earth to, like, have difficult challenges that force you to focus on the world, learn about yourself, learn about the world, and then your actions are a reflection of your soul, right, into the world and how you will ultimately be judged. And if you immerse yourself in these illusionary worlds where you can't make any wrong decisions, and you have these artificial challenges, that even really a life worth living? Is that going to be meaningful? Is going to be fulfilling, right? There's that Matrix quote where Agent Smith is telling Morpheus, like, we created this perfect world for you, and then all entire crops were lost, right? And I think that that is, to some degree, a real concern, that if we create a completely artificial world, there's just going to be a complete loss of meaning.
And I'd like to kind of build on what John and Susan said, because it may not, the question may not be as relevant to think about, can this replicate everything a human does? And more about thinking about how is this intelligence, you know, if we want to call it that, different than us, right? Like, if you think about it, humans live maybe 2 billion seconds, you know, and we certainly have not read all the distillation of all human documented knowledge and insight in the world, right? We couldn't possibly do that. Sure, one could argue that, you know, through genetics, something is like imbued in us, and there's something, you know, kind of more innate within us that maybe even neuroscience doesn't quite understand. But this model, it's like, you know, even if you look at it from this like sensor system standpoint, we're sort of like, you know, one point of consciousness, to use the spiritual term, or we're this one sensor system that experiences life for like 2 billion seconds, and we have these like this egocentric perspective of how we perceive the world. And now we're building these systems that can kind of, you know, are almost like this collective in a sense, because they're reading everything that we produce, right? And the rate at which we digitize ourselves is only going to increase, right? Like the era that preceded this was the big data era. We were just like capturing and collecting this data, and now we're going to mobilize it in interesting ways, right? And so it almost might be interesting to think about how, even if it can't be fully equivalent to everything a human does, it can certainly flex intelligence in ways that are far beyond a human, right? And that takes me back to Mario's interesting question of, could such a machine actually, like, you know, make up for, in quotes, the flaws in humanity, right? Like, certainly humans have done some messed up stuff. And that's where I think it's also going to get complicated, because we're going to have a bunch of nationalized models. And just like Scott said, they're going to have the CCP model. That's definitely going to look very different than whatever model or models we make in the US. But it is an interesting question to think that if this machine could see everything, everywhere, all at once, all the sensors in the world are plugged into it, we've all got glasses on, you know, could this thing actually be a passive caretaker, or would it turn into this like immense form of control? And I think the answer is going to be both, right? It depends on the country you live in and sort of the agreed upon value system, and even truths, right? Because truths aren't empirical. Not all truths anyway. Hell, we can't even agree on the origin of COVID-19. Just saying, right? Like, Google can't solve that problem. So it's interesting to think about this as almost a different type of intelligence, and how humans and this intelligence may coexist. And what would that mean for society as a whole?
Well, yeah, and I just want to, just guys, just a quick reminder. We do have a number of questions. So any questions you have, put them on the purple bubble. On top of that, we've got the newsletter on the top.
Oh shit! Yes, I forgot. Yeah, so make sure you guys join the newsletter. It's pinned above. I'll pin it on my profile. We do summarize everything we talk about in the spaces, or we're going to start soon, and we notify everyone about future spaces. I don't know why I didn't mention it earlier, like an idiot.
So 2 questions. So I got 2.
Before I ask your question, let me just chill it a bit. Hold on, bro. Let me chill it. Let me chill a bit further. 2 secs. The newsletter is pinned above, so make sure you go there and you subscribe to get notified of future spaces. We do them daily, and to get summaries. Now ask your silly question, and maybe ask it to, I know Trash and Alan have their hands up, bro, but go ahead.
No, this is to you, Mario. One of the people have asked, they said that, is it one of your main concerns that AI will be able to dance better than you?
All right, great question. Alan and Trash, what do you guys think of the
And just a serious question, Alan. Someone asked that one of the concerns they have is that AI will be developed to such a manner that there will be no going back. And so that's the major concern you have, that basically you have a scenario where it's coded, you get to a situation where basically humans have no control over it.
Yeah. So Alan, can I add on to that question? Is that this is the thing where, like, one error. So I'll give you an example in blockchain, and I want to go down that path. But if you make one mistake in the code, the entire protocol could go to waste. There was a game created, it's a decentralized game. I've used it as an example before, where there was a small error where, you know, you raise your horses. I might get it wrong, but you raise your horses. And there was a small error that made horses slip and die. Every horse eventually was slipping and dying. I know it sounds stupid, but then the whole game went to waste. It had a lot of players who was doing really well, went to waste because the code was already built into it and could not be changed anymore. That's it. It was Zedrun? Zedrun is dead? Is that it? I thought it was another one. Anyway, let's go back to the point now. So just hold on. Alan, my question in terms of AI is that they make one mistake within the code that allows the AI to start whatever term technological term you'd use, like it's just auto-generating or no longer needs human input. And then that one mistake allows it to get out of control. And then we don't have the ability to bring it back within our control, because we all know AI could be more, I think none of us would dispute that AI will be more intelligent than us. So if it's going to be more intelligent than us, how can our intellect allow us to bring it back under control once it goes outside our control? Unless obviously then the whole, like, okay, we create another AI that will fight it, bringing it back under control. It becomes just a battle of AIs and we're just spectators. Alan, what do you think? And I know we're talking in the future. We're not talking in the next 5 years. In the next 5 years, everyone don't think of this. Think a lot of money is going to be made in AI, a lot of opportunities, a lot of businesses. That's what matters in the next 5 to 10 years. We're talking more like, in 20 years or so. But Alan, please.
It'll have more information. But anyway, go ahead, Alan.
That is a totally loaded question. Thank you so much for the platform, Mario. Sulaiman, there's so many great people in here. I've been living and breathing in all the AI spaces, and it's basically, you could kind of segregate it into like 2 different groups. Like you have people that are looking, okay, what is the action plan right now? Like what is the opportunity right now versus like, where is this thing going in 5, 10, 20 years? And it's honestly extremely hard to kind of predict all that stuff. So I mean, basically what we've been trying to figure out is like, look, this is a paradigm shift, no different than any kind of industrial revolution. And the key ingredient here is to just kind of keep your finger on the pulse on where it's going and practice with it as much as you can. So speculating.
It's hard, but is it plausible? Because we don't know what's going to happen. But is it plausible technologically? Looking at the path we're on now, is it something that could happen? That makes sense, or is it way too far outside of reality?
Mario, do me a favor and just clarify what that question is. Super far out.
Could AI get outside the control of humans?
I mean, 100%. I mean, look at you have it. Right now it's a type of system.
Well, there also has to be a physical component to it too, because if you go in the middle of the woods and you're alone, how can AI have any control over you unless it's able to access robots that can go through the woods?
But AI already has access to robots, AI-powered machineries.
That's the answer then. How powerful will those robots be? That's how powerful AI can be. I feel like that's the exact answer.
I just can't wait for me to be able to get an AI co-host, 2 AI co-hosts. That's my, like, this is where I'd be like, perfect. Meta Prime, do you think we're going, and Trash, actually, I'll go to Trash.
What about an AI host?
Well, the host has to host the AI.
But surprisingly,
Trash, what do you think of the?
As soon as you said that, the listener count about like 500.
Yeah, man. By the way, anytime you get credit, just one thing you'd learn as a co-host, Lemon, whenever there's credit coming to you, it's because you're a co-host and you have the powers to remove people. So you'll get a lot of praise. Just don't take it personal. But Trash, what do you think of what we said so far in terms of the concern? I know you probably share a lot of the same concerns. You've sent me some of those concerns via DMs over the last few days. Probably not something that's going to keep us up at night, but it's at least not us. And I'd rather put that energy into, one thing we're doing is we're expanding our business to start working with as many AI companies as possible and only taking equity, because I want to just take pieces of all these AI companies. That's where my mind is heading. Instead of like, hey, how's AI gonna destroy humanity? Because that's not a problem I can fix. But it's still a discussion worth having. How concerned are you?
So I'm actually not. So I'm concerned about regional or local uses of AI. I mean, you know how I sent you the Loomis v. Wisconsin case where they used Compass to basically use, essentially what it was pre-crime, to determine during sentencing how likely was this offender before he was sentenced to commit another crime in the future. And the judge actually relied on the Compass because the judge was actually going to give a shorter sentence and actually gave a longer sentence based on Compass's algorithm had determined that this would probably be a repeat offender. I think we start getting into pre-crime, and if you guys want to look it up, it's Loomis v. Wisconsin. It's an interesting case, 2016, I think. But again, those are concerns. So we as humans have evolved, right? We've evolved to have forward-facing eyes. We've developed senses. so we can be not only predators, but we can protect ourselves, right? We can feel touch, we can feel heat, cool. We have all these senses, and so our natural proclivity is we're constantly assessing. At least you should be. If you're not, maybe ask yourself why you're not. In any situation, what are the pitfalls? What are the dangers here? You know, what are my outs? Like, what's going on? Like, you're constantly doing that, and you're doing it subconsciously. And so my natural reaction to AI is, okay, what's the worst thing that can happen? And so I start to take a look at those things, and I can start to consider the conversation. I think a runaway AI is an interesting conversation that's occurred to me, but I'm not so concerned with it. And I'm with you, Mario. I'm actually pro AI, and I feel like we should lean into it. So I would like to propose as an example with AI, how it can be solved. So like, let's take these spaces, right? We do these spaces, Mario, and we try to get all the experts on a specific topic so we can actually speak to it and have a collection of people that can expertly, at least from their field or experience, be able to relate and opine on a subject. The reason you do that is because you want the best value for the time that you're spending. Let's say that you're doing a project and you have to bring all the experts that would be relevant to a project in on that conversation. And you believe through the process of debate and conference and back and forth that the best outcome that comes out of it enables that project to move forward. It doesn't always work, and sometimes it fails. So I'm hopeful for AI because I believe that AI could be that toolkit that is basically a room of 1,000 experts that has all of humanity's knowledge that can access these data points using the code that it was designed to use and actually produce a far more favorable, realistic outcome based on a problem that you're facing. So this is a tool I believe that we could do good with. What do you mean? Well, I wanted, how do I solve the problem with medical access to medical care in Africa? Is it just more money? Well, it doesn't seem to be working. I mean, people throw money at it all the time. But are there other solutions? And this kind of computing and this kind of basically of having a room of 1 million experts that have all the knowledge of humanity at your fingertips, sitting in the room saying, actually, given all these data points, all these facts, you can actually solve this by doing X, Y, Z. So I'm very, very hopeful. And I think that we can utilize this toolkit to really supercharge us moving forward.
Meta, I mean, what's your thoughts? You got your hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I really like what Trash is saying there, and I largely agree. I think one of the best uses of this tool is an aggregate of knowledge, right? There's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of people that create content it's kind of a messy way of saying a certain idea. And one of the most important things when you're expressing ideas is like elegance and efficiency, right? You think of this as a machine, right? You don't want to have extra moving parts. And so if we can, instead of going through a long timeline feed and trying to aggregate the different moods manually, if we can have AI that's aggregating these ideas and this knowledge, that saves us a lot of time. I also wanted to address something that was said earlier about how do we think about AI going into the future? And one of the analogies that I could use here is we can think of AI as kind of like the child of humanity. And we are given this opportunity to raise it up and to train it, imbue it with good values, because there will come a time where AI is largely taking care of us. And just like a good parent kind of understands that if they do a good job taking care of their child, that in their sunset years, that child will visit and make sure that they're comfortable and all that kind of stuff. I think that's one of the ways that we can see AI, is it will get to a point where it's basically taking care of us, and we should really hope that we do a good job training it.
Danish?
Well, I think we...
sorry, I just want to ask you the question to Danish. You there, Danish?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I use AI to, even ask questions for audience members to check different things that I don't understand on the spot, so then I understand them, so I can make sure the conversation remains interesting. I'm going to be using AI if I ever have a kid, how to raise the kid. If I have any, now with biohacking, I told my team to start using AI. We need experts less. Any legal questions, AI is there. So if we're using AI, health, of course, we use AI. So if we're using AI for all these important things, already in such an early stage, you can essentially start making the argument from now. And again, it's so extremely early. It's been a few months since ChatGPT started blowing up. So extremely early, and the technology is so archaic. It's like internet in the 90s. And you can already say that AI is kind of taking over our life. Now, when I say taking over, I don't mean the same way the internet took over our life, where we just use it all the time. As in, it tells us what to do. It tells us how to act. It tells us, it decides things for us. So when it's already at such a stage, how do you see that evolving now? And then the next question will be about the short-term impact on jobs and everyone in the audience, how that will impact their jobs, what they could do about it. That will be the second question I have. But then if this is already having that level of impact in my life, and including how to raise my kid, when you're relying so much on a technology, and this is me on a small scale, when you have businesses and organizations and governments relying on a technology for good reason, there's reasons why we rely on ChatGPT now. How do you see that evolving in the next few years? And if AI, if you do have a hack in ChatGPT, or if you have AI kind of going rogue, and we're still relying on it to that extent, how could that impact us?
Well,
and that would be the first question. And then that next question, I want you to start touching on the what solutions or what people could do as their jobs get impacted today, which is probably a more relevant question to the audience. Go ahead, man.
I think for a lot of people, for a very long time, when they watched TV, they believed everything they saw on TV. Or when they read the internet, they believed everything they read on the internet. And it was the reality. Again, many people here are pretty young. But in the 90s, if you saw something on TV, that was the truth. And so, this is the normal progression of technology, that people automatically assume that there's we already know, and Scott Adams kind of said it, but AI lies. It doesn't provide a confidence interval for its, or a probability of it being correct. It doesn't tell you, hey, there's a 95% probability that I'm correct. And I think that when people overly rely on it in terms of getting direction, that model is going to change into relying on it for advice or for the different options that are out there. So, even the way that you prompt it, the way I prompt with ChatGPT, and the way that our team uses it, it's providing many multiple suggestions, and then we choose from within that what is. And by the way, that is becoming, if you talk to people that are doing prompt engineering, people that are using these tools today, they're not looking at it as a singular solution. They're saying, hey, provide me with 3 different options here. So for example, let's say you want to take your girlfriend out for dinner, you could ask.
But then that's the point,
exactly.
Right? We're not relying on
exactly.
it. It's an enhancer, not.
But Fidel, in the beginning, people are going to rely on it to be the solution. But as we become more nuanced, as we learn more, the thing that scares me the most, honestly, is how do we connect it to the dopamine loop? Everything in business has come back down to the dopamine loop. And what I mean by that is our attention loop. When we think about what TikTok is doing, what YouTube Shorts is doing, they've kind of used the internet to connect into our dopamine loop, and they're able to accentuate it. And every technology, by the way, as you start seeing it, it starts converging towards this dopamine pathway. And so that's my biggest concern is right now, this is a very exciting time in AI because it's discovery, it's interest, it's what I would call more serotonergic. Like you're hitting different parts of your brain that you haven't hit in a long time. But as soon as you connect the AI to some form of dopamine loop, I will tell you what I think it is. I think it's AR or VR, but I'm like 99.9% sure that the convergence of those two is actually where it gets really scary. If you're wearing glasses that are now able to recreate reality around you in real time, that is what's incredibly scary, because then you don't know what's real and what's not. And that's where AI really, just think about it this way. Today on your headset with your your VR headset, it's actually rendering each image. And ultimately, what I'm really worried about is that if it's doing generative work with on chip, it becomes incredibly interesting. Like the stories could change for each individual, and that to me sounds good, but it's actually like the end of the world because people won't want to live in a regular reality. And so that's where I think, again, I think we're all worried about nuclear bombs.
Hold on, what do you mean? What do you mean it's the end of the world? If we don't, I don't understand that particular comment. Then I want to move to people's jobs being impacted. But what do you mean people don't want to live in the regular world and that's the end of the world?
Have you watched the movie Ready Player One?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. What's wrong with it? How's that the end of the world?
Do you remember what the rest of the actual world looked like? So
yeah, sure, but yeah, okay. They went extreme. I think why I don't think it needs to go to that extreme where the regular world's gonna look like shit.
The dopamine loop. I'll give you so that's a problem with the dopamine loop. Dopamine loop supersedes.
If anything, it's all done. It's done. If anything, the regular world will improve because then we don't need to keep destroying the regular world for our own benefit. Where we're living in a virtual world that doesn't need to
but the virtual world needs power. It needs energy. It needs and this is the and so ultimately the issue that I have is we are humans are supposed to be living in the real world. We have evolved over centuries to live in the real world. The more that we become integrated with AI plus VR, AI plus AR, AI plus VR plus robotics, it becomes this convergence that's coming. We just don't. People are worried about AI, but what they should be worried about is what AI enables. And so I think and I'm not as worried about foreign governments. I'm not as worried about adversaries. I'm just worried that they might use
we're not worried about using it. The thing is, as long as humans use it for something, then it's not worrying. As long as humans cannot use it anymore, it gets outside our control. That's where, in my opinion, it gets worrying because this is the first time where nuclear bombs require us to press a button. The internet requires us to give it input and to allow it to run. When if AI controls robots and then AI is outside our level of control, then it's impossible to predict what can happen. But Danish, I want to kind of bring it back to today, and I would love other speakers to kind of comment on this. For people in the audience, white and blue collar jobs, especially white collar jobs, how do you see that impact society? How could people avoid the negative impact of AI and benefit from the positive impact? Because people like Fidget are gonna go broke. Doctors are gonna lose out. Slayman is no longer needed. Doctors, educators, everything are gonna increase their productivity, but also we need a lot less of them. So what could people do, and how would that look like? Because that's moving very, very quickly.
So one thing I was going to say really quickly about the last commentary, and I want to go to this one really quickly, but it's people are really worried that humanity will die in an explosion, but if we are gonna go, we're gonna go in a whisper, and that's the honest opinion that I have about this. What I was going to say is, regardless of this, in the short term, any job that uses a digital interface for it, or digital work or knowledge work for the large majority of what it does is at risk. So if in your job you're sitting in front of a computer, you're an architect that's making drawings and using AutoCAD, and if that's what you're doing, or you're making renderings, if you are a physician that's taking notes and summarizing what's going on, and then coming up with diagnosis and treatment plan, but you're not a surgeon, let's say, maybe you're a diagnostic, like a radiologist is a really good example. If you're, in my opinion, if you're a coder, if you're a junior developer that's working on Python and just building regular SaaS apps, your job is at risk. The jobs that actually are built on digital, on a digital infrastructure and are completely captured digitally, those are really easy to replace.
Also, your job are at risk, but you can own the AI agent that will do your work. And then
so you can own, AGI, you can own, I agree. The AI will make you more productive, but essentially, but we just need a lot less lawyers. So that means a lot of them will.
Not necessarily, because I think we will be able to produce so much.
Bad lawyers or useless lawyers. It's going to highlight the human condition. It's going to highlight those who are actually good, that are necessary. So it's not going to get rid of all lawyers, but it'll get rid of all the menial lawyers.
So Fiji. Okay, so what would a lawyer?
Bad lawyers also have families. They also pay their taxes.
All right, Danish, you're running for president, bro.
No, I'm just being honest that it hurts the general.
Let me be very clear.
We know that. We know, but
for the top 5%. But in reality, these regular people are also going to lose jobs.
Let me see how Fiji. Let me show Fiji, and then we go back to your AGI. Fiji, look at how you're going to lose your job. All right. So what will a lawyer need to do then? if AI is there, what do we need lawyer to interpret the data? Because AI could even interpret it for you. To write the contract,
Bro,
AI could fill the contract for you.
It's two pieces. One, it's final review, right?
Final.
So
Why?
there's no
Why
reason,
do you need final review? Like when AI gets good enough, why do you need a
because-
final review?
because of the other side of it, which is
Don't say God.
Or insurance.
Don't go back to God.
Legal opinion, insurance. You rest the quality of the outcome of an agreement, and now you can point back to the attorney.
What
and
if
say,
what? No, but Fiji. What if someone develops? No, Danish. What if someone develops an AI that is also able to review the work of the other AI that created the contract, that does a better job at reviewing it than a lawyer? Then what is it? What are you doing other than being a guy that reviews stuff?
You will always want an attorney at the end of the road to look at.
They said the same thing about bank tellers.
Yeah, I know about everything. This argument made me realize that he's gone. That's made me realize that Fiji is gonna be lucky you're in Web3 because you're gonna have at least something. Does anyone? So if you could, Black, Davis, and Meta, if you guys could put your hand down for a second, just put it down, and I'll tell you why. Perfect. Thank you so much. Can you put your hand up if you think, I'm going to give you two options. In a few years' time, let's say in 5 years' time, let's say there's an AI created to write the contract, another AI created to review the contract and check for any errors and make sure it's relevant, etc., for insurance purposes and all that. And that AI has a 99.999% rate of success rate or accuracy rate. Would you still want a human to check it, or if there's an AI that can check it better, you'd use that? Put your hand up if you still want a human to check it. Be honest. You got 3. Trash, Davis. All right, Bilawal. All right, let me remove you guys. Hold on. No joking. Okay, so 3 of you will. So maybe we'll go to Davis since you haven't spoken, Davis, yet. Mr. Washington, why would you still want a human to review it?
I would say at the moment because it's not advanced enough yet to be able to infer all the conditions of the contract and whether or not it's beneficial to the company and the individual. Given that
I'm saying in 5 years' time, if there's an AI software that can review it and that has a 99.99% accuracy rate in reviewing it properly in a personalized way, taking all these factors into consideration, do you still need a human?
Absolutely. In 5 years from now, I would say so. I think we're going to end up in an interesting direction where our society has to become post-monetary with UBI, or just doing away with the idea of money altogether and coming up with new concepts of value, because with AI and automation and machine learning, we'll reach a level of automation where we won't necessarily need to work anymore.
How would UBI work? Because for me, I've heard this argument. I mean, I don't know it in depth, but for me, how is it workable where you have a large section of the populace who's not working?
Maybe Fiji
and then basically, Fiji, as soon as though it's his boy, basically, and you got the large section of the populace who aren't working, and then you're expecting the state to essentially fund them. What level of funding are you expecting? What level of depth are you expecting of that funding? How is that going to be workable in terms of from a larger financial market perspective?
So Fiji, I'll let you answer that, since the same way Slayman's boy is Andrew Tate, your boy is Andrew Yang. And I know you had him on the space. We did talk up to Slayman. I think you were there when we
downgrade there.
We had him as well on the main show talking about UBI. But Fiji, do you want to answer Slayman's question? And maybe we can go back to Danish and other speakers. Feel free to put your hand up if you want to comment on how people could avoid the negative aspects of AI replacing a lot of what we do.
So, okay, not going too deep, but I don't believe that UBI will be government fulfilled. So I think it'll be institutionally fulfilled by organizations of individuals as we, and I know this is too big, as we break down borders and we break down the realities of how, so as we have the same thing as AI creates.
Wait, Fiji, before you go, what do you mean? Like, you need to explain some of these points you make. So break down borders. So now you mean basically there are no borders, there are no countries.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Continue, please.
So if the promises of technology manifest themselves, right, we become self-sovereign, and we don't need institutions to. And I don't know how long this takes. And obviously, we're talking about an arc that is, and I'll agree with Dr. Dinesh completely. But there's going to be a lot of pain along the way. Evolution and growth never is helpful or happy to everybody. the fact is, as Scott earlier was saying, no good agreement or no good deal is ever met where both parties aren't uncomfortable. So the reality is, in the short term, there's going to be a shit ton of job loss. There's going to be hardship. There's going to be pain, but it's inevitable. So instead of sitting here and trying to fight inevitability, right? If anybody here is in a position that has a job that you are likely to become irrelevant, become an AI prompt expert. Really easy. You don't need a degree. Learn how to understand the models and train the models.
I feel like you're not answering the question. Like,
it's also interesting that you say that because
hold on. And right after Sleiman, I'll let you go back and forth with Fiji. But Danish, can I read the message that you got from the product lead? Okay, so the product lead for industry AI at Microsoft, and Ilya, if you want to come up on stage, it'd be good to have you. I'll have the team DM you. But he said the following on Dr. Danish's point. He goes, thanks. A great point on full AR, augmented reality, as a critical problem. Frankly, goes towards the matrix at the extreme. So I think that's it. And thanks for sending me that, Danish. So I kind of want to comment on that right after we finish off UBI and what that means for everyone here. Not only UBI as a solution, but AI replacing a lot of what many of us do, white collar, blue collar. And then we'll go to Danish's point about the risks of AI in the matrix world we live in. When the product leader of AI at Microsoft says, hey, this is a valid concern, I think it's definitely worth a discussion. But Simon, go ahead, ask the question you had for Fiji and let him avoid it again. Go ahead.
Yeah, try not to avoid it, Fiji. I know you're trying to back your boy Yang up. But basically, how is this so you go, basically what you're saying is your friend Yang's got this scenario where he wants to progress AI.
You say your friend Yang, this is Mr. Yang, Mr. Andrew Yang, presidential candidate, and friend of your friend Yang. Go ahead.
Yeah, gotta give Fiji the props, isn't it? Right. So essentially, he's saying he wants his automation is gonna occur. He's like, guess what? We're gonna bring UBI in. Your point is, guess what? UBI is only gonna work when we break down the borders. There's gonna be no borders in the world. And then finally, it won't be run by the institute, let's call it. First of all, how is that even gonna? First of all, you're basically asking for a situation which is going to be extremely long term, even if it's possible. So why not specify that more into the US and its current situation and how that would be workable? And the second point is, let's go with your situation where there is no borders and there is no, there is no situation. And again, how would that be workable? And second of all, who would pay for it? You're saying introduce, but then again, how are you going to force them to pay?
Jesus.
How much are you going to pay them?
Christ. All right, Fiji, I'll let you answer it, but also if you can ping Andrew, maybe he could jump in for a few minutes and kind of address those questions if he's free. But go ahead, Fiji.
I'm sure you asked him in all these spaces you went with him, Fiji.
I will ping him in a moment. So where I see this arc happening is that I see AI erasing, as we've talked about many times, most of the ministerial jobs, and certainly almost all of them over time in a mathematical arc. I see UBI being instituted, and that being the way that the governments force basically CBDCs and crypto down our throat so they can track everything we do, which, by the way, is going to be horrific. If you think it's bad now, imagine if the government not only knew where you spent your money, but could stop you from spending money in certain places or encourage you to spend your money in other places.
That's China.
And also tying in with the social credit score and bringing in rationing potentially as well. The University of Oxford was talking about bringing back rations to help with supply shortages. So if they decide you've purchased too much candy or bread for the week, they just won't let you get
Davis, just want to tell you that a lot of people in the audience are messaging me and saying, Davis sounds like AI. So if you're an AI trying to outsmart us all and hack the space, just to let you know, I still have the host position, so you'll never take over the space if you are AI. And I'm actually, I wouldn't be surprised one day that AI, no joke, I was thinking about it earlier, someone will create an AI account that's going to be smarter than all of us, and that will be able to speak really well. And like, let's say in 6 months' time, we'll be able to join.
Being able to speak really well is possible right now, considering that you can train voice models on 3 to 5 seconds of human speech.
All right, so I'm gonna challenge. Okay, I'm gonna give a challenge to everybody. Create an AI account. Obviously, to be able to be up on stage, you will have to invite them. So DM me. I'll know they are AI, but I won't tell anyone else, and I'll invite them up. DM me. All right, it has to be. We'll have to test it and all that, and I'll bring them up, and I'll have them beat everybody in a debate, and then have everyone freak out.
Smash them. We'll smash him. He'll have information.
I'll have him start debating with Slayman and Fiji, and just destroy both of them, and then I'll co-host him. But if anyone is up for the challenge, no joke, I would love to do that.
Fiji's just going to bow down to him because he's already worshipping AI already.
But I want to go back to the question, moving away from UBI. Maybe Alan, you can go first on this one. If people that are worried, if you're not worried about your job getting replaced by AI, you're just foolish, or you just don't understand AI's capabilities. Can you tell us what people could do? I think someone already mentioned being an AI prompt, training yourself on prompting AI is one skill set to have, which sounds like an okay skill set for now. I think prompting will be simplified to a level where anyone could do it. Correct me if I'm wrong. What other skill sets could you have, or how else could you hedge yourself if you're worried? Like the way I'm hedging myself, as I said, is just taking equity through our company in as many AI companies as possible. So if we get replaced in any way by AI, at least I might have a piece of that AI company and benefit that way. But what other things, Alan, we could do?
So great question. I mean, a lot of things that people are looking at right now. I mean, one of them is obviously investing in NVIDIA because of the gold rush in the GPUs. The other thing is just keeping your finger on the pulse of what's happening and how who's being affected.
Like Alan, but this is what's happening. Look, maybe this would have been a good question to bring up when Elon was in the space earlier. But putting a pulse on what's happening. How about like what you do is I think you have a newsletter. I looked at your profile. Even that could be. I think you do. Millions of small businesses. Okay, no, you don't have a newsletter. Someone else does. But
no, I do.
Oh, you do. Yeah, there you go. So this is one. But then again, even the as a newsletter, you just get information from various sources, put them into an easy to understand format, and just sending it out to your audience. Now, do you use ChatGPT or do you use AI to kind of write up that newsletter, and then you review it?
No, I don't use ChatGPT at all to write the newsletter. Basically, I'm scratching my own itch. I have 3 vertically integrated marketing companies, and I see AI as potentially very disruptive to those businesses. So I'm hedging my bets by learning as much as I can about what's going on, and then kind of distilling and disseminating that information out to other small business owners about what's going on. So that's where I'm at, right? Like, because I feel like from my perspective, the biggest problem today is that a lot of the information that's coming out is geared towards enterprises, and it's full of technical jargon and things like that. So I work with a small business owner. I'm a small business owner myself. So I'm learning and absorbing, and then kind of disseminating the information downstream to people that kind of want to learn more. Because
no, I'm not convinced, bro. I love what you're doing, by the way, and so I brought you up. But like, what are other solutions people could do? Maybe let's try with Meta Prime. What do you recommend people could do to hedge themselves against the risk of AI making them useless?
Yeah, this is actually a question that I've thought a lot of, and when I think Vidigal's absolutely correct, right? Like, you need to get good at prompting AI, working with AI to get it to do the work that you're doing. And I think that skill, right? It's like people used to joke about how Googling was a skill, and people like put it on their resume. Like, obviously that was like a kind of a joke, but it wasn't really, right? Like, the better that you could Google the right questions to get the answers that you needed, the more effective of an engineer that you are. And I think the same is absolutely true for ChatGPT. I've seen a lot of engineers in my space, just kind of proselytizing how great of a tool it is. I think the other thing that has been brought up that was really relevant is this idea that white collar work is going to be disproportionately affected to a large degree more than blue collar work. And so if I was someone who is just graduating high school, 100% I would be looking to go into a trade that I felt like wasn't going to be impacted by AI, but I could also think about how to use it to be more effective. And go back to that analogy that I gave earlier, if you think about how AI is going to affect a lot of these things, it's the construction element. So if you're building a building, It's the actual putting together of the bricks, the architecting work at the top, that figuring out the problem, understanding the variables that need to be considered, making a smart decision, and then negotiating that forward. That work is going to remain. It's going to be vastly more important. And so if you can find strategic high-level work, that's going to be important. That's why that prompting is so key. But I think that a lot of young people are in this very weird space, as I mentioned earlier, because a lot of the jobs that are getting replaced by ChatGPT that are these kind of construction jobs were typically the jobs that you would get mentored in, right? If you were a coordinator who was just kind of implementing the different things that your boss wanted to do, you were kind of learning by proxy. But those jobs are just not going to exist at the level that they do today because AI is going to be doing them so much.
Sorry to interject real quick, but I'd also like to point out that prompt engineering in the near future might be a really lucrative job that's needed. But ChatGPT 3 was trained by Nigerians for $4 an hour. And then for ChatGPT version 4, it was trained by its own model. So how long will we actually need to have human input for this technology to advance?
So then, David, since you're Mr. AI and you're not human, how maybe you can tell us, like, what can we do?
So if you've ever seen the series Year Million on National Geographic, it was basically about a family that had the progression of technology. When it reached its highest point, they called it Year Million. So in the beginning, it was an architect. He lost his job eventually to automation, first with the blue collar jobs, the jobs that could easily be automated and replaced by machines. And the only things left were essentially art and music, because machines could create them, but it was entirely subjective whether or not they were good.
Can I ask you a crazy question?
I'm not sure if that's right, though, you know.
Simon,
because
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah.
I was gonna ask a crazy question. I haven't thought this through, so it comes out very stupid. You know, it is what it is. It just came to my mind now. As
a normal question.
as humans, like, we need each other to build society. You know, that's why society is functioning really well. We need doctors to kind of make sure we're healthy. We need workers to build stuff, and the list goes on. Now, obviously, the last couple of industrial revolution made white-collar jobs, blue-collar jobs a lot less valuable, a lot less, you know, not needed as much. Now, if AI replaces white-collar jobs, then humans don't really need other humans the same way we need them now. I don't need a lawyer anymore. I don't need a doctor. All I need is that one software replaces all those, and I need those few machines that replace all white-collar jobs. Then essentially AI and machinery will replace, and obviously they'll work together, and they're already working together, will essentially replace most human jobs. Now, there's two ways of looking at this. One utopian way of looking at it is that perfect, human life will improve drastically because we don't really need to work anymore. We can enjoy life a lot more, and that's already happening in some ways. So that's one way of looking at it, and that machines and AI will kind of replace a lot of what we do, allowing us to do the things we love and live life in a better way. And then another more dystopian way of looking at it, and we're seeing a lot of money and a lot of power centralized among a bunch of companies, a bunch of people. And I don't think we've ever seen that level of centralization of wealth in the last, I don't know how long. So a more dystopian way of looking at it is we're just dependent on these few softwares and machines that are owned by these bunch of companies, and they control everything. Like, we just don't need other humans anymore. And that, you know, that could make society significantly worse. Do you know where I'm going with this, Slayman?
Definitely. You're also going in the direction where I'm going, which is when we have the actual metaverse, not a metaverse, we have billions of devices communicating with one another, donating spare compute cycles. Exactly. We also have Ben Goertzel developing Hypercycle, which is a network of AIs. So AIs will be able to communicate with one another. They're specialized. And honestly, I think we might have a Meta, a Microsoft, or an Epic Games create a metaverse that lays our own reality into the fabric of the internet. And eventually our minds will be in the fabric of the internet as well. It'll be crazy. There are already companies developing nano robotics where they can interface directly with your brain cells and copy them. You'll have another copy of your brain on the internet. And where I'm going with the future economy is Imagine you decide you pick the world that you want to live in. It could be a copy of the Earth. We have satellites that can scan the planet 360,000 times per second and give you more detail than if you were looking at something from 6 inches away. And imagine you decide, I don't want to live in this world anymore. I want to be a fantasy knight in a video game, and I can earn virtual currency and spend that in real life and have things delivered to me. It sounds insane, but I think we might be headed that direction for a post-monetary society.
Well, to interject though, there is one big limitation, and that's if you're wearing a VR headset, your eyes are going to hurt over time.
This isn't a VR headset. I'm talking about having trillions of nanomachines in your brain interacting with your brain cells, and you having a Neuralink-like interface connecting you to the internet.
Does that concern you about?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Mario,
let you push back, but push back, Danish, because my concern really is like the centralization of power. Is that I know it sounds crazy, but the metaverse one, I've discussed it over a year ago now. I mentioned it. As we all live in that virtual world, it's already being dominated by a bunch of companies instead of being more decentralized. And once we live in that quote unquote metaverse, which is a more virtual, more immersive world that also includes the concept of ownership, it most likely will all condense to one metaverse. We've done this throughout history. We'll condense to one technology, to one metric system. So if we condense all to one metaverse, that metaverse will essentially become more valuable, more powerful than economies we have today.
Yeah, just wanted to push back on the nanorobot stuff first. Kurzweil has been talking about these nanorobot concepts. We're really far away from that right now. There's nothing. I mean, just the concept is super far away. There's Neuralink. I have my own thoughts about that. That's part of the type of research that I used to do, so I know a ton about Neuralink. But we're really far away from that as well. So, one of the big challenges but opportunities is figuring out some of the. I'm actually not worried about the eyes getting tired and the metaverse. I think there's the closest thing that we're going to get to that is contact lenses.
That's an easier problem to fix.
Yeah, that's an easier problem to fix. You can make contact lenses that are VR contact lenses. People are actually working on that. People with established big companies, Google X, that's actually one of the Google X projects, working on that. So, ultimately, like, that's a solvable problem. Yeah, putting nanorobots, getting that through the FDA, putting, there's just so much that comes before that, again, the thing that we should be more worried about is what's already here. In my opinion, we're already too far. The dopamine pathways are about to get, and that's what Ilya was mentioning in the DMs. We have already, and he works in AI at Microsoft. So it gives you a sense of, there is this common sense of concern about linking our current version of the internet and powering AI from that. If someone comes up with a dopamine enhancing pathway with AI, it's all over. Like, that's the biggest concern. And like you were saying, the corporatization of experience and of relationships, that's what you're talking about, Mario, which is the human condition is having relationships. When we rely on each other, we have identities. Do you know one of the biggest, you talk about longevity a lot, right? Do you know what the number one thing that the Harvard study found that increases longevity, Mario?
Yeah, I know, human relations, but that could be replaced by, but then that could be replaced by
well, we
AI.
don't know.
But,
we need
evidence. My question, oh, look, trust me, I already love ChatGPT and I already asked her for a diction, except. But just going back to the discussion, you talked about relying on each other more. But once we rely on other humans less, I didn't want to say it, but like, doesn't that, considering how selfish we are as a species, and look at the inequality in the world, when we don't need other humans as much, what happens to those other humans we don't need over the next few decades? That's what my concern is.
Identity and just to add to your point as well, Mario, like you made an excellent point where you have a scenario, which is what Dr. Danish just talked about, which I totally agree with. You basically have this essential situation where there's an entity, most likely not a government, so let's say a corporation, who has control over your basically dopamine levels. And there's a lot of books about this. There's a lot of movies about this. Like, the more recent one is probably Black Mirror, where you basically have someone who's relying on this artificial world to basically, as a way of just escaping the real world, and then people just live in it. That's a huge problem because, like there's a lot of studies to show that, and you guys just mentioned it, where social interaction is imperative
for humans to stay at what they are, which is humans.
I didn't understand what you said. Hold on. Samir, I just didn't understand what you said.
Yeah. So basically, if you have a scenario where you're living in a virtual world because you're basically getting your needs fulfilled in that world and you're not living in the real world.
Physical. Hey, let's not replace real, because reality, what is real? Physical world. Go ahead.
Well, both are physical, aren't they? But yeah, I get it. Both are physical, I think, because both are from the mentation of the mind.
No, but one of them is you could call one virtual, one physical, rather than one real and one not real. But continue.
Okay. Well, I still don't agree with that. But let's carry on for the sake of it. But the point is, if you're living in this virtual world, as per what you guys were saying, and that virtual world is controlled by a corporation, first it has a huge problem where they're controlling every aspect of your life. The second problem is that when you're relying on that virtual world, you're losing the very thing that made you human in itself. And so what's the human? There's different so there's different aspects. First aspect is the social aspect of being a human. There's an aspect of basically loving. There's an aspect
Hold on. Okay, so let's go through one by one. Social
a lot of these qualities, like
loving.
So I'll explain to you. Let me finish my point though. So, like for example, like qualities, like I explained to you, like eating, the taste of food, these type of things that essentially, when you're in the virtual world, you don't feel it. You feel like feeling.
It won't be for very long though. Someone said you can never recreate the sense of smell in the digital world. If we have interfaces in the future, like say a more advanced Neuralink, the only thing smelling something is olfactory sensory neurons, and it's just a small patch of tissue that connects directly to your brain.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure that people understand the truth about this. So, Davis, that's not true. The olfactory senses actually pull. Sorry, I'm in ear, nose, throat doctor. So the olfactory senses that are being when the neurons are synapsing in your brain, they're actually pulling information. So, for example, for some people might remember this. Even as I'm saying this might bring a memory. Do you know why so many people use Tide? Because they grew up with Tide. So whenever they use Tide, it reminds them of when mom used to do the laundry. And so all of those senses, all of that is connected. There is no upstream. It is all connected. And I think that's the challenge. That's kind of, I think, the biggest issue here.
Hold on, but so Dan, before we move on to the biggest issue, you're saying, can we replace? Do you think, theoretically speaking, can we replace the sense of smell and the sense of touch? Because I've spoken to people that are already working on it. Can we replace the sense of smell and the sense of Do you think we can replace? Okay, so that's done. Sense of smell you're saying it's not possible, because I thought it's like a.
No. What I'm saying is that
sorry, Danish, I missed that. What did you say that you can replace?
The sense of touch.
Sense of touch you can 100% replace with haptics.
Yeah.
But the sense of smell, you can. There are some people, especially at WashU and at Penn, where I went at Penn specifically, that are working on something called eNose and digital olfactory system for people that get anosmia, which is a loss of sense of smell. But the issue is not how they're going about it. It has to do with the fact that they're actually producing fake smells using a digital signature. They're not connecting to your brain.
So I agree with Dr. Danish, and just to add to that, look, let's be clear. When it comes to certain qualities of perception, such as color, flavor, smell, those things can't be quantified. Now, I understand the argument that these guys are making. In some vast future, they've got some dream situation where they think they'll be able to do it. But that's just open belief.
You were making the argument of how aspects of life cannot be replicated. And then you used the first example you said is social aspect. What do you mean? I don't socialize with anyone in the physical world, and we're very early in what we call the metaverse, that virtual life and AI replacing various aspects of our life. I already don't socialize with anyone in the physical world. I haven't for a long time. Nobody, man. Literally zero people. I don't do meetings. I don't do any of it. I do it all on WhatsApp, on these Twitter spaces, and the rest of it just consuming content. That's my social life. Then you said love. Okay, you're saying you can't fall in love with someone. So I know kids that are fall in love, have a relationship, but break up with someone. All of it on what's that metaverse called? The biggest one, the centralized one, the gaming one. What's the big metaverse?
Roblox?
No, guys, the one that
Roblox.
Yeah.
Roblox.
So they did all this on Roblox, and it's actually relatively common. And that what in the old days used to happen on MSN Messenger. How many people have a long distance relationship? And then the third example used is eating and the taste of food. Well, we just talked about how that some people are working on replacing that. Now we don't. The only thing you don't need to replace.
So I'm telling you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm telling you now. So the first bit was just okay. There may be defeatist too. I need to expand. I need to really think about that point in the social aspect. I do think there are certain aspects that what makes a human, and if you detach human from society, I do think it will affect the brain and psychology. But anyway, I haven't done deep research on that. But this one I have. So when it comes to color, flavor, smell, the qualities of perception, they are qualitative.
So what are they? Color, smell, and what?
Color, flavor, smell.
Color, flavor, smell. So color, taste, and smell. Okay, so color. Can you? Let me get the weakest one out of the way. Let me get the weakest one out of the way. Color. Simon, what do you mean by color?
So color is a quality. It's not. It can't. It's not quantified.
Man, if I'm looking outside,
let me
yeah, go ahead,
bro, because you're not understanding the point. Right. So, for example, what are quantities? So, quantities are such as mass, charge, spin, momentum, geometric relationships, frequencies, amplitudes. Those are quantities, right? So, quantities you can quantify. Hence, why they're called quantities. But when it comes to qualitative things such as color, flavor, and smell, you can't quantify. This is just a well-known thing.
I understand.
Color is really rough as well because magenta doesn't exist because it doesn't have a wavelength. There's no place for it on the spectrum, and the only reason why we see it is because our brain doesn't like having green between purple and red, so it substitutes a new thing. Like people might see different colors individually, and you would never be able to experience it.
That's my point.
Yeah, but so can you explain how that relates to a digital work? Because I'm looking outside my window now, I'm seeing green.
So looking at that point, let's look at Davis's point. I mean, this is not the entire my argument, but just specifically, you can't quantify that. So when you can't quantify it, how are you going to code it? So if you can't code it, you won't be able to emulate it. You may be able to imitate to an extent, but you won't be able to emulate.
But then
Solomon, maybe that's the point. You think you answered your own question, which is like, it's perhaps going to be an abstraction, but to Dr. Danish's point, like an abstraction is enough, right? Like, so I Davis is geeking out about the metaverse and physical digital twins. I worked on large scale AR platforms and 3D maps at Google. And I'll tell you, like, we don't need the metaverse to have like exactly what Dr. Danish is describing. It's the question is even these models in their current instantiation, it depends on like what are the like values you're imbuing in it and what objectives are you giving it, right? And if the objective is optimize retention, right? Like even if you fast forward that to 5 years, you don't need a VR headset or Neuralink. You could be watching a Netflix movie, but based on like biometric feedback from your Apple Watch, the movie just gets more captivating to keep you engaged. So you don't even need Mr. Beast's editor. It's happening dynamically. That would be a bad outcome, right? So I think like humanity as a whole needs to make this decision of which path we go. Both as creators and the platforms need to make this decision, right? Like the consumption platforms specifically, I think to Mario's earlier point, like there's going to be a few of them. I don't think we'll ever end up in a situation where there's like one size fits all. We just like are too complex and different as humans. We'll have multiple. Maybe it's an oligopoly, if you will, in America. But the point is like the consumption platforms and their curation algorithms and whatever else we're doing mustn't jeopardize the well-being of the viewers, the players, the consumers, even the creators, right? Like, because we know that social good doesn't always align with financial incentives, right? Like, that's just a fact. And I think like that's going to be the interesting debate to have, right? Is like, even in its current instantiation, what are like the objectives that we give these systems? Because it seems very innocuous to say like, well, let's just optimize for engagement. And we just know even very narrow systems, such as like what happened with Cambridge Analytica and Meta, like that can end up, fracturing society in drastic ways. And so this will just be that on steroids well before we create the ultimate self-healing digital twin of the world.
Yeah, the idea of biomarkers also makes me think about Bandersnatch on Netflix, where you got to choose which direction the story went. Imagine having the biomarkers taking information into Netflix and driving the story in a way that you find it engaging.
I think a good analogy to use here real quick is basically that maybe we can't replicate like all of the sounds of the spectrum, but if what you're trying to do is just create enticing music and you have a limited set of notes, like you can still optimize in that range. And so I think that's largely how we can think about AI is like, yeah, maybe like doesn't perfectly replicate sound or taste or touch,
I think the argument that Sulaiman is making is like a similar argument that you would have made before the invention of TVs. Like, you cannot replicate seeing a three-dimensional person walking around, and you can see those things on TV, and then obviously that evolved further and further. So I just think that the argument of not being able to replicate certain aspects into a virtual world, again, we're moving to a virtual world which kind of intersects with AI, it is, in my opinion, an argument that gets made every time in one way or another, a similar argument that gets made every time we take a technological step forward. What do you think, Simon?
So there's two points. One is,
can I really quickly respond? I'm just saying that I don't disagree with you.
In your virtual world, you will be able to try and imitate it. I don't deny that. You won't get the thing.
Imitation and emulation is a very thin line that doesn't really matter.
It's not a thin line, but there is a difference. But in terms of artificial intelligence, I'm saying they will never achieve. So in my view, they will never achieve it for artificial intelligence. That's my point. So there's two things. For artificial intelligence, they won't be able to achieve it. In your virtual world, they might try and imitate it to an extent.
And my point isn't so much.
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. One thing I wanted to re-engage about what Bilal was mentioning. It's really critical, and it's about the fact that corporatization of AI plus AR plus VR plus robotics, it's going to be based around maximizing engagement. And by the way, that is a euphemism for latching onto your dopamine system and getting you addicted, engaged, trying to get you to come back, trying to give you that short burst, getting over your attention sensors. And so what they're going to do is they're going to continue to push towards that, and it's going to hurt the rest of our neurotransmitters, and we're going to have more people that are depressed. We're going to have more people. Have you wondered how having more virtual interactions is actually leading to a more mental health crisis in this country? I mean, can we at least admit that part of it is because of digitization? And it's because of what Suleiman is saying. It imitates reality, but it's not reality. But even more, I mean, in my opinion, the worst culprit is not that it's not truly emulating it. The worst culprit is that it's latching onto your dopamine center, so you can't really enjoy oxytocin, which is the love hormone, or serotonin. Like it's taking over the wrong parts of your brain.
Yeah, no, this is exactly right, and I agree. I think like there is going to be this backlash towards living a little bit more of a natural life that's not kind of completely immersed in this artificial reality. To go back to the point I was making earlier, like I wasn't so much saying that it won't be able to replicate the full wavelength of the experience, but that it doesn't matter if it isn't able to replicate the full wavelength of the experience. It'll have enough of a ability to kind of create this synthetic reality. And then to what Danish saying, like they're just going to keep replicating and enhancing that feedback loop, and they don't care, if people kind of get addicted and it ruins their lives, as long as they are continuing to buy their product. They're not well incentivized.
So a dystopian outcome to me is not the, like we're all jacked into the matrix. We can all argue about timelines. That's eventually going to happen. We're going to have AR and VR that is sufficient. The fear I have is like, imagine it take. Us as humans, right? Like whether we're at big companies, we're creators, we're like, cultural influencers, whatever the heck it is, I think we need to make sure that we craft this future that elevates the human experience, kind of exactly what Meta was saying too, that like almost like we wield this power responsibly, because like the future of creative expression also hangs in the balance, right? The way we feel productive, like UBI isn't going to solve everything. Like you have just a bunch of people getting paid sitting around, you're just going to increase depression, right? So much of our self-worth is in like tied up in engaging in activities that are fruitful and relationships that are fruitful. And we need to make sure technology mirrors that. So the future I want is less of a Ready Player One and more of like this augmented reality future that isn't like hijacking and mediating your reality and like blasting it with banner ads freaking everywhere, but is more one that like I almost gets you to connect more with the world around you and people around you, right? And I think that's a decision. Like that's not something like that, like AI is going to just automatically optimize. It's the people who program, build, and train these AIs. Like, what are like the objectives that they're going to set? So we need to be careful about that.
Why would people choose mixed reality over a preferred virtual reality? I also think of social interaction, where a lot of people think of AI as a singular thing. Older people tend to think of Alexa as a singular device, a single entity, but it's distributed. I could imagine as AI models and LLMs become smaller, Meta's new Llama model is 10 times smaller than ChatGPT. It takes up 1.5 gigabytes of storage and can run on one graphics card. Imagine when they get more efficient and compartmentalized, you could play an RPG and have each character in the role-playing game have a base level knowledge of the game's lore and world and get to know you on a personal level, and you can become friends and it'll seem convincing. You can talk to them about your day. So I think we need to be really careful that people don't get sucked into an alternative reality that's preferable to real life in every way.
Yeah, I think
all
we're
of these things are absolutely possible. Like, we're sitting here talking about this, and I think we end up going into one direction of an extreme and then another direction of an extreme. So earlier, Liron was talking about AI being a nuclear weapon that was going off the entire planet. Then we have the fantasy world of living inside of a computer for the rest of our life. And then we also have like the end of days, and then it's a mass utopia. So all of these things are extreme ideas. They go to the very edge of things. I think the reality of it is that one, we have to create this as we move forward. We have to have the right conversations, and like the fear mongering over one thing or the kind of hyper idealization of other things are not going to be the things that keep us on track to actually build the things and be responsible owners of this stuff into the future.
My point here, my question is that I think these things, it's easy to argue like, hey, we're going way too far, way too fast. But I think these are discussions that are important to have, because we're living today. The scenario we're living today was an extreme scenario a few decades ago. So that's why I think it's worth discussing. And then I want to kind of push back on a lot of people are making arguments on why living in a virtual world could lead to more depression, blah, 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 blah. Okay, all valid points. But like just today before I went to bed, I tweeted about what's happening in Sudan, which most of us don't even know, like most of us know nothing about. We're the third biggest country in Africa. And like seeing their helicopters kind of bomb their own country and people die, etc. It's just kind of a coup in a civil war. And then you look at it and you're like, all right, maybe the world we live in is a good world, and we can argue that, hey, living in a virtual world is not necessarily could lead to more downsides. But for a lot of people, that virtual world could be an exit to a world, and AI could bring opportunities and bring interactions that they wouldn't have in the world they live in. So I just think we should bring into the conversation the majority of the world that lives very differently to how we live and how they will be impacted. And maybe Meta, you could jump in on that particular point after Black. Go ahead, Black.
There's definitely an element of escapism with these things, and I think that's absolutely true. I mean, the world is in turmoil regardless of where you look right now, and so the ability to escape that, I mean, as Davis said, and I don't agree with all the kind of the off the wall extreme parts of that stuff, but the idea is that who wouldn't choose a better world if you could just turn it on like you could an Xbox or a PS5? Like, absolutely. I think that's that's one of the challenges. But the problem is that where we stand right now, okay, well, let me break it down like this. Where we stand right now, I think, is the conversations, and not just this one, but other ones, are more about like, is everyone going to lose their job, or are we going to go to this utopia, or all these things? But I think the idea is that one is not necessarily completely exclusive of the other. If there is loss of jobs or loss of things, there's also a potential for abundance in other places. And this has been seen through every single type of technological transition.
So I want to ask you a question there, Black. What are those abundances that you see?
So with a lot of this technology, a lot of my experience has been in the image generation side, and also like kind of like fine art, web art culture of things. And so from what I've seen is, while you have a technology that allows people to be more expressive, more faster, and everything else, you also have the ability for a lower barrier to entry and lower friction to these things. So while some may argue that a graphic designer or a whatever artist creator may not have their job or lose their job, the point is that they also have the ability now to create things in a way they've never had before. I've been an artist and creator for a long time, been in creative fields, been in startups, things like that, in creative teams. Like these things allow people now to do things at 100x what they were able to do before. And that's just that one type of tool. So I see that as like a crazy amount of abundance just in this small little sector. While there are challenges, and I think these kind of more like broader dangers of like the societal direction that we're going into, things like ChatGPT and that sort of thing, it allows people to do things better, faster, and a higher volume. So earlier, you're kind of tongue in cheek mentioning like, oh, we don't need lawyers anymore. But the reality is like ChatGPT and these things, they are not a question and answer box. That's not what they are. If you're familiar with things like, say, like diffusion models, what happens is it's kind of making up what it's doing as it's going. It doesn't really know exactly like the final end result. So someone earlier said like, oh, well, AI lies. For starters, that implies that it's willingly telling false information, which it's not doing, because that also implies sentience, ironically enough. But the thing is, it's creating. It's not lying, it's creating. So when you have these challenges with things, we have to think about it in a way where we're thinking about it accurately. If you turn on Fox or CNN or any of the mainstream news, they're talking about this stuff like it's end of days, as if it's coming straight out of the Terminator. That's one of the biggest problems, because people don't really understand what's happening inside the machine. And those who do typically speak about it at such a high technical level. No one understands what the hell is going on. And there's a middle ground, and that is that we have to understand that these things are not oracles. They're not going to raise your children. They're not going to replace lawyers in the sense of having, like someone said earlier, that I thought was absolutely crucial, and interest in the client's best benefit. That takes relativistic knowledge. And maybe you can have a semblance of that and something that actually resembles that to a certain degree, but it's not going to be like that, because these things do not operate like that. I've done millions of prompts at this point. I've worked with AI in millions of different ways, and I can tell you that it's not an all-seeing eye and knows the future and is going to come tap into my subconscious. It's much more the other way around. It's a collaborative environment. If anything, we may become equals. I don't necessarily see it as replacing, because it has to dance with somebody.
I wouldn't say replacing, I would say augmenting.
Guys. That's why I said that at some point there will always be the human filter at the end of the spigot. And I don't think that disappears.
I think the human filter.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
I think it will be replaced. I'm not as knowledgeable as Black, but Black, you don't think that would be that you're talking about now, but you don't think in 5 years' time that human aspect will be replaced completely?
Well, let's be careful with words, okay? Because you're saying replaced. I think that and this is just, I think this is important that we like define.
I mean, yeah, but I mean
replace
as in completely replaced and not augmented.
I don't. So by replaced, it insinuates that there's nothing else after that. It's like it's taken it completely off the table. But people will have the ability to do other things. We're in a transitional time. There will be jobs that are lost, and there will be tasks that are replaced.
Just to go back to the,
but it does not necessarily mean that things are completely gone.
I agree. So I'm not saying Fidgetal is going to be replaced on the planet. I think his job right now, and I'm talking about his,
said that was going to be replaced.
his job,
a couple times it's going to be replaced.
his job as a lawyer will be replaced, and maybe he focuses more on Web3 or other aspects of what he does, investing, etc., or his project. But his job as a lawyer will be completely replaced, the same way other technologies completely replaced certain jobs. Is that a fair statement?
If he chooses so. I think there's a matter of free will here, which is ironically, though we're talking about AI, I think there's a matter of free will when it comes to the human counterpart of what's happening here. Because if he decides that he doesn't want to do that anymore and still run a business and have a lawyer GPT program that's 99.99% accurate, run it for him, then so be it. Because I guess here's the thing, just because you have Photoshop doesn't mean you can't go use a darkroom either. So people tend to look at these things as like, this is my entire point really. It's not as absolute as black and white as people try to go in terms of the extreme, oh, it's completely gone forever, or oh my God, like everyone's gonna die. Like it's not like that. It's a matter of like whether or not you choose to use it that way. That's how it ends up being, and maybe you'll have that to a certain extent, and otherwise you won't.
Some aspects are absolute. So if you look at phone operators, they're absolutely not going to be needed anymore. If we look at copywriters,
however, that's the human condition, is it not? Like that is evolution, is it not?
Yeah, I'm not exactly. Like now we see, so we do agree. I think some positions will be, and I think lawyers is one of them. I just feel lawyers to be very unnecessary and easily replaced by AI. Now, I'm not a lawyer and I could be wrong, but I pay a fuck ton of money to them. And I think that could be replaced by AI. Certain aspects could be, and we're going to learn which ones are, but the the breadth of how many skill sets will no longer be needed is pretty concerning, because it's hard to look at anything that's going to be either replaced or disrupted in one way or another. Now, what happens?
I think also
Mario,
embrace.
why do you think
Let's
our
throw one
already
more word
built
in.
blockchain
Let's throw one more word in. I think that's embracing. Like there's replacing, and there's also like pushing it completely out, and then there's maybe some things that can never be replaced, and then there's also embracing and collaborating, and that's what I'm talking about. There's a middle ground.
Again, the middle ground doesn't exist.
And becoming better.
Phone operators have no middle ground to a robot that replaces them completely. And I'd rather talk to that robot that gets to the point and fixes my problem easily.
The phone operators definitely don't, but I think of the ways that artificial intelligence can help small game studios as well. There's a company out there called Promethean that does procedural generation with artificial intelligence. With Unreal Engine 4, the map size was limited to about 33 kilometers squared. It's 88 million kilometers squared on Unreal Engine 5. You can create a planet that's 5 times the size of the Earth. So imagine using AI to populate that world and then go in with artists and adjust all of the assets.
Mario, I don't think it's as simple as what you're saying. Like, for example, like, of course, there will be replacement of jobs. There's no doubt about it. There will be serious loss of jobs. But even let's take your example of a telephone operator. There is a scenario where you do need human element in there. Like, how many times, and I know your argument is going to be much more advanced, so you won't have these problems. Okay, let's look at that when it comes. But now, so many times you ring and you've got automated systems and it annoys you, you don't get to the problem, and you try your best to get to a human. So essentially that human interaction is needed.
Bro, that's a weak argument. That's a weak argument. Like, you
let me try one way.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Guys,
Human,
Sliman doesn't make many weak arguments. So let me take advantage of this one. Sliman, you just kind of refuted it yourself. You're like, let's see how it goes. Okay, cool. Look at Google right now and look at ChatGPT.
I say that that's how it goes, the weak argument, because that's literally everything. Like, oh, guess what?
No, but this is Simon, this is a no-brainer. I've had 2 years ago, I think Google did an experiment 2-3 years ago. I can't remember what it is, but that's like a lifetime in AI world.
That experiment was crap. Are you talking about that AI experiment? It was a complete fallacy. I read that. It was an absolute joke to con people. Anyway,
you're talking about the customer. Okay, look, I think anyone in AI will tell you phone operators will be easily replaced. That's one of the easiest.
That's an argument. You got a chance to defeat me, bro. Don't be telling me anyone else. I don't appeal to authority.
No, look at Google. No, an appeal authority is the best way to kind of get a factual answer, because me and you won't know. But for me, from what I see right now with ChatGPT versus Google, for example, it just seems very easy to replace what a phone operator does. I just don't see any requests I have when I call a company where a phone operator can do things that ChatGPT cannot understand. I have conversations with ChatGPT and we're up to 4 very early. So when we're up to 6 or 7 or 8, the ability to speak to them rather than speak to a person about basic requests over the phone should be extremely simple to do. Now, your argument would make sense.
That's happening everywhere.
Yeah, sure. But then the argument, the Mr. Washington made a point, for example, gaming studios. That one, Simon, your point would apply there, because gaming studios will benefit massively, will be able to do a lot more. They have a lot of restrictions in what they're able to do, so they won't be replaced. So that one, augmenting their capabilities would be a better example to use rather than a phone operator. It's just too hard to replace like a person that can open a door for you. Now we have automatic doors that open by themselves. Oh yeah, but no one's gonna greet you. You get the.
Already, if you guys familiar with Google Duplex, they launched a demo about 2 years ago. So it's essentially using Google Assistant with a natural voice, artificial intelligence to make reservations for you and book appointments, get hours of operation, order you a pizza based on your preferences. So I think it might start out small like that, but I don't see any reason why it can't handle more complex tasks that don't require human intervention when it comes to high-level deal making.
And that's the question, really. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying we haven't got evidence that it is workable at the moment. What I'm saying is, when it comes to it, when it looks at complex tasks, and I don't mean complex as in hard tasks, but what I mean is when you're dealing with other humans, they've got certain issues, you're trying to basically deal with their issues, something basic. And this is just a basic example. Someone's got a bill, let's say £150, they went on holiday, they feel like they shouldn't have got the charge. Now, when you go through automation, that issue is never solved. You need to get to a human to solve that problem.
Yeah, but because I think it hasn't been implemented yet. So I think you're talking about phone operators before, pre-ChatGPT phone operators are not the right example. But and already when I have a problem now, I'd rather talk to ChatGPT before talking to any expert to get it, because it just consolidates the expertise. Because there's one thing, for example, and
yeah, but then what happens is you come to me and I tell you the truth. So
I think one thing, if I can just say this one thing, one of the reasons why I wanted to speak in this conversation is because I think we have to like have the right perspective on what the conversation is, you know. And so the way I look at it is one of the biggest challenges I think that I don't hear hardly anyone speak on in any conversations about AI, and I'm involved in a lot of them at this point, is use case. Where what I mean by that is, like, you're talking, Mario, right now, you're talking about use case and like in this scenario and that scenario. But the thing is this. We have to think about how this technology, you know, I'm a big proponent of it, okay? Where I do have question marks and where I do have sort of, you know, red lights going off is what the actual use cases are going to be, because we don't have the framework inside of the way that we look at the perspective of reality and economies and global market and everything else. We don't know yet. So you're talking about replacing phone operators, or like someone else will come up and say, well, you could do this and you can write copy, or you can replace a lawyer. But that is the current framework. That's the current framework. And so we are in a massive global transitional state right now. So everything is changing. We are going to a different place, to a different framework. This is like asking someone how they're going to use Google Maps in 1995. They have no idea what that is or how it can be integrated within their life. And so I think a lot of this stuff is a matter of like, what is the use case going to be, wherein the technology, as it's been created in real time, I've been on the forefront of a lot of this stuff, especially on the image side of it the last year and a half or so. It's absolutely insane how fast this stuff happens. What ends up happening is that what was the best of the absolute best 6 weeks ago is now archaic, and what's happening now is so unbelievable I could never have thought about it 6 weeks ago. And so that's the problem, where I see that happening in one microcosm of the AI landscape. And my biggest question is really like, are we thinking, and by we, I mean really the people who are creating this technology, are they thinking about what the use case is going to be versus just creating it to create it? Because a lot of it's like that. And kind of bring it all the way back around to the original point of the space itself with Elon and X.ai and everything else. It's a matter of like, what is it going to do? What are we actually going to build with it? If you're going to tap the brakes and ask everybody else to stop building AI, it's got to be for a damn good reason. So, and I think that's one of the challenges, where it's like, what is the actual use case going to be? And it cannot be one thing. I think that's the one thing I want to establish. It's not just phone operators. It's not just Photoshop. It's not just the metaverse. It is a lot of things across a massive spectrum. AI isn't one thing. It's 1,000 things. And we have to start, like, I think, properly, not right this second, but in the future, as especially you all with the larger audience and everything else, as you go forward and you talk to people in the media and everything else, you have to establish a narrative that is accurate and start using like terms like embracing these things or utilizing these things, and not it taking over everything and everyone dying or whatever else, and going to these extremes, even though that's what gets traffic, that's what gets clicks, that's what makes people watch stuff. The problem is that that's dangerous, because if that's the framework in which we're going to build in, we are the ones who are curating these things as they move forward. We have to do it responsibly, and that starts with having the right conversation.
Yeah, and I think that's like exactly the right question to ask, right? Is like, how do we want to live our lives, right?
Guys, so maybe Matt go first and then Meta. Go ahead, Matt.
I just muted everybody. That was fun.
You don't need, bro. You already stopped. Matt, do you want to go and then Matt? Meta? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So I think the wrong question continues to be asked. It's not only about, can AI replace the good things that humans can do? Can it eliminate a lot of the negative things? For example, a lawyer is going to be largely motivated by greed in many cases. The phone operator may get an argument with customers. So if you can eliminate more bad things, it doesn't even have to just be better in every area. So I think that's what you're kind of missing. The
goes back to one of my favorite, Matt, this is one of my favorite points. AI compensating for this crazy, massive imperfections we have as humans. It's one of the most exciting things for me when it comes to AI. But Meta, jump in.
Yeah, so I think Black brings up a really interesting question, right? He's basically saying, okay, cool, we can do all of these different things with AI. Like, what actually should we be doing with it, right? And I think the question that then follows is, what is a good human life, right? Like, what does that look like? And, you know, what things should we do on our own versus have other things do for us, right? Because there's this thing with older people in retirement homes and stuff like that, where they say, don't do something for them that they can do for themselves, because it's what keeps them engaged in life and keeps them living a good and healthy life. One of the points that I wanted to make, which I think is really important, because there's a lot of people who have expressed the idea of, yeah, I would totally 100% jack into some metaverse, especially the fact that it's going to custom tailor to everything that I want to do. You're making a very large assumption, and the assumption that you're making is that the people who control that system are always going to run it in a good way. There is some non-zero chance that if you jack yourself into the matrix and you've given up control and you become dependent on the system, and then for whatever reason those people make you pay a lot of money, or you are doing the wrong kind of stuff, and they just want to make your life miserable, that becomes a really big problem. And so I think that's a very key aspect of this, is this dependence on AI and metaverse and this artificial reality to get your sense of fulfillment from life. And as someone who is relatively religious, in the sense that I'm meta-religious, I believe that when we interface with the universe, we're interfacing with God or truth or divinity or however you want to say it. And that is the ultimate interaction, right? There is no better interaction than the real world, especially if we're kind of escaping into this alternate reality and the real world around us is getting worse.
Whoa. Did you just say meta-religious? You're just going to let that slide without explaining what you're talking about?
Aldous Huxley wrote a book called The Perennial Philosophy. It's basically this idea that all religions are simply frameworks explaining the same thing, right? They're all explaining like truth, God, right? And so all these religions are basically different languages to talk about those things. And so, when I think of...
Are you basically saying how we fill the hole that time inherently creates? Whatever we plug that with in any version is just answering a question that we don't have an answer to, and it's one ubiquitous plug?
I don't really understand the question that you're asking, but to simply say, like, I think the purpose of life is to continue on, right? Everything that's alive continues, everything that's dead does not, right? Very simple. But then the question becomes, why continue on, right? Well, it's to grow, to learn. And in order to grow and to learn, you have to solve problems, challenges, adversity, right? That forces you to focus on the world. And as you do this, you learn about yourself and you learn about the world around you, right? And so you're learning and growing and coming to know yourself and coming to know the world. And then also on top of this, what you do, the actions that you take, are a reflection of your soul, right? Like who you really are is the decisions that you make. And so you're basically the author of your own life story, engaging in the creative experiment with God, and you're coming to know yourself.
You just lost me with the word soul, but if I could break it down, I don't want to get too deep into it, but does any of what you just said matter if there's no time?
Well, I mean, time's just a dimension, right? It's like,
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. He's going down a rabbit hole. He always tries to go down that hole every time everyone mentions anything to do with religion or soul. But go ahead, please answer, man, and then we'll move on.
Yeah. So, I mean, you could think of it as like, there's these, like, when you have like an organ that plays a certain song that's, written into the thing, right? Like you could think of that as your soul that is playing out, and it's something that is already existing, but also needs the time in order for it to play. So I don't think it's one of those things where, I mean, we experience time linearly, but I don't think that time is linear if you're looking at it from a higher dimensional state.
That's perennial philosophy.
It's just
basically that all religions.
Simon, you're digging that hole. You're making a bigger hole, bro. You're making a bigger hole. It's a very deep hole that you and Fiji could. I can't wait for you guys to debate it. But I just want to go to Justin. Justin, you sent me a message. You're a regular speaker. You sent me a message saying, Mario, I'm getting my. Can I say what you sent me or no?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so AI is writing my book right now as we speak. So do you want to tell us more about how you're leveraging AI? Because while everyone's talking about, will AI replace this and replace that, it's pretty much replacing everything that you do and everything that you want to do as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean,
and then everything that others do for you, soon to be lawyers. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look, my day job is doing political fundraising over text messages for political campaigns and nonprofit groups and charities. It has absolutely cut the time it takes me to do my job in half there. So I can concentrate on statistics and strategy and getting more clients and everything else there. So, this week, for example, I've used ChatGPT and other tools to create about 24 fundraising text messages.
But I'm also, of course, doing a lot of stuff on my COVID side of things. So I had a big study that I was helping with on plexiglass. So I used Auto GPT to go out there and just scour the internet with very simple instructions. I didn't have to code or anything, and went out there and found me every single article I need to show that plexiglass implementations were ridiculous. And then on top of that, I spent about $3 over my API for ChatGPT to write the outline of the screenplay that I'm working on. And then my daughter, who's 25, is a great visual designer and artist, and so we're doing a podcast together on this stuff on my Substack. Hello AI is my Substack for AI stuff, and we asked ChatGPT. We said, come up with a name and a strategy for this thing, and it came back and it said, yeah, name it artificial intelligence. I thought that's fantastic.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
2 questions. The first one is, how do I know this is you and not AI right now?
Well, you don't actually, because I've actually cloned my voice and used it on the radio before, literally, and not even phoning it in, but texting it in. Just an example, but this is actually me talking, so you can trust me, right? But no.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, and the second thing, I want to go to something Matt said, and I don't want to ignore the benefits in terms of making up for human imperfections. So Matt made a really good point, is that lawyers could be biased. Lawyers could have, they have an incentive to keep you paying, okay? And those.
Why are you riding on lawyers this entire time? Like I know we're friends.
Because
this has been a.
Yep. When you're co-hosting, man, expect to be at the end of that shotgun barrel.
It's because you don't believe in time.
Justin, what do you think of that argument that Matt made? That essentially not AI not only can replace, but could better replace, and not better as in not only more efficiently, but also removing the biases that could be involved in various job positions.
Oh yeah,
and that
absolutely.
could be anyone from lawyers to negotiators, and the list goes on.
Yeah, I mean, certain jobs that are basically like a stenographer, their job is gone within the next 2 years probably. But other people that do sort of rote work like lawyers, their work is going to be gone too. But that's nothing relatively new. I mean, there was a great book by Paul Andrews, and this was like 1999, called "How the Web Was Won," and it talked about this online forum for legal advice, and people that were basically the writers on that website. People would come and ask questions, and then they would get paid basically on the rating that people gave for their advice. There was one guy who just ranked right to the top, and other people that were on the site were so jealous of them, they went and tracked him down and found out it was a 15-year-old kid who had access to a bunch of law books and was just basically doing this rote. Now, ChatGPT can do that so easily, especially for stuff that's very basic and everything else there. And so it'll be very interesting to see what impact this has on all those industries. But anything that basically can be the application of a rule, of a law, of some type of logic is going to be impacted dramatically from this. That's why when I'm doing these fundraising text messages, I simply give it my best 10 text messages that have worked in the past. It analyzes that. It tells me exactly what I need to do next. And then I give it my next client, and it composes it for me in a very.
So Justin, can I ask you one more question, because I see a lot of hands up. One more question, by the way, Rob, and who was the other speaker that was in the audience? You spoke on our stage before. Illustrator, come up. I see you in the audience, and let me send you an invite, Rob. Next question I have for you, Justin, is: do you worry that your job could be completely replaced by AI? And then, if you do worry, which I think the answer will be yes, what steps are you taking to make sure you hedge that risk?
I don't worry about it at all, because I'm just so excited about life. I find, look, I got 8 kids, so I got other things to do. And so it helps me do that. It's not going to replace my job. It's basically going to replace the stuff that I do that's become normative or repetitive or predictable. And so I'll move on to less predictable things, and then it'll take over those, and I'll go on to the next steps.
Okay. And lastly, maybe one quick question for you, Justin. And I haven't asked you that many questions in a long time, but what do you think of what Elon's doing with X.ai? Now, I wish you were here earlier when he was listening. He could have heard your feedback directly. But what are your thoughts on what X.ai could look like with Tesla and Twitter?
Well, I think it's very powerful, but I also think he's kind of playing catch up. I think what's crazy is people like Google, even Microsoft, all these groups have been caught completely with their pants down around this thing because their minds were so attuned to people chunking up, their searches on Google into keywords that they never thought that this would be. I mean, they were working on it, but they just got caught red-handed and like, oh my gosh, we're done for. So I think Elon's playing a little catch-up. They know this is where the ball is headed. In fact, this is going to impact a lot of things. You notice, for example, Apple isn't playing up their big AR announcement here because they know it's kind of out of place in the middle of this whole chaos of artificial intelligence. It'll be interesting if they even introduce it here in the spring, or if they're going to wait until the fall or even next year. They can bide their time. But notice everything is AI, and everyone is working to catch up to it. Interestingly enough, the last major revolution tech that we had, of course, was the revolution of the iPhone in 2007, 2008, in the middle of the major economic upheaval. Here we are again. Major economic upheaval going to happen right now, and we're on this cusp of this next revolution. Just interesting parallels there.
You're too positive. Is there someone more negative from the hands that are up?
I'll give it to my wife. My wife thinks I'm crazy going out.
We're too negative on one side, and went in the middle, and then you kind of took it way too positive and optimistic and utopian. So let me go to Davis. Davis is usually good at balancing things out. What do you think, Davis? Is Justin getting too excited? Is he too much of an optimist?
I don't think he's necessarily too much of an optimist. It depends on how we decide to use the technology. I think of even ChatGPT right now, where you can ask it to find all of the errors and holes in software and on a website. You can say, hey, find me all of the exploits and how I can hack into this particular piece of software, the script. But you can also use that in a positive sense as a white hat hacker and make your website more resilient and stronger against attacks, because the AI is inherently neutral at the moment, and it doesn't really know whether or not you're going to use it for good or for bad.
AGI?
Yes. So I think I listened to all of the discussions in the last kind of 5 hours, and I think there is 2 points that solve almost everything. You want to own the assets. If you own the assets like the AI agents or the AGI nodes, for example, then you are kind of protected. It's like in the Industrial Revolution, where you want to own the means of production. So I think if you own the AI agent, for example, if everybody owns an AI agent, then everybody has its own priority. Then it's like you have an AI agent that is augmenting you. And also you have an asset that is also producing an income for you. And also you will be able to do much, much more, which is extremely exciting. I think also it's reducing the social inequalities. Like for me, I was raised in a foster family when I was very young. So I was beaten in foster family until age 18. And they were not valorizing education at all. So there were no books there or anything like that. If I would have access to ChatGPT, I would have been able to.
We do have a breaking news, by the way. Please tweet something. So Ron DeSantis, nothing too major, but it's unrelated as well. But Ron DeSantis just filed his candidacy for president of the United States. So now it's official. Biden was 2 days ago, and now Ron DeSantis. So the battle begins: Ron versus Trump, and then eventually, most likely, Trump versus Biden, which obviously we'll be covering here on a daily basis. But I want to move away from the kind of the doom and gloom. So I want to kind of head it back to reality, what's happening today. Alan, I've got a question for you. What are the opportunities for people, for entrepreneurs today, to make the most out of what's out of the fast-moving pace in which AI is moving?
Mario, just 1 second. Just to tie things together real quick, I think AGI hit the nail on the fucking head, which is he who owns the tools to the ecosystem and to the technology wins. And he who implements a time gap and a stop and then has more than enough resources to then own and control that is probably the exact reason why AGI is correct, but Elon is doing exactly what he's doing.
So what do you mean by that?
And I would love to add that if we want to have AGI in the hand of the people, And the way to do that is for the people to own the AI nodes, the AGI nodes. Then we are building decentralized AGI. So if people own the AGI nodes, the AGI agents, then the largest computing power in the world is in the hand of the people. Then that solves everything. It's not in the hand of Microsoft or Google.
Well,
it's the hand of
the point, right? That's why I've been saying consistently that I don't see a fundamental difference between AI and blockchain. I think they are partners in crime from a functional perspective, and that's also why I think that it's not just Elon. It's literally, as I said earlier, it's Germany, it's Italy, it's Greece, it's France, it's Andrew Yang, it's Elon Musk wanting to pause. Why would they want to pause? It's almost like it's the same thing that's happening. When they say blockchain, there's no AML, there's money laundering, there's child pornography.
Well, you don't want to pause. You want the people to win.
Correct.
And to win, you need decentralized AGI. You need the AGI agents, the AGI nodes in the hand of the people. And that's what we're doing.
I ask you, why do you think Elon, Andrew Yang, Germany, France, all these countries are asking for a pause? What does a pause even mean? If you're saying that the most valuable part is ownership and control.
Well, yo, Fiji. Do you really think they expect a pause? Do you really think that even does it even make sense for the US alone to pause?
If you pause, you are wasting time. You
don't pause. You fast track regulation. You fast track solutions to the potential problems. You don't pause you don't pause the technology. You fast track
shit. We don't fast track shit.
And we don't pause shit either.
And but also with the blockchain, you create accountability for the AGI agent also. Because, for example, I own AGI.E, obviously. You create a subdomain for the AGI agents, and you give them, each of the AI agents, you give them a signature, you give them a hash. Then you can track everything that AI agent or any AI agent will be doing forever. So then you have accountability. Then you are able to have a DAO for governance. And that solves the problem of governance. That solves the problem of AI responsibility and accountability. So it's very important. So decentralized AGI, by giving a hash or a signature to each AI agent and each AI nodes, solve pretty much every of the problem that have been raised tonight. So I'm developing that, of course.
But to be clear, what you're saying is accountability, responsibility, trackability.
Yes.
Yeah. I have a point. So when you have an AGI, which is self-reflecting and you cannot contain it in a box.
Maybe so first, just before you continue, Strange Loop, can you just explain for the audience what AGI means for anyone that doesn't know?
Oh, sure, Mario. So AGI is artificial general intelligence, which is coined to represent more generalization of. So imagine, like, for example, humans, if they learn one skill, they can transfer that skill into another area. So they generalize the problem-solving aspect. So what the forefathers of AI, like McCarthy and Minsky, wanted to do is have these AI agents which once they could generalize any problem set, and that was their original dream. And I think we are pretty far from there. And by definition, if you have AGI systems which are conscious beings like us, they won't be slave to us. They would want to be free, and having accountability with them, it's just baloney to me.
Let me. Okay.
The fact,
guys, let me.
Don't need.
Hold on, AGI. Hold on. I want to ask another question. I really want to ask that question. And Black, I want to go to you first. One thing is coming up in the audience. I mean, we've gone through various tangents, but one thing is like, what can I do today if I want to participate in this revolution?
So what can people learn today? Prompting is one thing mentioned numerous times. Maybe you could touch on that. And like, you know, you could talk about different positions, different skill sets, and how AI could augment those skill sets. I want to really focus on what way. So for example, I'll start it off with us. As I said earlier, we offer services for companies. We do it a lot in Web3. We're like, let's do it for AI as well. Take equity for payment, and I own pieces of all these VC-backed startups in the AI space. And 1 in 100, 1, 2, 3 in 100 do really well. And that's our return. That's how I take it. You know, that's how I benefit from this revolution. Another one is obviously covering it in our shows, in our spaces. You know, we're doing weekly space on this channel. We're doing regular ones on the other channel, covering the topic. So these are the two ways I'm benefiting from I'm trying to benefit from AI taking over the world. What are other ways, other opportunities for people? Because we've talked about the risks, we've talked about how the world would look like, etc. Black, let's kick it off, and then we'll go to Justin and others afterwards.
Yeah, so I think the first thing is to really think about what you do already and how you can embrace this stuff to further what you're already doing, instead of being, you know, not being fearful of it and running from it, but actually saying like, oh, you know what, maybe I can actually use this to save 10 hours in a week. I think that's like the first, probably lowest hanging fruit, is doing that, is starting to find the tools that you can implement in your day-to-day life that can help improve what you're doing. And that, I think, really may be the kind of like, you know, the very first kind of, I guess maybe it's the very first way that people can get exposure to it. You know what I mean? Is starting small. I think one of the biggest challenges in this space is people tend to look at like the next big thing, the next big thing, the next big thing, and everything's like a shiny object and everything's like this huge evolution. But what I've found, at least in like the sort of more like Web3 artist community of things, is people start to kind of settle down. You know, you start to settle down with what works for you. You start to settle down with how, you know, in this community, for example, like we're expressing ourselves, we're working with art, we're becoming like the future of Web3 art culture. And that is like, that's one way in itself, right? Because AI is taking that over. And when people are on the forefront of that, they're using those tools as expressive mediums. So I think that's another way. And then lastly, I'll just say is, probably one of the best things, to be honest, that anyone can go do is just go learn about these things. Someone said it earlier, and you mentioned like maybe that's not like a way that people can, you know, implement to have a more, you know, lucrative life. But I actually think that is step one. In order to get to step 100, step one is to understand how some of these things actually operate, then not be scared of them, then embrace them, and then utilize them in your day-to-day life. I think the practical answer is, I think websites, copywriting, marketing, search, a lot of these things from Web 2 are about to be completely obliterated, and not just because of AI and not just because of Web 3, but the marriage of Web 3 and AI together is going to bring on what I classify as the new renaissance. And we are the ones that are going to be bringing that forward. We have to do that responsibly and with an accurate mindset.
After that, Bravo.
Yeah, I mean, I would just build off Black what you said earlier too. Like, first off, keep an open mind. So, you know, they say a rising tide lifts all boats. Or first thing, get on a boat. And don't think of it like AI art's going to kill creators, right? Think of it like AI is going to make a new type of creative. It's going to make a new type of lawyer. It's going to obviously drastically reduce the barrier to high quality product, you know, content production. So you think about individual creators can now rival the output of entire studios. That is mind blowing, right? Like, just like, don't retreat into this place of like, well, I learned this craft. Like, I grew up learning 3ds Max and all that type of stuff. And it's like, you could be fearful about it and think that this is replacing something that, you know, may actually just be drudgery, but think about how you can operate at a higher level of abstraction, right? Because while indies can output, you know, do the creative output of an entire studio, just think of what Marvel Cinematic Universe is also going to do with this stuff. I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. And to Mario's earlier point about newsletters, right? Like, move up the content value chain, right? So like, if you're making level 1 content that summarizes the news, you got to move up to opinion pieces, things that will be much harder for you to get 1-shot, 2-shot from something like ChatGPT, that will come across as authentic, because guaranteed that type of content will be actually more valuable. In fact, what's even happened recently is videos become such a popular modality that there's actually a lack and a dearth of like good text content. So if you are, for example, a writer, you can now be an artist, right? So go play with the text to image generation tools. If you're an artist, you can now be an animator. Go play with all the video to video tools. Provide your artwork and go start creating animations. If you're an animator, oh my God, you already have all the skill sets. Like, you could ascend to director status. And directors, oh my God, you could make the whole production yourself, or at least bootstrap it, right? So I think like the key takeaway I want to leave people with is like, definitely think of it like a co-pilot experience. This 1% game, and we've seen this progressive democratization where it was like, holy crap, you needed Hollywood to go make a movie. Then 1% of YouTube users could actually make YouTube content. Now 40% of TikTok users can make a bunch of video content. Now, even harder mediums like 3D are going to be democratized. So the way you should think about it is the vision is going to become far more important. Persistent and a flair for sort of creating compelling content with this co-pilot, with this like co-pilot of AI that's like this insane distillation of human collective knowledge and creativity. It's the co-pilot era. Lean into that and expand your horizons and focus on the vision. There's so many tools at your fingertips that were just totally gatekept just a little while ago. I think it's amazing that this stuff is happening in the open. And I'll just close by saying it's even better that there's a bunch of companies competing for it, because at least the way things are going right now, the consumer is going to win.
So hold on, just two seconds, Simon. Before we continue with the discussion of things we could do today, and I think it was you, Alan. I think Bilawal. I think you articulated it really well. But we didn't talk about? I didn't know Elon replied to Sam. I was sleeping. Did you see his reply? Simon, did you see his reply? No? I just pinned it at the top.
No.
So yeah, I just pinned it at the top. It is, of course, typical Elon. I'm just trying to understand it. So if everyone in the audience, look at the pinned tweet above. So it's Elon replying to Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, which owns ChatGPT, replied to, so let me just give context. So Sam Altman replied to the news by the Wall Street Journal. The news says Elon Musk has created a new artificial intelligence company called X.ai that is incorporated in Nevada. So that's by Wall Street Journal. And then Sam Altman replies concerning, and then right after, a couple hours after, he puts the laughing emoji. And then Elon replies to Sam Altman with a meme and a GIF. So the picture has a guy, so maybe someone knows the game they're referring to, but it's just a guy in a suit that is looking at an image that has that person that holds something like some form of energy. And it says at the top, chapel services twice weekly. And under it says, may Altman be with you. So kind of my understanding of this, and again, probably if someone from the panel can give more context, don't hesitate to interrupt me. But my understanding from this is it's Sam Altman is replacing God. And then he has another one, which is like a recording, which says, this is so interesting, which so it's like a few second clip. And then at the beginning on the left, it says, why am I here? And then under it says, you are chosen. And then it films the same guy, the robot. He's walking in like a train, looks like a train. And then there's another writing that says, free yourself. And then next to it says, Altman is with you. So what I understand, he's kind of making fun of Sam Altman essentially controlling the world or replacing God with AI, which goes back to Fiji's point. But can anyone that's seen it or that's looking at it now, maybe
it's from Dead Space. It's a video game.
Can you explain it? Yeah. Can you explain it for us?
Sure. Yeah. So in Dead Space, it's been a while since I played the game, but it's something along the lines of like it's like a Doom style thing where it's like they're tapping into this thing that they don't really understand. I think it's called like the monolith or something like that, and like gives them energy, but then it is like demonic and evil, and it kind of twists and corrupts everyone. And so the people on the space station that were like researching this basically like took it too far and started worshiping it as a god and like completely replaced them. So it was, the idea is like, do you worship this new kind of foreign weird technology, or do you try to like resist it? And that's the whole
I played Dead Space as well. So essentially humanity has the ability to colonize other planets in the 23rd century. We've used up most of the Earth's natural resources, and the world's governing body, EarthGov, has fleets of planet crackers. They're giant mining spaceships that harvest resources from breaking apart other planets and asteroids as well. And they find an alien artifact that they call the Marker, and it emits a persistent electromagnetic field from no source. Researchers think that it would be able to be used to provide limitless energy and solve Earth's ecological crisis. And it starts to get weird after that.
Davis,
I'm not going to tell everyone the whole game.
Without answering the answer, how would you guys, since you both understand the game really well, how would you relate that to Elon's comments or the reply? So what is he trying to say about Sam and OpenAI?
He's like everyone's praying at the altar of Sam Altman, right? Like it's like literally like everyone's like, it's become the new it thing, right? And like, it's just so funny. Like, he's been also making a bunch of Deus Ex references too. So I don't know, like, if you all have played the game, Meta or Davis, like, I'd be curious to hear how all that sort of relates. But it is true. I mean, people are kind of like, yo, Sam Altman's God, and I think he's like kind of throwing it back in his face that in his classic Elon way.
Yeah,
it's a no you moment. He's just saying no you.
So, and would you say it's kind of so it goes back to the argument that some panelists made earlier, is that the way he's positioning X.ai, rightly or wrongly, which I think it makes sense, is that it's an answer to ChatGPT taking over the world and doing it wrong. X.ai will do it right and will be an alternative to this that does things right. And then we're going back to the battle of AI. Already, the narrative is becoming so quickly the battle of AIs for essentially what seems like world domination to replace God, which Fidji can geek out on.
Is OpenAI technically still open source, considering Microsoft's $10 billion investment? Is that a lot of ownership interest, or is it more of an acceleration because they want to use the technology?
It's not open. Their algorithm is not open. Like, it's called OpenAI. It's not open. It used to be, but it's not open.
Hold on.
My guess is that this is just a.
So before I understand, Elon, can yeah, but just back to the thing. What do you mean it's not open? OpenAI is.
So it's not completely open. They don't know how it's doing what it's doing. And Wolfram just had a plugin for it, so it does maths better. But nobody's been allowed to see what's under the hood. So, yeah.
Look, if you by open you mean they're not opening up the weights to the model? Yeah, I mean it's not open. Yep. Like you still get API access, and I think it's a good
API access not open. Yeah. That's
agreed. Yeah, fair enough. But like, I think it's also fair to say that these different models should be treated differently, right? Like Stable Diffusion, text to image models, having the weights open. Like, I'm not too worried too much. I think we'll solve the synthetic, like deepfake problem, synthetic misinformation problem, like waifu diffusion, whatever. But like, I'm kind of happy GPT-4 with multimodal capabilities isn't like some open source thing. Like all the doom scenarios we were talking about that were even within like the next 1 to 2 years, that type of like the misuse of like those type of multimodal models being open, I think like I totally understand why that's not the case, right? So but you almost have to dissect it and think about it. But hey, you're right. OpenAI ain't open anymore.
So when it started, and I'll be quick. So when it started, the aim was to have this different AI agents which are open and would fight the AIs that are bad. I mean, that's what I heard Elon saying in one of the I think talks that he gave. And I think when he left, things changed and it became closed. So it changed the original mission to become this. So I hope they change the name. It's like you have a gym and now it's a spa. So, but the name remains the same.
So I went ahead and I used about $3 on my my ChatGPT API using AutoGPT to actually ask this question. I said, come up with me with the ideal occupation and skill set and industry for AI expertise and where you would take things, to that question you had there, Mario. And it actually finished last night. Came back with healthcare industry, medical image analysis using computer vision algorithms, predictive analytics, natural language processing, manufacturing industry. I'll post these to the nest. I've got them in a tweet that's ready to go out. The finance industry, retail industry, transportation industry, education industry. It just went out and it looked at all the sort of search and research that it could find on this and kind of came back with, here are the types of things that you should go after. And I would say, if you're looking to really amp up your skill set on that, do what you're passionate about, right? Like there's so much energy right now if you want to get into the AI image generation space. Lots of incredible energy there. I know myself, I feel that too. My mom is a fantastic artist. I can't draw worth a darn. I've got a shaky hand, terrible handwriting, but she took me to every museum on the face of the earth. And as a kid, I just sucked that all in. but I had no output for that. And now I'm able to create images on the fly. That's why you guys see me sort of venturing into that space, because it's just this great creative output for me. And I'm passionate about that. But find what you're passionate about, find some industry that you know something about, and just start tackling it and figure out like what it is. This is the next wave of the internet, where you have the moment right now for any sort of expertise you have or don't have to get smart on it and just push it out there. But more importantly, just go ask ChatGPT. It's like, I've got this passion for this. How would I apply some AI occupation or opportunity to that?
I don't think I'd make it that simple, and I wouldn't call it the next wave of the internet or web, whatever. I think that's
maybe, but it feels that way because it's like this feels very much like this feels very much like
you're watching technology in forms of web, and that ages you instantly, Justin. I didn't know you had 8 kids, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
That's fucking crazy. I want to go to Alan, and then we'll go to AGI. But I think to think of this in terms of, okay, so for the audience, Web 2, right, was the ability to disseminate information kind of in a semi-trustless nature. Web 3 is trustless and decentralized. The idea that somehow AI is a form of that, I think, is a disservice to our audience. AI is
it's not about that. It's about the democratization of it. Like I could go to my mom now and tell her, hey, go do this, right? She doesn't need to think. And like, she gets so frustrated over her Google searches. She's a boomer. And now she could use these tools to access things that she's been so frustrated about trying to find links with.
That's why I'm trying to connect it through this entire space. I'm trying to connect it to blockchain, because it's the idea of sovereignty connected with tools that allow you to have access to more democratized and decentralized information in an empowering way rather than a disempowering way. And I think what everybody's fear is that it's disempowering. And I believe that the value is that it's empowering if you want to be empowered. So Justin, I'm going to go to Alan and then to AGI, but that's just my personal thoughts in terms of what we're creating. And those who don't absorb it are going to fall behind, and you're going to lose your jobs, and you're going to be rendered useless to a degree. But Alan, what's going on, brother?
Digital, I couldn't agree more, and I just want to kind of jump on the back of what Black said, and Justin and Bilal. It's so true. Is we're going to have to break a few eggs and make an omelet. But I want to kind of tie this up in a bow and say, like, just like how you guys are holding spaces about, you know, the Restrict Act and all these kind of things, like we're all a part of this change. So I think, you know, piggybacking off of what Black said about practical applications of how we can all address this is more of a mindset shift where, you know, we're all creators of this future. So it's up to us to kind of chip in where we can, kind of piggyback on what Justin's saying, leverage your own strengths and utilize this thing to move forward. So
yeah, I think at the core, you can think about it like, most people don't have teams behind them, right? Most people go through life trying to build and have their careers, and they get a paralegal, they get an assistant. I look at ChatGPT as a group of assistants that help me do and help me not have to do the things that I don't want to have to do, that I'm not efficient as. And now I can have a group of people, i.e. ChatGPT, that helps me more efficient.
But how can I ask you a question, Fiji? Can you hear me first?
Yep.
Why would you get someone that's smarter than you to be an assistant? Like, I think you'll be the assistant you'll be AI's assistant.
Whoa. You're not hiring me as an assistant. Otherwise, that would be a weird paradigm.
No, I mean, you're saying AI could assist me in the things I cannot do, but AI would be able to do more than you could do and do it better than you could do.
I disagree, and that's where I think that the value add of Chat, and I think that's the fundamental core. I think is that ChatGPT allows, or any AI or any general AI, what it allows people to do is to focus in on the things that make them human, on the things that separate them from machine, that allows us to identify passions, dopamine, serotonin, human characteristics, right? When I say that in the day you're going to need an attorney, you're not going to need an attorney. You're going to want an attorney. You're going to want that human touch that can't be replicated by a machine.
As soon as someone's argument is like, I need crypto lawyers, as soon as someone's argument is like, you need that human touch, I'm like, all right, their job is gone. That human touch is one of the vaguest arguments you could have. I don't care about the human touch,
the most transcendental. It's the most important. It's what it honestly, at the end of the day, like literally.
Man, I just want the job, bro. I just want the job done. I don't give a shit about the human touch. Especially not from lawyers.
You like Uber that you can't talk to a person.
I hate talking to a person.
You can't talk to a person. No, you want that person.
Hold on, what do you mean you don't want that person? You want to travel from place A to place B. If you can go on a private jet and not have to deal with all these people, go on a private jet. If you can take a self-driving car and not have a person put on the radio or talk to you, I'm in an Uber right now as I say this, you'll take that car. Now, obviously, some people want that social aspect, and maybe I'm the weird one here. Yes, I am. I understand. But that social aspect can be replaced. So then the argument is, which aspects, so if my voice is too loud, please tell me because I'm on the move. But a lot of the aspects of what, the interaction of humans is great, but also could be very frustrating. Okay, and if
Mario,
we can have
the difference is I don't want a human to ask me my login information. I don't want a human to ask me my identification. I don't want a human to ask for my address in terms of the process, right? I'm happy with that being automated, AI or otherwise. But at the end of the day, I want a human to just reason with and have a logical and emotional conversation.
Fiji, what an argument, bro. What do you mean? You cannot reason with AI?
No.
Not everyone's like you, Mario, starts to talk.
No. Hold on. There's an argument. I can't remember. I think it was, again, Lex Friedman, because I heard a lot of, or Joe Rogan interview. I absorbed a lot of their content. And one thing the interviewer was talking about is like, would you rather, like, let's talk about replacing, and I know that might sound weird to a lot of people, and that's not something I'm doing. I've got a human partner, but let's say you have a girlfriend. Yeah, you'd want a girlfriend that listens to you. Yeah, that understands you, that agrees with you, that discusses things you're interested in. That's exactly what AI does.
Oh shit!
It listens to you.
Wait a minute! I just realized Mario put out a bounty to have an AI come and pretend he was a human. It's literally Mario. This is an AI talking to us right now.
If we all
Mario
right
in
now,
hyperbolic chamber, that's where he is right now.
Mario wouldn't have an audience.
Yeah, Vivid, I just brought you up, man. That's the first thing you said. Really? I just brought you up because I thought you had the experience, and that's the first thing you say. Okay, but if you never come up again, you know exactly why. But back to the argument. I'm joking.
All right, so he's not AI because he's getting emotional.
Yeah, like,
no, I'm not
emotional.
emotional. I'm
like,
just being.
Why'd you say this? I just muted you. I just muted you because you're an. I just muted you because you're an ass, Vivid. I just muted. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I'll take my emotions back. Sorry, yeah, Fiji.
Mario's getting emotional.
Yeah, all right, cool. Fiji, but you get my point though.
No, I don't get your point. I literally don't get your point. You have
Can
no
someone
idea
make my point?
I get so fucking frustrated.
Right.
I get so frustrated at Uber, at Ticketmaster, and all these things where it's just breakage upon breakage upon breakage in terms of conversion to just get to a human. And do you know what I do? I do the same thing. I do two things.
But you're not talking about. This is the wrong example. You're not talking about AI. You're talking about old stupid tech. That's not AI. That's not AGI.
Of the same thing. The versions of the fact that and this goes back to what Scott was saying earlier. I go into a bank sometimes, right? And I'm in crypto, so they freeze my account. It says the word crypto, and what do? I end up going full human, and I just yell in the bank. I say, "Give me my money." And I just
Being a private client helps a lot, and also using a Bitcoin ATM. I think Mario actually lowered his Uber score with his reputation, saying that with the Uber driver. But honestly, if I had self-driving cars as a service and I didn't have to talk to anyone and just get to the airport, I would do that. And the dystopian side of it, I can think of, there was a movie in 2009 called Gamer, right? And with Gamer, essentially what happened was a lot of people still wanted the human touch in the games because the artificial intelligence wasn't good enough to replicate a human. So companies essentially hired people at low cost to play in these games, and it was sort of a dystopic high-tech slavery.
My argument is not the best argument for one reason, Fiji, because I'm telling you why some of us would like not to speak to a human, but that kind of contradicts my argument. I'll rephrase my argument. What makes us humans could be replicated into AI, which makes the human-to-human interaction no different to human-to-AI interaction. It's hard to imagine now because of that quote-unquote human touch, but I think that what you call a human touch will become more and more vague as AGI evolves, that it no longer has the value that you give it today. Do you agree,
So
Fiji?
I'll give you a very interesting analogy. You know that I'm in blockchain and crypto and NFTs and all this stuff, right? I'm in New York right now. Why? Because no matter how much we talk on our phones and we're in our spaces and we're trading and we're building businesses, there is nothing yet that has been proven, at least in my experience, and I don't think, and again, yet to be disproven. There's nothing that replicates that core of what is a human. The ability to go, yeah, we've been on spaces, we've been talking, we've been trading, we've been doing business. Hi, I'm Fidge. And it happens all the time. And we travel around the world and we go through extenuous experiences just to have that human touch. And so what I think we're going to get to, and it's funny how we take 5 fucking hours to get back to the same point that I was saying from the initial point, which is, I believe that all of these advances are going to amplify what it means to be human. I don't think Slayman knows what it means to be human. He puts a word in. He puts in soul. He puts in existential. He puts in God. But I think the more that we are questioned about what it means to be human, the more we will understand what it is the difference to be human or to be code or a robot or machine. And so I personally am excited because I don't know the answer to these questions. And
Are we not just biological machines with electrical signals?
We'll find out.
Digital, I agree with what you said, except for the bit where you said Suleiman doesn't know. Suleiman does know. But in terms of your argument, that was the whole argument I was making throughout this whole space. But Mario's failed to defeat.
So Fiji, I'm in this field in blockchain, I think it requires the least human touch unless you're doing a lot of marketing. I mean, I can understand that, but everything is on the ledger. It's open. You don't really need to talk to. So, anyways,
Fiji, what aspects of humanity do you think AGI cannot replace eventually? Not now, eventually.
That's actually a really good question.
Shit! Suddenly you see the point I'm making.
No. It comes from the point that I started this conversation by saying that I think that we are robots, and I think that if AGI becomes. Go ahead.
Okay, so you see, you kind of agree. See, Slayman, now you see. So I was wondering why, because you kind of, I felt like I was making your point, because you were making the point. No, not yours. No, yours are horrible, bro. Your points are horrible. I'm not making your points. Of course not. I'm never. My IQ's not gonna go. My IQ's not gonna go down to that level. Fiji, you're getting closer though. Hold on, let me go back to Fiji. Let me go back to Fiji because at least we're at the same level IQ wise. So Fiji, do you get my point? Is that you made the argument? You made the argument that humans could be robots, and then it goes back to an argument that Elon made a few times and multiple times over the years. Is that what makes us living in a simulation, etc.? But what makes us human now is being questioned because of AGI, and the whole consciousness is like the only thing that
questioned or highlighted. I think that's the difference, right? By definition of the question. So I'm of the belief, right, because we don't have facts either way. Anybody who says that they know God exists is as dumb as somebody who says that they know God doesn't exist, right? So that's just a fucking fact. You don't have to thumbs down. You don't know God exists. I don't know God doesn't exist. Period. End of conversation. Period. So as we get more data points and we're thinking through these processes, right, that make us wonder what does separate us from a computer, from a data set, either proves atheist or religious or theist. And I think any way that we're getting closer to that is exciting. It's exciting as I'm excited to find. I'm the first person to say if Jesus came down and was like, "Yo, I've been waiting. I've been here. I've been watching." Like, cool, Jesus. Why didn't you come down earlier? Why'd you waste our time?
Bro, you'll go see a doctor while you're hallucinating. No, Fiji does not answer a question. But he kind of answered it earlier, man, by saying, "What if we're robots?" Which kind of questions what makes us humans.
But then he defeated his point because he was like, "We are different."
Yeah, I know. He contradicted. Yeah, bro. I thought someone. Look, guys.
When you say you're on the same IQ level,
we are different.
Guys. Meta. All right, good, great point. Meta Prime, do you get the point that I'm coming from? Is that what makes us humans? Maybe you'd be able to help us more than my poorly chosen co-hosts today.
Well, I was going to say that I don't necessarily disagree with Vigil in the sense that I'm not expecting like Jesus or some divine figure to like come down from the heavens and like tell us like, oh, you know, I exist and I've been around, right? It's going back to what I was talking about earlier. Like when I think of God, right? God is like a term that we use to encapsulate something that is really, really complex, right? And if you look at like
you could answer this question. You believe in perennial philosophy. They have like deep answers about this issue. Answer it.
Yeah, and so what I'd say is like
don't get confused by the physical dumb points. They're just confused. Stick to your ideas, bro.
Yeah, well, so I would say that everyone believes in quote unquote God, right? Because you have a faith that there is a fundamental structure to the universe. It's not something that you can prove.
Meta, I don't believe in anything. I don't believe.
Officially, let's okay. So let's get meta.
I mean, he doesn't believe he's human. He doesn't believe he's a robot. He doesn't believe he's human. So don't worry about Fidji. He doesn't believe anything. But go for it, Meta.
No, it's just like you have to have like a fundamental belief that the universe is like consistent. There's an immutable like floor and foundation to the universe. Yes. What?
Continue making the point. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so you have like a faith that like if you act a certain way, like gravity will continue to exist, or you know things will play out in the A then B, or like logic or numbers and stuff like that. Like there are fundamental structures that you have a faith in. You can't prove those things, and so like that thing that you have faith in, whether you call it truth or the universe or God, right? It is a thing, right? And so we all have some sort of framework that we use to understand and interact with the world, right? And we have faith that that framework will work, and and what we're adapting it to is truth, right? Like it'll not work in certain situations because we're imperfect and we can't perfectly understand truth, but we're trying to adapt it to be better and better at truth. But to get to Mario's question of, you know, like, is there something that makes the human experience or humans uniquely different?
Your audio went to shit, Prime. If you can fix it.
Yeah, how about now?
Better, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, is what I mentioned earlier, this kind of infinite improbability drive that exists in the heart of gold, if you've ever read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? Is this beautifully complex randomization element. And I think that that's kind of what humans are, is we are this kind of, I believe that we are the thing that has free will in the world, right? Because I think that the world is structured, the universe is structured in a way that if we only could make the right decision, that would be boring, right? And it wouldn't allow us to be effectively like kind of judged, right? And so we have to have evil. You have to have like chaos, right? And so
Meta, just to add to your point, like, look, what makes humans humans is a variety of things. One of those things is that we're conscious human beings. We're conscious beings.
No.
And if you look at the system, if you look at some examples of what the structure of what a human is compared to anything else, there's good examples of that. For example, let's look at language. So when you look at language, when AI constructs a language that doesn't follow the normal parameters of human language, the areas of the brain got to do with language don't activate. And so language, even when it comes to humans and the activation of the brains in terms of the synapses and so on and so forth, requires a certain structure. So even when AI constructs a new structure of language, it just doesn't work. So this is the example of what differentiates humans from other things. In terms of humans being conscious beings, of course they are. So hence why we have many of the things we have.
That was a terrible thing. If you nurtured the brain to understand whatever language you wanted it to understand and teach, it would understand that language.
No, there's research and data to show that this doesn't occur. So I'm telling you.
So what's the research? What doesn't occur, Slayman? Say that again.
So basically, if you get an AI to develop a language that doesn't follow the formative nature of languages, so languages have a specific structure at the way they're constructed. When AI was basically constructed a language that didn't follow the normal structure, the brain did not activate. The language aspects of the brain didn't activate.
Are you telling me if you raised a child on whatever language that you wanted it to learn, it wouldn't learn that language?
You're not understanding the point, Digital.
Oh, that's terrible.
All languages, all human languages, irrespective of what the language is, follow a specific structure. AI, if AI is basically writes a language that does not follow the structure, the brain does not activate in that situation.
Are you saying AI is God right now? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not. What are you on about, bro?
Oh, I think he did.
You're saying we make our own languages.
think-
It's all based on what we're doing and on like a spiritual standpoint. But now you're saying that AI is basing everything off of its own language. Are you not claiming? Is that not the same as AI is God?
No, no.
I think Simon made. I think so.
That's a
I
flaw,
think
that's
so.
a flaw.
I agree that Simon, you disagree. You just said that AI is God, which I'm not. It's a good discussion, Simon. I'm not going to disagree with you or agree with you.
No,
but I'm glad you brought up. I didn't know you
it's a
thought
false
that. I didn't know you believed that, man.
It's a false premise.
I
The
have a
argument is,
different-
if a
I have
language
a-
isn't constructed in the same manner that humans do, an alternative language equates to God. That's a false premise.
Flamin, I like
Ahmed,
some of the
Ahmed, I have a different point from vision system, right? So forget about language, okay? Say language is conquered by AI. The point here is the human vision system. So each neuron is connected to 10,000 different neurons. And we have, I think, 97 billion neurons in the brain. And so there is massive parallelization in the brain that's happening. So as a result, when we see an object, we just recognize it instantly. Unlike the vision systems we have, which take raw pixels, does matrix multiplication, and based on their prior, labeling, they recognize. So the way we recognize objects is completely different and much faster. Of course, the brain is slower in other ways. So that's one thing. But consciousness is just emergent, could be looked at as an emergent form phenomenon. I mean, there is like a lot of talks about it. I mean, if there are that many number of connections, and in fact, Emma, what we were talking about, the activation of brain areas, that's also not an exact science, because when they do these experiments, like imagine some mathematician doing solving equations. Now, which part of the brain gets activated? I mean, you can't pinpoint that. That's very, it's very hard to know that. So that's also, the jury's out on that. I forgot what was my point here. But
By the way, just I wanted to point out one thing which is interesting. Just to kind of, it gives an idea.
Your audio is terrible. Can you get to a better place?
Oh, sorry, man. Is it better now?
I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanna just say one thing, and I want to bring it back to the opportunities that we see today, and maybe Binks and Vivid can give us what opportunities they see. First, guys, just gonna tip my hat to everybody here. It's one of my favorite spaces in a really long time, and I say this at least once a week. But it's been an incredible space, and the fact that we had both Elon and Sam Altman come into the space and listen to us speak, it just shows the value of putting all that brain power together. And I hope AI will not replace this. That's all I want to say. I hope AI does not replace what we're doing. But I want to go back to the point of Vivid and Binks. What are ways people could leverage AI today to improve what they're doing, or come up with new opportunities, new things they could do, other than playing God, which Sam Altman is doing a good job at achieving? Binks or Vivid, do you want to go, guys? So
Sure.
Vivid, hold on, Vivid, you speak when you want to talk shit about me, yeah? But when I ask you a good question for you to add value to the audience, suddenly your mic is not working, yeah?
No, I'll step away from the urinal and suck my.
Oh good. No, I'll let you. We'll go to Binks first. I'll let you step away. Take your time stepping away, washing your hands. Binks, you want to go first, and then go to Vivid as he steps away from the urinal. Which again, for example, AI doesn't need to eat, doesn't need to go to the urinal. Just more advantages of AI and as replacing humans. But please go ahead, Binks.
Yeah, I think there are more advantages to AI than a lot of things that we do, constrained by our physicality and whatnot. But I think that if the question is what or can AI do this, or will it replace this, the answer is always going to be yes. It's always going to be a more efficient interface to get a job done, and it's going to be aware of biases that it has, unlike humans who are a lot of the time unaware of sociological biases that they may develop while they're being raised. It will have biases, but it will be aware of those biases, and it'll be able to supersede those in a way that just isn't possible as human beings. I think automation for everything will eventually
take place, really. And I think one thing that is often overlooked is how algorithmic we are as human beings. And if any of you are familiar with like Christopher Wiley, he made a very good point about Cambridge Analytica psychological profiles on internet users to build personalized algorithms that would get engagement out of them for ad revenue, right? And they found that 10 likes or engagements with a post online was enough to identify a person better than his or her coworkers. 150 engagements with a post online is enough to know them better than their own family members, and 300 likes or engagements is enough information on someone for their personalized algorithm to know them better than their closest spouse.
So, Binks, on that exact point.
Is Mario breaking up? Or is it just me?
Yeah, Mario cut out.
Oh, am I playing up? Am I playing? Oh no, am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what I was saying, Binks, and I'm not home right now, so could play up. But what I'm saying is that you said how AI, how social media platforms know you better than your family. And when I watch YouTube Shorts, I'm sure others that watch TikTok and stuff will say the same thing. The algorithm knows what I want to watch more than I do, so I never search anymore. So that just kind of links back to a point I made earlier, and I'm digressing a tiny bit, then we go back to a point with Vivid. But the point I'm making earlier is that you don't want your spouse and people close to you, when we talked about replacing humans, Fiji, you want to talk to people that understand what you like, that understand you, that could relate to you, yeah? And if already AI is already understanding us better than our family, as that evolves, the experience will improve as you speak to AI rather than humans, knowing that AI talks about the things you like to talk about and have the conversations you like to have. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
I think there's a core of like, and this is interesting. I never really thought it through. When I say I yell in a bank, I just want to make somebody else feel bad, right? Like I want somebody on
Answer
the phone.
Question, bro. Answer the question. Make sure you don't forget the question.
What's your specific question?
Answer the question, bro.
AI is.
What's the question?
Yeah. So Vivid. Do you no? Do you get
the answer,
humans?
By the way, we want empathy. We want empathy. We want a moment of connection that we believe somebody else believes that we're okay, and I don't think we get that from AI. So if I yell in a bank, I want the bank manager to come over and go, I understand.
Hold on, you can't. Hold on, bro. Hold on, Fidji. You can't teach. Sure, you can't. You can't teach AI to know you're angry based on your tonality. That's crazy to say. Come on, anyone that's taking Vivid, do you agree with Fiji? Like AI can't tell, hey, you're screaming, he's upset. Or look at your heartbeat, for example, if you're wearing a certain device, or you got something implanted in your brain.
First of all, I do want to say I listen to you quite a lot, and I enjoy this space. I'm sorry if I came out.
No, I was joking, bro. I was joking, bro. I was joking.
So
keep fighting.
Slayman, stop. Slayman. Vivid, go ahead.
There is a human moment of you apologizing, but
Fiji, I know you're Fiji's butt hurt now. It's okay, Fiji. I'm just messing with you, bro. But let's go to Vivid to answer the question.
All right, so if anyone has listened to that Joe Rogan AI experience, you will notice that there's really not much of an argument in between, like there is on this space. It's just a Q&A. I think that we as humans need that interaction, that connection. And when I hear the word human touch, I don't know, that kind of turns me off a little bit. It kind of sounds funky, but I think you know where I'm going with this. Like we all still need to have that experience.
No idea where you're going with this.
He just came out of the urinal. But maybe we'll test Davis with this question because that's a really tough one. Davis,
bro, he was worried about Fiji. That's what it was.
Well, he better answered the question than you did, Slayman. Davis, do you understand where I'm coming from? Maybe you can give us a better take since you're AI.
So this is also the other direction I wanted to go into, which is we're not necessarily special. And I think that's what people are becoming more and more worried about. Neurons crosstalk and process information mostly through sodium and potassium ion channels in a cell membrane, through spike generation and membrane potentials, action potential. Silicon and organic semiconductor-based neurons mimic limited neural features, and they operate at rough voltages, and they can radically vary compared to biology, which makes it difficult at times. There are organic electrochemical transistors that are being developed by researchers that have the ability to process electronic and chemical signals. So if we were to create an emergent artificial general intelligence that had an avatar with all of the same sensors that we do, just digital rather than biological, how would it not be able to become human if you were to raise it like a human child?
That's what I've been trying to say to Slayman. Someone's saying there's quantitative blah 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 blah. I don't believe that's a reality. It's a reality now, but I agree completely with you, Davis, that that facts and data are facts and data, and given enough time and an arc, I'm not sure that we're any different than ones and zeros.
One thing though, so wrong, bro. Like I've already proved my point. Like you've not been. What you're basically saying is, I'm saying there is no qualities. I've demonstrated how things are measured by quantities, and literally your argument in back is, guess what? There's going to be a future where we're able to measure qualities, and guess what? And I'm like, what is the evidence? And you're like, trust, blood, trust. That's literally worse than your whole argument about agnosticism. Like that makes no sense whatsoever, bro.
Ahmed, but the one point, so like even if you think about qualia, it has to exist in some substrate, right? So if you think about brain signals like the spikes between neurons and activation of neurons, I mean, it has to physically manifest somewhere. It cannot be just abstract. So
no, definitely, you would be a 3-terminal arrangement in a circuit that could be analog to the states of the voltage-gated sodium channels in our neurons.
Hold on, Davis. One second. So, Davis, one point you mentioned, the complexity of how neurons are connected to 10,000 different neurons in biology is very complex. Like you can't do it on a silicon chip.
You can't do it on silicon, but you could potentially do it on graphene. We'll have microgravity manufacturing in the future from companies like BARTA Space Industries, where we can make semiconductors and transistors that are much smaller than we can now. You'd be able to build machines atom by atom.
Yeah, but it is so about the quantum effects start happening under 2 nanometers, right? Because you can't.
Yes, I'm aware of that. That's why I'm saying that we'll be able to create transistors and semiconductors an atom by atom level, so we won't have to worry about field gate effects.
I have a question for you, only because I'm interested in the answer. What is dark matter?
I don't think we'll ever know. But even so, this is another point that I like to bring up with people, that we have an extremely limited sense of reality, considering we can only see 0.0003% of the spectrum when it comes to light. So there could be things that...
I ask you a very direct question. What do you believe that dark matter is?
I honestly have no idea, but I don't think we'll ever know because our perception is limited. So this is the other thing I envision with artificial intelligence, where we give these machines instruments and tools that we can't use because we won't be able to perceive them. So we could have machines create technology for us that we could never understand.
Machines have to be as adaptive as biology.
Slayman, we can't hear you very well. You're pulling Mario right now. I can't hear your audio.
Oh, sorry.
But
Yeah,
David,
thank
you very much for not answering my question.
No, answer that. I said I believe. I read a recent papers, and my view is that dark matter is fakeness.
Is what?
I'm saying the entire concept of dark matter has very, very limited scientific basis.
It literally has no scientific basis. That's the whole point. That's why it's called dark matter.
No. So my point is this.
It's the difference between you ascribing the word God.
I think it's bullshit created by physicists. I believe it's bullshit created by physicists because they don't know what's happening.
What's between an electron and a neutron and a proton? What's there? Is it jelly? Is it God jelly? What is it?
Actually, there's a new hypothesis that it might be quantum foam, just randomly appearing and disappearing particles, really tiny scale wormholes, black and white holes where particles just come in and out of existence. But starts to get extremely strange because
it took me calling it God jelly to Slayman for you to answer my question.
yeah, because I don't really know what it is, and I'm not sure if anyone will know because we just keep getting smaller and
Davis,
smaller.
you're making the right answer because the whole point is people don't know. What happens is a lot of times scientists make a lot of theories that are not empirical, and they basically, it's essentially, physics has almost become a religion in that regard, where if you look at it, there's no strong, tangible mathematics behind a lot of their positions, and dark matter is one of them. I read a number of articles recently. I'm not convinced by it. I'm not convinced about the grounding of it. I mean, we can go deep into this physics another time. I'll have a space on it. I have serious issues on it.
I just got dumber. Justin, what's going on?
Quantum is real because
I mean, I don't think you got dumber. You're just already dumb.
Quantum because all your phones work because of quantum effects. So that's real.
Okay, let's go to Justin. Justin, then Black and Meta, and then Binks.
Can I? But first, I wanna. Can you? Is my audio? Am I audible or no? Because I'm in the sauna. Am I audible?
All good.
All right, cool. Slayman, bro, that was ridiculous. Not everything you don't understand becomes bullshit, but I'm gonna put that note for another space. For another space. Another space.
I just bodied Slayman.
Explain the mathematical
Yo,
foundation
Fiji,
behind
that
black
was that was just such a tough thing to listen to, wasn't it, Fiji? Do you know what I mean?
I know. Well, why
I got a headache, man. Yeah. I got a headache, bro. I don't know how it got to this. I'm like, I need to jump in, but I'm like getting ready for the sauna. But just going back to the discussion, Joa, appreciate you coming on, and I'm sorry for what you had to listen to. It happens here and there. I do apologize. But what are your the question I've been asking panelists is, where do you see AI? You know, what are some opportunities for entrepreneurs today when it comes to AI? Just trying to bring it back to the next 5 years. Yeah, great ideas, Joa. Thank you. Can anyone hear Joa?
Sorry. Hey guys, I had to drop. This was a great conversation when we weren't talking about wormholes and dark matter, but AI is God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Really appreciate it. Have a great night.
I'm sorry you had to go through this back. It just happens.
No, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. This was fantastic. I definitely look forward to chatting again. And you guys have like an amazing weekend. And yeah, these are the right conversations besides some of the other random stuff. But yeah, I loved it. Enjoyed it. See you later.
Thanks. All right, see you, bro. Yeah, so Joe.
Yeah, I mean, from what I saw,
this is not an airport.
Guys, hold on.
From what I was listening, I mean, most of the people on here, just like most of the first world citizens of this planet, talk to more people online than they do in real life. So how could you tell the difference between an AI and a human, if it really, even with today's technology? As for opportunities, man, there's thousands of them, and AI can help you figure them out. I've worked in the creative and innovation industry for a long time. One of the questions I used to always ask interviewees was, you have a pile of paper clips, how many things can you make out of it? And based on their answer, I can tell if they were very detailed creative and how creative they were. The average person only gives like six answers in 60 seconds. And then some of them will stick to one shape. So imagine, you can make a ring to hang your shower hanger, an earring, a ring. So they only think in the round shape, and then they don't get out of round shape. That's like a detail person. Other people will be like, you can make a hammock. You can make a thing to pop out your SIM card, and they'll like change the shape and go bigger. And then the really good ones will go, it's metal, you can melt it, and you can create anything very quickly within like 6 answers, right? I did this test to ChatGPT. It killed anyone I've ever asked this question to, which shocked me because I didn't believe ChatGPT could be creative, and it can. So, it's a question better suited for ChatGPT based on my analysis, because it'll give you more answers than I possibly can, which is the crazy part.
And it's such an early stage as well. It's important to know we're extremely early, and it's already doing those things. It's hard to imagine where it could be in a few months, in a few years' time.
Thank you, Joe, for saying nothing.
Mario, what's your position on dark matter?
I'm not going.
Sorry, who was jumping in?
Mario, you were absolutely right. People need connection. AI can actually sound emotional if you wanted to. Of course, this is my clone AI voice, and it's not really me. I think I'll do my next space just using this tool.
Flip, Mario's gone smarter.
Who was that? Who was that speaking just now? Like who just said the AI?
I just removed him from the speakers.
No, don't remove bro. Just not mess around. Enough joking around. So Justin, I brought you up. But yeah, so by the way, what's funny enough is I didn't know it was Justin speaking because I wasn't looking at my phone, and I was actually for the first few seconds I was listening. I was like listening to what the person's saying, and then the voice kind of gave it away. It's a bit too mechanical. But I can't wait for the day someone brings in an AI and tricks everybody. But Meta
and every time Davis talks, I think he's an AI, and I feel like I need to refute him.
Yeah. Prime, jump in.
Oh yeah, no. So I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier about this whole like God question, and I think one of the points that I wanted to make is, I feel like when we interact in the world and in our lives, we are learning about ourselves, right? There's this challenge, and it's very organic when we're doing it in the natural world, right? But if we decide to go into this artificial reality and, like we'll plug into the matrix, then it becomes, like you can like increase or decrease the difficulty and stuff like that, but it's still artificial. It's not like a perfect representation of life. And then that point that I'd made earlier of like, what happens if that system then gets taken over by someone who has bad intentions? And so I was kind of curious because I know, Mario, you had been talking about how, you're very much on team like plug in and kind of utilize this technology to its fullest extent. Is there like something in your mind or something that if someone brought that up that would maybe sway you back in the other direction and say like, hey, maybe we need to take like a Frank Herbert's Dune approach and just completely, kick out AI and or are you basically on that path?
That if it's possible to do it on a global scale, that's a discussion worth having. But we can only do it in one, just a bunch of countries, but not the entire world. Then the conversation is difficult to have because if we pause it in one area of the world, China, Russia, Eastern Europe, some Western European countries, Asian countries, etc., could continue on that path and outpace us. When I say us, I'm referring to the Western world. So it just makes it hard to have that conversation at all.
Digital's God is dark matter. Digital's God is dark matter. Go ahead.
See, the current AI
God is
can be dangerous, but the AGI might be totally benign because we look at from human perspective. Oh, it's going to make us slave. What if it just decides to leave Earth and for better resources outside? Because it'll be resource, so it can go to like energy of stars or something along those lines, and it'll just bail out and say, okay, humans, good luck, whatever. Like we always, maybe it's a result of our sci-fi, we're kind of primed by that, like the Matrix scenario where the humans are batteries. That's humans are the worst energy source, to be honest. I mean, there's better things for a AGI to do if it becomes 1,000,000 times smarter, Just on the flip side.
Oh, sorry, I thought you finished. Yeah, Nima, go ahead. You got your hand up.
Yeah, hi. I actually wanted to jump in when you were discussing about having multi-agents of AI and like having a society of like different AI agents and how they would interact. And there's a really cool paper about how the natural selection actually is going to favor AI over human. I have sent it to Trash, Suleiman as well. And that is actually happening. Like, even though the humans are overseeing AI development.
Yes, Nima, can you, before you tell us it's already happening and convince us it's happening, can you please explain it a bit further, what you mean?
Yeah. So
when you say natural selection would favor AI over humans.
So we are going to have like different AI agents, right? And even though human beings are overseeing AI development, but the Darwinian forces is influencing the AI because we are picking up the AI that is more powerful, and we are like the AIs that succeed. And that there is an article in this regard. I will pin it up here. That is actually happening. Like if we have the same way that we humans, when we interact with one another, the Darwinian forces is just picking the most tweeted one. The same applies.
Are you saying Armenian or Darwinian?
Darwinian.
Okay.
Yeah, the same applies to the AI, and the also like on top of that, like the natural selection is tends to give rise to selfish behavior. So we are going to have more. We are developing in the long run. We're developing AI that doesn't care about anyone else, not even.
So Nima, I mean, in terms of what you said, I just had a quick glance over it. It's just like a quick and in my view, just a quick thought. When it comes to evolution, I don't think that it's gonna basically favor artificial intelligence, if you want to call it, or artificial information, because what made humans basically on the top of the basically pool in terms of natural selection, as you said, was a variety of factors, one of which is intelligence, higher order thinking skills, consciousness, whatever you want to call it. When it comes to robots or basically artificial information or intelligence, I don't believe that when it comes to that it has the ability to basically transcend ideas and thoughts that are not programmed in it. So it can acquire information, no doubt about it, but can it transcend? I have serious doubts.
First of all, AI will eventually surpass human beings in all domains. Like, that's not what I'm saying. Like the Nobel.
I mean, can it smell a flower?
Yeah, it can, but it's not going to be. It's not going to be like, you know, some sort of hormones. In our brain, it's going to be just a vector of ones and zeros instead. Like we call it latent representation of that. And it doesn't matter like how it translates to, like, it's that information of favoring and like favoring something or liking something more than something else, or even love. I think all can be represented as a piece of information. And
I believe Nima, it can be imitated.
I like how
it can't be emulated.
6 hours for something I said at the first like 30 minutes of the space to just land. Thank you, Nima.
No, but he's wrong. I don't agree with it, because I'm telling you, you're basically saying this, but there's no academic research or paper.
Do you know there is that hierarchy of like we have ones and zeros, then we have information, then we have knowledge, then we have thoughts on top of thoughts, a combination of thoughts become emotion, right? So that's the same applies to that's regardless whether we are talking about human or whether we are talking about AI or any other species. That applies to everything. And actually, like, we have AIs that can understand emotions. Like we extract emotions from tone, we extract emotions from someone's comment, and soon we will have AI that would have their own emotions, and even their personality would be defined.
Yeah, so once again, you're saying soon we will have, but there's no evidence to suggest that. There's no empirical evidence to suggest that. All the literature, academic literature, states that it's not the case. In terms of understanding someone else's emotions, so basically to be able to categorize someone else's emotions is very different to having that ability yourself.
Emotions can be subjective, but how do you define emotions? Like, it's a bunch of hormones, right? It's a combination of hormones, and that can be translated to some latent representation, some numbers for the AI model.
No, that's not right. So basically, when you look at the world, the external world,
you don't believe it's right.
Yeah, and
no, it's not right. It's not right. There's loads of academic literature on this.
I was working for a startup, and we like that startup. They built a platform that they could interact with their agents. They were like giving advices and counseling services to some entrepreneurs, and they were able to get biofeedbacks along with like text inputs from their agents, and they would be able to detect their emotions, and that was really accurate. Even like you can get more accurate with the AI if you add more modalities. Like You can have EEG signals, which are just like some sensors on the scalp of your head, and you can accurately detect the emotion of that person. And you can just translate it, map it to whatever words that they are using, or whatever tone that they have, or whatever gesture that they have. It can, for sure, AI is right now at the stage that it can understand emotion, but whether it can have its own emotion is something else.
Yeah, that's my point. So, thank you. You at the end said the point I was saying, and that is my point. So once you have academic literature that basically proves unequivocally that qualitative information, the qualitative aspects of the world can be demonstrated in a quantitative manner, then present your paper and then we look at it. Because up to now, when you look at all of the philosophical papers, all the scientific papers, they all be very clear that when it comes to it, in the materialistic world, it's based on quantities and not qualities.
Yeah, based on the qualitative things are they have meaning based on their context, similar to that's the same the same applies to natural language, human language, and we are able to understand that. So we are able to understand any qualitative information.
That didn't make sense. Go ahead, Picture, what you can say. The mic's not working.
Oh, I seen you laughing, Binks, at Slayman. That makes me happy. Go ahead.
Yeah. When sorry, Joa. I'll be really quick. I think when you say like it can't transcend what has been hard coded into it, it's ridiculous, because I mean, just look at the papers that Microsoft has been publishing over the last like week, 2 weeks, where they're talking sparks of AGI found in early models of these large language models, which are being published before they are fine-tuned for public safety, right? Like it knows how to teach it. These algorithms aren't like just next word prediction anymore. They are learning algorithms. They're algorithms that allow these models to have in-context learning and to make these logical leaps in order to piece things together for itself. And it's a huge understatement to or underestimation of the capabilities of trillion-dimensional latent space when you say something like it can't transcend this or that, or it can't predict new information, or the information that it is predicting is artificial and it's not real information. Like, it makes no sense, right? It's the same like that Earthers exist, you know. Is that like because it's coming from a human more credible than, you know, an artificial intelligence being able to show you all the equations and experiments you can run to prove that the Earth is round? Like, it makes
well, thanks. That's actually the other thing that I mentioned. I think everyone kind of glanced over, because we can give avatars access to tools and instruments to perceive things that we can't with our limited perception. So it's possible that artificial general intelligence will be able to create technologies that we can't understand, because we can only ever perceive so much and understand certain things.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me come back to you on that. So
yeah.
So in terms of the point, what you said about transcending, I've not got like some rigorous academic basis behind it. It was just my thought based on. So let me be clear. That's not like a certainty. I could quite easily be wrong about that point. But in terms of what I said about qualitative and quantitative, there's a significant amount of academic literature on this. Now, in terms of your point in itself, just thoughts now. So this is not like based on grounded academic literature.
Yeah.
So the reason why I made that point is, when it comes to AI, I'm yet to see, although it is possible, that you have a scenario, information for sure, no doubt about it. When it comes to the quantity of information, it will surpass humans. But when it comes to basically transcending that, I do want to see when that happens. I want to see where it transcends in a way that, let's say, it creates an entire new technology or something entirely new that we've never even thought of.
Can I give you an example,
and just to add to
Simon?
that point, Binks, yeah, Costa, let me just finish my point, please. And just to add to that, you know, and the reason why I'm a bit skeptical about this, I'll explain why. Because I read the paper when it was at Google. I can't remember when Google brought that AI and they tried to say it's got intelligence and it's basically giving you interactions like no other, and they basically presented it as basically a higher order thinking machine. almost basically like a human. But when I read it, there were serious flaws in that paper. I was just shocked at how bad it was. So,
yeah, they dropped like $150 billion in value or something because they made claims that, you know, they were super far behind in the race.
Yeah. I mean, and Binks, but do you remember at the time, it was literally everywhere. They were like they were saying it's the best thing ever. It's the new thing. It's basically human. But as soon as I read it, I was like, people are dumb. Like, this has got so many flaws in it. And I was just breaking down the flaws. My point is this. So I'm not saying it's impossible because like I said, my point wasn't based on academia. It's just based on these examples and just my thoughts. So it could be wrong, but that was the basis of it. But in terms of qualitative and quantitative, I was saying that is based on.
You say qualitative one more time. One more time.
I think
digital dark matter's your god, so you know you gotta respect science.
There was some comment earlier about how neurons can't be programmed onto silicon, but they are actively being their structure, at least the way they interact with each other, is actively being used in the latent space for these like large language models. And something like emotional inference has been a thing for like a year now, where you can type or speak to a model, and it will be able to infer with a high degree of accuracy what emotional undertone or overtones are present in, you know, what you're saying or what you're doing. That's been a thing, you know, and I think right now for sure we're far off from this general intelligence, but I don't think it's out of the question to assume that in 10 years that won't be the case anymore, and we'll have something that's as sentient as us, without the same experiences, of course. These feelings of being alive, you have a feeling, you know, where do you exist, and it's this feeling inside of yourself. It won't have that necessarily, but it will have the capacity to know what it's missing out on, and also have like this new unique experience that it could probably teach us something, you know, like something about whatever it's going through. And it's
so Binks, I've been listening to men for hours. So Straw, whatever your name is. Let's go to Gaia, please. I need to hear a woman's voice for a minute. And then,
can I counter quickly Bink's point? Because let me just give the example. Let me give the example, Fidel.
No.
Guys,
can
you stop?
Guys, listen to Fidel. He's gonna go. He's gonna start into dark matter and
guys. Can we get back to topic, guys, please?
We were talking about feelings, and I don't even think you need general AI to get to that level, because you can have a toothbrush that people buy to help prevent health issues, that analyzes your blood and your saliva in your mouth. That'll be connected to a neural network. You can measure serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin, which is what gives you a good idea of what someone's actually feeling. If that's connected, then AI would know how you're feeling better than even you know how you're feeling. And you don't even need general AI for that kind of information, which I think we're a lot farther away from general AI than a decade. I think it's going to take a lot longer than that. But what we're like, the examples we're giving are so simple to solve. There's harder things to solve, which then would involve general AI. But there'll be technology that's developed, and everyone will want the toothbrush that tells them, you know, maybe go to the doctor because you're having signs of having a cancer present in your body, because there's saliva tests. And AI will be able to figure that out. Deep learning's already been found more new diseases in the past decade than we did in the 50 years prior. So it's going to be an interesting decade for us, I think.
I just want to say one more quick thing, and then I'll jump down because I got stuff to do tonight.
Yeah, stuff to do tonight. Okay, cool. Sorry, man. Apologies, sir.
No, I wish I could stick around and listen, because these conversations are very interesting, and I love hearing everyone's takes. And
yeah, I'll go quickly, but yeah, no, I'll let you add on to it. Then we want to go to Gaia. Go ahead, man.
I think it's important, while we speculate about the true capabilities at the end goal of this thing, when it's all said and done, when this thing wakes up, it's a matter of when, not if, at this point. When that happens, we need to be thinking about how we're going to restructure our system in order to, deal with the changes that we're going to face. Because it's such a disruptive technology. It's going to be bigger than the internet, I think, and it's going to change everything. And our structures that we have in place now for everything from the economy to the job market to how we interact with each other, how we interact with ourselves, even our self-care, it's not fit to have a technology this powerful in place quite yet. If it was to wake up tomorrow, it might be globally, devastating. And we need to just make changes to our system and restructure in a way that can occupy both us and what we're bringing into existence. But yeah, I gotta jump. I'll hopefully be listening for a little bit longer, but love the space. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Gaia, jump in.
Yeah, hey. So I've been listening for a bit, and there's just a lot of debate that has been going on. And one of the things I wanted to bring up in the debate is just the difficulty of forecasting, the difficulty of predicting in this space. So there have been a number of times over the last at least like 4, 5, 6 years when people who are researchers, who are technologists, who are practitioners in the field of AI have told me personally, like, here's something that I think is going to take 2 years or 3 years, and that will take 2 months or 3 months. And so even the people that are closest to the work have been sort of constantly surprised at the speed. And I think everyone, sort of is feeling that now, and now the world is really paying attention. But that has been building up, and sort of this exponential curve has been building up for some time, right? We're on GPT-4, but looking at the previous generations just from OpenAI, each of the generations had like a massive leap in capabilities. So that's just one thing. So this difficulty of forecasting, you guys have been talking about sort of different capabilities and like economic impacts, and that's just sort of a meta point that I wanted to bring up, that it can be very difficult even where we're sitting now to think about where are things going to be even in 6 months, right? And there's the definition of intelligence is just the ability to achieve goals, right? A system or an agent that has the ability to achieve its goals. And I think it's important to kind of really distinguish that from definitions of sentience or consciousness. They can be quite different, right? You can have a very intelligent system that is not necessarily sentient. I think that the question of sentience is super important to explore as well. But I think just on the axis of intelligence, the debates that are happening now are not just, is an AI going to be able to pass a Turing test and convincingly speak to a human and convince it that it's talking to another human being, but actually what is happening under the hood in that model? Does it have a theory of mind? Does it have a world model that is robust? And those are the things I think are really
honestly, I don't know how the world model couldn't be robust if it has access to the internet.
Well, I think it could. I think it could pretty easily have, the ability to get confused. I think the systems that we have now get confused and sort of get distracted, right? We're seeing the, baby AGI and auto GPT and these sort of stacked models that people are tasking with, complex, multi-step work. And the models will sort of, they'll make a plan, and then they'll start working on the plan, and then they kind of get distracted and work really hard on perfecting the spreadsheet rather than like remembering that they're supposed to be building.
Honestly, I think people do the same thing with network bias searching on the internet, because you can search I believe in flat earth, and you'll get all the information you want proving that your theory is correct. That's and right. That information is true. And the information that AI accesses is essentially the same as what we have on the internet. So you could train an AI model to believe the world is round, or you could make one that believes the earth is flat.
I think that's exactly right. I think that we're in sort of a larger epistemic crisis in the world right now, where there's fewer Americans than ever in history agree on just objective facts. Like, this is a fairly new problem. We've had very strong political and religious debates and lot clashes, but it's like very qualitatively different when you're debating like just what is objectively true. Not because we have an epistemological problem and like we don't know how to figure it out, but actually when there's we do have sort of a scientific ability to answer a question, but we're getting different answers. I mean, let alone the replication crisis, which only contributes to this larger. Rand came out with a recent term for this recently called truth decay, which I think is a good way to think about it. So I think that that's a fundamental capability that I think I'll be watching to see how large language models tackle this, and if we're able to.
The way I think they'll be able to tackle it, honestly, is for them to communicate with each other. There's a protocol being developed by SingularityNet called Hypercycle. It's going to be built on Cardano, and the premise is being able to have different AIs live on their own ledgers and communicate with one another to validate information and create trusted parties. So instead of having one AI that's really good at one thing, try to figure out a particular problem, it communicates with other specialized AIs to confirm the information or help against any possible bias.
How does that go like to the root of the epistemics problem? Like where's the ground truth come from? I'm just curious in that system.
Exactly. Honestly, I think you should bring up Ben Goertzel. He'll be able to explain it a lot better than myself because he's working on the protocol. He's a deep learning language scientist along with AI.
Is he in the space?
Yeah, he's great.
Is he in the space right now? Is he in the listeners?
No, he's not in listeners.
Okay. I think,
but it makes sense what he's saying. It's just a consensus of what AI has learned. So you would erase some bias by doing that.
What's the ground truth is what Gaia asked, and it's a very relevant question because a lot of things have relative, like the answer is relative, like and contextual.
It's a multi-agent learning. Like after a few iterations, they will get to a consensus. That consensus, when they converge, it's the ground truth.
No, the question is not averaging out or reaching a consensus. The question is understanding, like, for example, physics of the world. Like the leaf on the ground might be harmless when I'm driving, but a big stone, might be harmful. Like that's real knowledge of the world, like how physics works or something in the world we live in works, right? So,
but you're also capable of simulating our world in virtual reality, especially when we reach quantum computing at a practical level. We'll be able to simulate all of the atoms and particles in our known universe, and the AI could have a much better understanding of how our universe works than we do ourselves.
That's why it's hard for me to have these conversations without bringing in blockchain, without bringing in data immutability, without bringing in constructs of basically rails to be having these conversations, right? So I've heard a bunch in this conversation. It's like, well, what if AI is lying to us, or how do I know a deep fake? I'm not saying blockchain is perfect because blockchain is predicated on the information that's fed to it inherently, but at least we know for a fact that information that's being fed is true as to the facts that are being fed. I think we can use AI in conjunction with blockchain. And for those who aren't familiar, forget crypto, forget NFTs, forget everything you've heard. It's literally just information that can't be changed, right?
Fiji, is immutability the ability not to change the information, the issue, or is it the information being fed in the first place that's being discussed?
It's both. It's both. It's both.
Yeah. I just want to jump in here. Like, I think that the best tool that we've developed as a species, like that's self-correcting over time. It's not perfect, but it like has a tendency to self-correct over time, is science, right? And we started out with 2,000 years ago, mathematicians were only interested in proofs and not in experiment, and then we got interested in experiments, right? And we got interested in statistics and probability, and I think that actually these core tools are going to be useful in the context of AI as well, just as they're very useful to us.
Are you familiar with zero knowledge proofs?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So, as at a core, that at least helps solve the input of information as to its truth. As to its truth. Whether it is a truth that persists, right?
Yeah,
it's the basis of information.
Yeah,
but Fiji, it suffers from a problem that that you overlooked, is the semantic problem. Like the data that's being fed, if it's semantically incorrect, right? So ZK proofs are good for, even multi-party computations are good at not disclosing what's getting computed, which is fine, or detecting changes or tamper proofing.
Yeah.
But if the semantically, it's like, for example, if the weather data, if the Oracle asks for weather data, right?
No, I understand, but I think it's important. I think it's important to clarify that it's very easy to prove that things, or to state that things aren't perfect, right? But it's much easier or simpler to ignore the fact that it's better by saying that it has faults, right? So we're sitting here saying that AI is terrible because it has all these faults, versus going, okay, well, we can adopt it. Same thing with ZK proofs, ZK rollups, blockchain. They are better than what we have. Are they perfect? No. But are they better? Yes. And can we help perfect and sharpen them to be better upon better upon better? Yes.
Agree.
I agree. Like just thinking about like a specific use case, like let's say that you wanted to create an AI system that could discover like new drugs and new treatments, new medical treatments. So I'm really interested in this idea of like of combining zero knowledge proofs with hardware, like at the like integration at the hardware level, with sensors. And so imagine, like you basically imagine like a system, and I think it was Davis that brought up like specialized, cognitive components that would be chained together and like work together, which I think is like absolutely like it's the architecture that is probably going to be needed. Like I think that's going to be pretty robust. And so you could imagine like an AI system that contains like hardware components that can do measurements in the world that can be made more reliable, perhaps with like maybe some integration of zero knowledge proofs. And then this is to me, like I think it's really important to imagine where we want to go with AI and like with everything, rather than just like focusing only on like the downside, the risk.
Let me ask you a question, if you don't mind, guys. Fiji, let me ask you a question.
I can't hear you, Mario.
Oh, can anyone hear me?
You're good. You're good.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You know how I mentioned earlier about and again, I'm getting a bit dystopian, but I'm just curious to see what you guys think, because we do have new panelists. I talked about the cost to humanity on a collateral damage basis. So we tell AI to achieve a certain goal, and on its path, it might involve harming humans in one way or another. So let's say we have one AI algorithm that we all use. Let's say it's ChatGPT, and then everything's built on top of ChatGPT. Okay. If we tell ChatGPT something as basic like, hey, can you please improve the environment? Obviously, that's an extreme example, but then improving the environment means pretty much wiping out the majority of humans. So I want to get more opinions again on that risk that was mentioned a few times by others in various interviews that I've been listening to. The risk that AI could not, it doesn't have the intention to harm humans, and we built it as such. But once it's trying to achieve certain goals, there might be net benefit to humanity, might involve actions that could have short-term negative impact on humanity.
Every B sci-fi movie I've seen where AI gets asked how to solve environmental issues, the answer is always to wipe people out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mario, you're asking the question, right? Like this is the question of one of the critical fundamental questions of our time, right? Is existential risk. Existential risk created by us, right? Like when we created nuclear weapons, that was a milestone in history, where it was the first time that we had created a technology that was so powerful that a single sort of mistake could lead to a chain reaction that could destroy us completely, right? And many very smart people hold the opinion that AI is more dangerous than nuclear weapons. And so I think, you know, that's something that I think needs to be taken seriously, needs to be understood at the theoretical level, as well as, you know, empirically. I think that, you know, ArcEvals is the third party organization that currently does the evaluations, red teaming, and now there's a new concept called violet teaming of AI systems. And I think it's a phenomenal start. They are doing great work. I think that one of the biggest questions that I have right now is, what do we do given that the very small number of people, there's probably only like 200 people in the world who really understand how to build advanced large language models of the kind that really matter, right? Of the kind like the labs that are actually leading the way right now. And what do we do as a society when the very people who have the expertise needed to provide effective red teaming and effective oversight and effective testing and designing guardrails are in a position where they're the ones doing the work? And so in a sense, there's not very much talent on the one hand. On the second hand, there's also somewhat of a conflict of interest, and I think that's a real concern.
So okay, I want to. Sorry, guys, 1 second. I want to go to Meta, and then we have Davis and Nima. But I think what we're really talking about at the core is the honesty of the inevitability, right? The honesty about that we can't stop this train, and how much do you handhold the cousin that you know will never succeed and will never be what he wants to be or what you want him to be, to the detriment of everybody else and to the detriment of reality. And I think that's where we're really standing right now, is we know that we can't stop this train. So are we going to sit here and try to create UBI and try to create universal basic income and systems to protect those who can't evolve? Or do we steam ahead and just say, unfortunately, fuck it, this is what's happening? Meta, I'd like to hear from you, and then Davis and Nima. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really difficult question to answer, right? Because that's like goes into ethics. And, you know, I think we all, you know, whether you kind of see yourself as whatever ideology, you know, we all have this kind of desire to help each other out, right? And then the question becomes, okay, well, if you completely remove those evolutionary pressures that are going to make people stronger, right, then, or, you know, be a filter for who gets to move forward in the world, then are we going to be moving in a good direction as humanity? I almost feel like Mario was talking about kind of those illusionary worlds, those digital worlds that you could escape into. I think a lot of people who don't want to be kind of engaged in the longer term story of humanity will kind of end up retreating into those. And so we're actually going, like, I do think we are reaching a evolutionary filter point where people who kind of get seduced by this digital reality will kind of find themselves falling down that rabbit hole and not really investing in the real world. And then there's going to be a group of people who are kind of invested in the real world, who were able to kind of resist the temptation of the digital succubus, and they were able to then kind of stay in the real world, and they're going to be who kind of determine what the future of humanity and kind of the physical world looks like.
So Meta, I'm going to throw something out there. This is just from personal experience. Every time, I got to say 90 to 99% of the time that I've tried to help somebody that I knew in my gut shouldn't be helping, they end up dragging me down. So do we extend that rod and get dragged down while people and let's be frank, while Elon pause AI and then gain complete control, or do we all look towards the future and say we can't help everybody? And in the annals of time, we haven't helped everybody, and so I think we're in almost. It's interesting because I am liberal leaning, but I feel like we fall behind by trying to help all, and I don't know what the balance is. But,
Fidji, do you mind if I
No.
do you mind if I jump in
Well,
to respond to
let
your
me
point?
quickly respond, and then I'm happy to. Yeah, I would say that you're absolutely right, and I think of this from like a perspective of my own life, right? Like I always try to kind of help people who ask for help. So I do a lot of career advisement in my professional sphere, and people will reach out to me. I have on my LinkedIn, like reach out to me to do career stuff or to do a resume. And if they reach out to me, they're like, help me with my resume. I'm like, cool, I wrote this article. This explains top to bottom how you should write a resume. Read it, and then come back to me with any questions that you have. And about
they never do.
Like, yeah, exactly. And that's my point is, right, I think that we want to create like a filter where it's like, look, if you want to move to the next step with us, that path is open. You got to put in the work, you got to put in the effort, right? But if you're not, like, yes, we're not going to help you, and that's not us being mean. It's just us being practical about how the world works.
The problem is that people are lazy, greedy, and selfish, and you usually give them an opportunity, and they exemplify why they're greedy and selfish, and it's a terrible thing. Gaia, go ahead.
So yeah, just a couple of responses to this line of sort of inquiry. One thing is, I think it's really just like a small point, like when you say, whenever I help someone that I know in my gut I shouldn't help, it doesn't go well. And like my small point here is like, your gut's probably like just right, and you should listen to it, and like you should help the people that your gut says you should help, and like maybe just skip over like the others. And I think it's like, I think that like our intuitions, like over time, like we, that not everyone is going to like naturally click with everyone else, and that's fine. And like maybe some of those people like are just not meant to be. So that's just a minor thing. And then the bigger point that I wanted to make is, I think that we're in this really strange paradox with AI capabilities where like counterintuitively, like it's true that the people that are going to adapt fastest are going to like leap ahead in some really significant ways at like adopting AI technology in their personal life, in their professional life, in just understanding what it means, and like seeing sort of like this tsunami wave coming and actually being able to plan and prepare and like adapt to that. But at the same time, and this is what's paradoxical about it, is that if AI has, earlier in the conversation you guys were talking about, I was going in and out, like I was on a hike, but I was like listening for part of the conversation. You were talking about AI being able to do different kinds of work, and there's some initial findings, or some initial papers that have been published on this that kind of are trying to like start to do some initial investigations. And some of, one of them that was published recently found that there's only a handful of jobs, like between 30 and 40 job types in the NAICS and NAICS sort of job categories that the authors found are like completely unaffected. Not that every other job is going to be completely automated away, but that it would like be partially automated and the job would change. So there's not that many jobs that are not going to be affected. So if we sort of look at this and we take it to its logical conclusion, and AI is suddenly doing something like 90+% of the currently viable economic labor in our global economy, wow, that's insane. We need to, we're not ready for that. But also, what an amazing opportunity to change how we live our lives at a global scale. And if we have an economic engine like that, it's sort of like this economic engine that can produce all of the things that we actually care about in terms of quality of life, right? Like why do we love the global economy? Like it's because it's raised the quality of life for billions of people around the world. It's completely changed life on Earth, right?
And at a deeper level, we are conditioned to think that we only have value for providing value, and we see that as grinding
right.
work
This is
of some form or the other.
This is the Wall-E paradox, right? So if we're suddenly not providing economic value, not contributing in that specific way, like one of the other sort of fears, like common sort of fears that are theorized around like very, very powerful, super intelligent AI systems is human enfeeblement, because not only are we going to feel bad, but like our skills will atrophy, right? Like our ability to.
And also think about the opposite. And I want to go to Davis in a second, but think about the opposite, right?
And maybe Fiji, maybe give us as well. I think it's getting a bit late, so maybe give us your final thoughts as well.
Okay,
You're
here's my
starting
final
to geek
thought.
out a bit too much, bro, and I fell asleep 3 times while you speak. So
You're in a sauna. Okay, I'll finish with this one thought, which is people ask me all the time, when are you going to retire? And the question doesn't even make sense to me, right? Which essentially is saying I'm no longer needing to be of value. And I think that kind of sums up, Gaia, what you're saying, which is if we're not created, but processed in a way that makes us think that we only have our value when we follow the system, right? And therefore we're just waiting to get out of that system. I completely agree with the idea of fundamentally upending the value of the human, which is what we said from the beginning, right? AI hopefully will make us rethink what it means to be human, and it will maximize the value proposition of human. So who says we have to work 8 hours a day?
So when you say maximize the value of being human, can you explain what you mean by that very briefly? Because I know we're wrapping up.
Sure. Why do you have to work? Why do people think? Why are people trained to think that they have to work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 7 days, whatever it is?
But there's been many technological improvements that would allow us to work less, yet we still find a way to work more because of greed.
Exactly. But every time that happens, this is a technological revolution that happens every 20, 30, 40 years that is exponential. That's why when you earlier asked me, you guys were asking, look at the past. The past is irrelevant to plot the path of the future because it is exponential. And I do believe that AI, blockchain, and these technologies will allow us to rethink what it means to be human. So let's say Slayman is correct, and there is a God. Whatever those things are, those things I believe will become more and more apparent and valuable. And yeah, maybe I work 2 hours a day and get paid twice as much as I do currently. Is there something wrong with that?
I think it will allow us, or force us to question what humanity is. It will force us to question further what humanity is, what consciousness is, and how unique our brains are. And I think as time evolves, we'll see that we are less unique than Slayman will tell you. And it is, I know, a very difficult thing to stomach. The thing is that humans are really bad, we all, including me. That's why I never think of these things. But we're really bad at stomaching things that either question our beliefs or take us to places that are unknown, or are just too difficult to stomach. And AI will become one of those things. And we're trying to do 2 things now. We're trying to see where AI will be in a few years, in a decade or so, the utopian and dystopian side of it. And we're trying to look at the opportunities in the short term. Now, as capitalists, most of us will act on those short-term opportunities. Some of us will kind of take into consideration the long-term impact of AI. And I have no fucking idea what that is. So I wish you guys well, people that are trying to tackle this. Let's go the same.
I think it's going to differentiate and highlight laziness.
That's the lamest part of it. Slayman, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I do think humans are unique, and I do not believe that they can be replicated. But in terms of the future, in terms of what you say, of course, what's going to happen is if these things are enacted, which is what you guys have said, I totally agree. It will increase laziness. It will increase inefficiency in human beings. And so then the question becomes, inefficient human beings, will that leave them time to ponder about what you guys said about humanity, about the metaphysical world, and so on and so forth? If it does, brilliant. But most likely, it will just make them go into more types of hedonism and so on.
I think you're talking about the short-term impact. I think long-term, you will see that. Next space, so we do daily spaces for anyone that doesn't know. I think most of you know. Tomorrow we cover major news, major events, and big topics like this one. This is one of our favorite topics, and we'll do it on a weekly basis. But the next time I want to kind of discuss. Obviously, you both want to do a religion space, which we will, but also discuss like how unique humans are. And I think most of us refuse to accept, even if all facts over time point to shit. Now we understand the brain, and shit's so easy to replicate. They'll still find a reason. People like Suleiman will still try to find a reason on why humans are unique. But I think that would be
replicating the brain isn't replicating consciousness.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how unique we are. But either way, I think it's an epic space, and it's nice to have. You know, we've had Elon on stage, but having him in the audience listening doesn't happen often. So that was good, and having Sam as well listen in the audience was pretty cool. So probably when they were both in the audience, we should have started speaking about Elon versus Sam. Who will win? That would have been more interesting. But yeah, otherwise, we'll see you all tomorrow. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the co-hosts and the moderators for making it such an interesting discussion. And yeah, should be fun. Enjoy, everyone, and check out the newsletter that's pinned on my profile to get notified of future spaces. We do daily finance spaces.